Not sure if I'm in the right hangout or not. We're supposed to be migrating somewhere. Oh, it says live. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the King is live again at 12:46 a.m. Thailand time. Welcome to the Armando Vargas chat with King Richard. Here to entertain you and enlighten you. Coming all the way from halfway around the world for you Americans. For your listening pleasure. I think Jose and Shotgun got lost on the way.
Say, Richard, can you tell if my posts are on the chat stream?
If you've posted anything after Dixie Normus, all I see David Bowie, I'm here, Jack Rusin, blah, blah, blah. It skips down about 6 more to Dixie Normus, Heaven, something, LaSurge, David Bowie, if you're interested in. I don't see any posts from you. So if you have posted something, no, I do not see it.
Okay, no, because I did say hi, Dixie Norman, so it's not posting. Okay,
No,
thank you.
it is not. Richard, can you voice your opinion on collective thought and individual thought? Well, I'll just take all I'm going to do is steal what you said and repeat it. I mean, I guess I could, but, I agree with what you said, and I don't want to like plagiarize and make it sound like it's my idea. But you said a lot of really interesting things about how, individual thought is so much better. And my first argument, luckily I didn't post it and make myself look stupid, but my first argument was, oh no, civil rights was a collective idea that helped everybody. And luckily before I posted it, I realized that civil rights was really more individuals like Martin Luther King bringing the collective along. It wasn't the collective thought wasn't the important part. It was the individual thought that was the important part. So, like I said, you should come up here and explain it to people because all I'm going to do is regurgitate what you said and probably not do it as well as you would anyway. So, I could, but, I want to make it clear I'm just kind of stealing what you said in the other room, really. And that's kind of not fair, but if you want me to, I guess I could. But I don't know what happened to Jose and Shotgun. They got lost somehow in the process, I think. I don't know what the hell they're doing. I don't know how they got lost. They're both in the other chat. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. They were going to come over here, and DeMello is still stuck in the old chat.
They might be finishing up a topic or something.
I don't know. DeMello, he's just sitting there, shotgun. He's disappeared out into the cyber. Oh, there he goes. He left now. He figured it out, I think. We'll see. But the old one is the old one, and this is the new one, and I don't know where the hell they went. They'll figure it out. Maybe. Yeah, I see you added Jeremy. He's like one of my favorite chatters of all time. He doesn't chat much, but when he talks, he says something interesting. You know Jeremy, like the panda guy, Gem Panda? Ronan?
Panda. Okay, we're not talking about that bear guy, right? It's
No, no,
another
no.
person. No, I don't recall chatting with him. No.
Yeah, he's an English guy, and he's kind of like DeMello in that he's really calm and all that. So he never, well, not never, very rarely will he get upset. And he started to make videos about the flat Earth. I don't, God knows why, but that's where I met him, was in the whole flat Earth fiasco. You know. But it's interesting. He made a video I watched, and I put in the comment section another great video from the internet's most famous talking panda. But he has, I don't know, I don't even know what Gem Panda is, but I guess it's some famous English cartoon thing or something. I don't know, whatever. Shotgun, you made it. I thought you guys got lost on the way or something.
Well, I just went out for a smoke.
I see. Well, I'm going to have one too. I need to start putting them further away from the couch. The couch is like 3 steps from here. I need to start putting them like downstairs around the corner and outside or something. Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. If I put I like to talk so much that if I put my cigarettes to where I have to leave here for more than a minute, I probably smoke half as many cigarettes.
That's what I do. I don't smoke inside. I go out to the porch.
Well, if I was on the porch, I'd just point my microphone to the porch and start yelling, and the neighbors might get mad. You know. Sometimes I wonder, I'll have the door open, and like when it's yelling and screaming time, the neighbors they all speak English, you know, or understand English, and I just, every once in a while I'll say, oops, you know, I hope the neighbors didn't hear that, you know, because all they can hear is me, you know, they don't know if I'm yelling righteously or being a complete fucktard, you know, I'm sure they assume it's the fucktard answer every time, you know.
Well, that's why when I come home at work at 10:30 or 11 o'clock at night, I don't go on the voice chat. I just do the text shit because I don't want to fuck up my neighbors.
Well, they say that, you know, drinking and texting, or, you know, drinking and putting shit permanent on the internet, or drinking and chatting is just about as dangerous as drunk driving if you have any kind of reasonable job you want to keep, you know.
Well, what I do when I get off of work around 10:30, I stop off at the gas station, buy a couple of tall boys, and I sit there with my beers and a cigarette so I can decompress. Then I come home and I'm ready to go to just listen and crash. We got these tall boys out here and that are 8% alcohol. 2 of them, I'm good.
Yeah, I drink, you know, that's pretty much what all the beer here is, a little less some of them, but yeah, I drink what are probably what I consider to be 2 beer bottles. I don't know, they're in milliliters. I don't know exactly if they're 24 ounce or not, but yeah, 2 of them nowadays, which is only 4 beers, but I'm pretty much plastered.
Exactly right, Richard.
Yeah, it used to be 4 beers, and you know, I'm just wetting my whistle, you know. But nowadays, I just don't drink that much. And what I did is, instead of, you know, going full boat and saying, "Oh, I'm just going to stop drinking because it causes me trouble," I said I'm just going to limit myself to 2, because 2 or 4. I've never done anything stupid with 4 beers, so I can at least enjoy a little buzz, and I won't do anything. It's kind of a compromise between quitting drinking completely and not. You know, and it's worked out perfectly, except for maybe getting drunk and yelling on the internet or something.
Exactly, and you can make it from I can make it from my gas station to my home without the cops pulling me over.
And I'm sure you know, Ronan, that they can see you now, and you got your wrench back, and who knows what the hell happened. But
Ronan,
I wanted to.
How you doing, buddy?
I wanted to ask Shotgun if they have a open container law where he lives, and what brand of beer that is that has 8% alcohol.
Well, first question: I never drink and drive. I park and drink, and then I'll throw the can into the wastebasket.
Well, here I live in Texas, yes, And
Yeah.
if a person goes to some public place, right, and they have an open container, you're parked. You are parked like a park. Right here we have
Yeah. Yeah.
water, right? And if the police come up and they see an open container, they can cite you for that. And I'm just
Well,
wondering if you have laws like that.
here's the trick, Ronan. Never have your keys in the ignition.
Never have what?
Your keys in the ignition. Have your keys sitting on the bench, on the seat.
Oh no,
Yeah,
no,
that
no,
works in some places, but not others. So
no,
some
not in
states that's
Texas.
not good enough.
No, not in Texas. If a person's in the vehicle, well, driver's position, yes, and they're drinking a beer and they put it down and it's an open container, if the key's in the ignition or not, well, that's
Yeah.
a violation here in Texas.
Well, I guess I've been lucky because, I have that old '72 Chevy pickup, and on the back and the front are my Marine Corps stickers. I mean, anytime I've been pulled over for a small citations, the cop says, just be careful, Sergeant, and let's go. So I guess I've been lucky in that regard. Now,
Most laws are written to say that the person in control of the vehicle, and then police departments will have a policy on how close the person in control of the vehicle can be. So if the keys are in your pocket or whatever, you're still you're the one in control of that vehicle. You don't have to be, it doesn't have to be running or started. The keys don't really matter. In Alaska, for example, the keys and the person in control are more than 10 feet away, they don't care. But in some places, even if you're at a party drunk off your ass and some undercover guys there looking for drunk drivers or something, and somebody was to make a statement that, okay, I'm drunk, they're drunk, obviously drunk, they're in control of that vehicle, even though they're much further away than 10 feet, they could be arrested on the way to the vehicle kind of thing before they started up or any of that kind of thing.
yeah, I think that's
you get where I'm going with that, right?
I think that's a discretionary call from
Right, sure. But they're the one no one else is in control of that vehicle unless you give the keys to somebody else. That's why the little kids have the, put your keys in the hat kind of thing, then someone else is now in control of that vehicle and they get as shit faced as they want.
Yeah, but I mean, if you've been drinking and you pull off to a rest stop, and you're going to crash for a while, and the cops come upon you, and if your keys are not in the ignition, they're going to tell you, okay, fine, sleep it off, go ahead.
Do you know why some places will not do that? Is because what happens is, with the studies they found, people crash thinking they're going to sober up, but the time that you're going to wake up and say, okay, I've slept, I'm sober, and I get, turn on the ignition and drive, they found that people that are so fucked up that they find themselves in that situation, when they wake up and drive, they're still over the legal limit.
What? Well,
they think they're sober and they feel sober, but when they blow into the breathalyzer, they find out that they're, still. And one of the things that gets me is people have different limits. Now, I know this is a crazy idea, but I proposed this idea before, and that is that you should be able to go get your driver's license test. You should be able to take your driver's license test as drunk as you normally are. Let's say, whatever that is. So if you pass your driver's license test, they should immediately take you and blow you on the breathalyzer, and they should stamp that particular alcohol content for you. It should be personalized, because some people, are drunker than others at certain levels. And I know that's ridiculous, because then you have drunks driving around town, smashing into people, taking their test. But my point being, if something like that could be figured out, people who might actually not be a danger to driving at 0.082 or something, would be okay.
Richard, I disagree with that to a certain extent, because I'm going to tell you that alcohol affects you in different cases. How much you've had to eat, how much sleep you've had. So
Sure.
I mean, if I drank 2 beers today and I had full sleep and ate a meal, I'm good. But if tomorrow I'm working like a double shift, and I've had nothing to eat. It's going to have a different effect.
Right. It's all, you just do the best you can. And I thought 0.01 was perfectly reasonable. And some places like Thailand has dropped it to 0.06, which is essentially one tall beer for a Thai person is, smaller than me and probably only weighs 135 pounds. They can only have one beer before they're technically driving drunk. Seems a little extreme to me.
You're making my point.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah, I know.
well, to add to what Shotgun just said, suppose let's just take that model for the moment. They get a person gets as drunk as possible, takes the test, they get that ID stamped with that particular limit, and okay, go ahead and drive to this point. So long as you're not, over this point, you're good. And they're, like you said, as drunk as possible. And let's say that person stopped drinking for a week, right? And then they started drinking again. So the tolerance level would have lowered
Right.
over time, and
That's
that
right.
would be far more dangerous if they tried to hit that so-called limit.
That's right.
Absolutely. And that's not exactly what I said. What I said was as drunk as they normally get. I don't want people getting, completely shit-faced just to take the test. What I want is kind of the honor system where if you really believe that this amount of drinks you have at the restaurant or the bar, makes you a safe driver, go test it out and find out. And if you're right, but your point is very well taken. I used to be able to drink 4 times as much as I drink now and at least be able to drive home and not get in an accident. And today I'd be so fucked up I couldn't even see the road if I drank that much. So
well, okay. Well, back to that same model. Suppose, for example, a person gets I was using that model to that limit. Like I said, tolerance limit. However, let's just say, for example, same person got that little stamp, and it's a different situation. Someone passed away or someone got married. If someone passed away and was very close to the person, 2 beers is going to depress them, and they're going to be quite sad while they're driving.
Sure.
Well, that's another good point, Ron, because
Sure.
alcohol can affect you in different ways.
Yeah,
it was a crazy idea. I know there's a lot of holes in it. I'm not really standing on it. I'm not going to argue for it. I realize that it's not the best idea in the world.
And by the way, Ronan, the beer that has 8%, it's a tall boy, 24 ouncer, made by old Milwaukee. It's called Edge. Do you have them down in Texas?
No. I seldom drink. But my preferred beer when I do have a beer is Miller High Life. I really enjoy the taste of that.
Yeah,
but it's Edge by Old Milwaukee. Okay, I might have one. Yeah, just to try it out. Because percentage doesn't matter the volume. In the can.
No.
Percentage.
If they don't have Edge down in Texas, they probably will have another beer called Steel Reserve. The same thing.
Okay, I'll look it up. Thanks.
Actually, Ronan, so where you find, if you go to 7-Eleven and you look at that rack where you have the 48-ounce beers, most of those are going to be high alcohol content beers. You've got a selection of probably 6 or 8 of them. I used to drink one called I don't know, maybe Old English or something, in the same kind of tall boy thing that he's talking about. That's, if you go to 7-Eleven and take a look in the beer section, you'll see a row with these tall things, and I'd say 75% of them are tall, and then you might have a clam motto or something like that, but most of them are going to be high alcohol content, 48-ounce cans.
Yeah, well, a lot of these beers are just like throw-offs from the old Colt 45s.
Exactly.
And they're fucking cheap-ass beers, too. I mean, I could buy 24 ounces for $3.
Right. That's why I bought them, is because, drunk for $1, I think those are the best deal going. Now, maybe hard alcohol is better, but I can't handle that. But for, for your drunk per dollar, those 48-ounce cans are the near as I could tell are the way to go for sure.
I know. I mean, if I go into a bar, I'll buy a Sam Adams. But like you said, Richard, you go into the gas station, they'll give you the quickest buzz for the cheapest amount of money.
They were $1.80 or something like that, I think, in Montana. So it was like $3.60, and I'm pretty much plastered. I don't know how you do better than that.
No, you can't.
Well, of course you haven't, but never mind. I'm not even going to say this on live chat. Maybe when the chat stream ends someday, I'll bring up this comment to you. Remind me. What was that comment you were going to say, but didn't want to broadcast to the world sometime? I don't want to open myself up to be trolled by the texters.
No, we don't have 7-Elevens anymore per se. We have here it's I think they were bought out and it's called Stripes now. So I can understand what you're saying. I mean, we have liquor stores. That's where I was going to.
No. You got gas stations like called Circle K or anything like that?
There used to be those here, but they, like I said, were bought out by the larger corporation named Stripes.
Yeah, they're pretty much a deal for gas stations and stuff like that. You might be able to find them at the liquor store, but their marketing deal is really just like quick stops and whatever kind of quick stops you have. But I would like in my local grocery store in Montana doesn't carry them. You pretty much have to go to there weren't 7-Elevens where I bought them either. But
you're right.
Called something else.
You're right, Richard. The groceries only carry like the brand stuff. You want that
6-packs and 12-packs. They don't have room for the single can. They just don't care. It's not their thing.
Right.
Liquor stores either. They don't give a shit. Like if you want, if you're so poor, you need, one 24-ounce can, go somewhere else. We don't want you coming in here. But yeah, you're right. They're just basically the modern day version of the 40-ounce Colt 45 thing.
Exactly right.
They're good. I don't know. I don't give a shit what the beer tastes like. It's like the beer I drink in Thailand. If you blindfolded me, you could put the Sam Adams and the shittiest beer in the world next to it, and all I'd say is which one gives me a better buzz for $1. I don't give a fuck. Make any difference to me.
That's absolutely right.
I used to drink when I was a kid. I used to really like mixed drinks. I used to, I'd say, "Oh, why are you fuckers drinking beer? It tastes like shit. Have a margarita or have something that tastes good." But somewhere along the line, I stopped doing that for some reason. I don't know why.
I used to be a big fan of shots of Jameson's, but I've given up that shit a long time ago because when I ever drank the hard stuff, it made me angry and mad.
Yeah, me too. I don't know if it made me angry, but it just made me out of my mind doing. Right. I suppose it did make me angry and get in fights or whatever. But yeah. I'd be so fucked up that I would do shit that I would never do in a million years if I hadn't been sober, and it would happen over and over and over. And I'd tell myself, okay, I'm just going to drink a little less, and it won't happen. And then the shots start flying. You're right back to school. It must have taken me 20 fucking years to get my alcohol problem under control.
I know.
That's not an exaggeration.
No, I understand where you're coming from because I used to be the same way. I'd go in the bar, have my shots of Jameson's and Budweiser, and I'd find somebody I had to fucking pick a fight with.
Yeah, I just, it's not, to me, it was way more expansive than that. I might, kick a hole in the wall or whatever, just, I can't even think of stuff, but I probably could if I thought about it for 5 minutes, but I don't want to remember them days anyway.
You go into an enlisted man's club when I was in the Corps. If you talk about attitude.
Yeah, I'm sure, man. I remember one time, this is funny, we're fucking drunk off our ass, and I think some cop got a call or something. This was out in Sugar Bush ski area in Vermont, so it's out in the countryside, and So anyway, this cop comes rolling up behind me and my buddy. You know, there's a lot of hills and curves and stuff like that, right? So we're so drunk that instead of even stopping, I floor it. And I'm in this little Honda. So we come to where our driveway is, which was, you had to go over this hill and down kind of a ways. And then there was the road, and there was the top entrance, and then there was the bottom entrance. So anyway, I turned off the lights of the car just as we went over the rise where the cop was kind of far enough behind so he didn't see. And then I slammed on the brakes, so that's what he probably noticed. But then I ducked into this this road real quick. We parked the car. We ran. It was a condo thing, so we're in the top section of the condo. We run down the hill and we go into our condo, and I left the car there. And the cop blew right by the entrance where we went in. And then, of course, he stops and he turned around and he went and he found the car. And maybe 10, 15 minutes later, we hear this knock at the door, right? And it's the cop. And, he wants to talk to us. And I said, well, do you have a warrant, sir? And he said, no. I said, okay, good night. And he actually left. He just dropped the issue, and we never heard from him again. We got lucky on that fucking deal.
You want to hear one of my favorite stories?
Sure.
Well, I was stationed in Kaneohe Bay for a while. Kaneohe Bay is in Oahu, and it's on the east side of the island, and Honolulu was on the west side of the island, and in between there's something called the Pele highway that you got to cross the mountains to get to. So, okay, I'm the duty NCO that night, and I had to take a bunch of guys into Honolulu for Liberty. And I was driving like a school bus with about 20, 25 guys. And, we drove across the island. I parked the bus in at Fort DeRussy, which was an army base, and everybody went and had their Liberty, including me. So came time around 1, 2 o'clock in the morning when we had to get back on base. I gathered all my guys together, and I was so fucking drunk myself that when we crossed the island, and I thought I was approaching the gate for K-Bay, it was a photomat booth in a Walmart parking lot.
Yeah, I drove my car in the Navy one time onto the pier and smashed into one of those big things they wrap the ropes around when ships come in somehow. And actually, it wasn't even my car. My friend was drunk, so he asked me to drive. I'm like, why the fuck do you think I'm any? Well, just drive. I don't want. Okay, fine. So the next thing we know, we kind of blacked out. We didn't even know what the fuck we were doing. We smashed. Obviously, you're not supposed to even have cars driving on the fucking pier.
Right.
How we even got there, neither one of us, pretty much nobody could figure out how the car even got on the pier in the first place, right? And so, we smashed, there's fucking, the radiator shit's coming out of the fucking hood and all that. And my buddy says, look, let's just leave the car there. Let's go on the ship. And, maybe we'll get less trouble or whatever, right? So we go on the fucking ship, and the next morning we get up and the car was towed away. It was gone, and we never heard anything about it. It was like, whatever. They were expecting that when somebody came to claim their car, then they're going to worry about it. And probably, they just, somebody forgot about it. Like, okay, nobody was, did any investigation. They just assumed that somebody was going to come get the car. And that was, the ship takes off to Europe one day, and that was the end of that.
No, they assumed it was just a bunch of squids having fun.
I guess, I guess maybe they figured you wrecked your car and we confiscate it, and that's penalty enough or something. I don't know. Yeah, you can get away with some shit right up until you become a habitual fuck up and they don't like it anymore. Then you're in trouble.
Right. I'll tell you another story, as long as we're telling war stories. I was in Okinawa, and I was coming back from base. After Liberty Night, there's a place called Whisper Alley there. Had a lot of fun. So I'm coming back on base, and I see these sailors beating up on one of the black guys in my platoon. And, in those days, the black guys, we knew each other, but we really didn't associate with each other. But I saw 3 Navy guys beating up on this guy by the name of Curtis Hudson, who was in my platoon. So, of course, I went over there and I got into the middle of it. Fucking fists were flying and shit like that. Pretty soon the shore patrol came along and took us all off to the brig. So I'm in the brig and finally got bailed out or let out by the officer of the day about 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning. And the lieutenant tells me, says, you have to get dressed in your Alpha uniforms and report to the sergeant major at 0800. Alpha uniforms being the full goddamn thing. So, okay, fine. I'm still halfway drunk. I've got bruises up and down my face from beating with these guys. I put on my Alpha uniforms, and I at the time I was a sergeant, a buck sergeant. So I know I got a report before the sergeant major. I said, okay, he's gonna fucking take a stripe for me. So I'm standing tall in front of the man, and my sergeant major Espinoza, a fucking big ass goddamn Mexican American from El Paso, he gets up. He just behind his desk looks up at me and says, I understand. Blah 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 blah. And I'm good. Yes sir, no sir. He gets up behind his desk, walks around to me, and this is when I thought he was going to take my stripe. He says, "That's the way to take care of your own."
All right, nice. Did you, just out of curiosity, did you get out with gold stripes or red stripes?
What do you mean gold and red stripes?
The Marine Corps doesn't do that.
No.
In the Navy, if you get a captain's mast, which is whatever, a disciplinary thing,
yeah.
you have to change. If you've done well and haven't gotten in any trouble, those hash marks for how long and your insignia as well are gold. But if you fuck up and get to go to a captain's mast, you have to change all that shit off your dress uniform and turn it back to red.
No,
so
no. We don't
the
have
Marine
that.
Corps doesn't have that?
No.
And you didn't know that? Yeah, take a look sometime. You'll see, the hash marks are 4 years, right?
Exactly.
So if you have 2 hash marks and they should be gold, you'll see people with fucking 4 hash marks that are red. And that's because they fucked up and got in trouble and they had to, go with red. It's just kind of, in addition to whatever punishment you get, your rate insignia on your shoulder would also be gold, and you have to take all the hash marks off, you have to take your insignias off, you have to change all that shit from gold to red to signify that you fucked up sometime in the last 4 years. And you can never make them gold again until you've gone for 4 years again without getting in trouble, and then you can change them back to gold.
I did not know this, but let me ask you this question: if you in the Navy have to go for a captain's mast or something like that and have to change your stripes, does that mean that your discharge will be less than honorable to something like general?
No, not at all. It has not. I mean, it could be if you, that wouldn't have anything to do with changing the stripes. That would have to do with, whatever you did. But no, there are people. I've seen people. It kind of surprises me sometimes, but I've seen people, that have some really kind of sought after important duty. Maybe, they're with the president of the United States that have red hash marks sometimes. It's basically you got drunk and fucked up and you got to go from gold to red. That's all. It's not that big a deal. It's more of just a pain in the fucking ass than anything else.
No.
But it gives people, when they see somebody in their dress uniform, that's one of the first things I look for. Are they wearing gold or are they wearing red? That's one of the first things that pops out to me, more so than how many hash marks they have or what rank they are.
Yeah.
It's, are they wearing gold or are they wearing red?
Yeah. I did not know about this distinction, and I'll be looking for it in the future.
Oh, you'll believe me. There's plenty of people wearing red that are career and get their gold back. You know. Yeah, there are plenty of people with the gold hash mark saved in their locker because they have every intention of putting them back on their uniform someday. You know.
Yeah, my sleeve had 5 hash marks and an E9 stripes.
Nice. And so, yeah, I kind of thought the Marine Corps would do the same. No, the Marine Corps are all red, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's why you don't know that, because when you see red, you've never noticed that some of them are red and some of them are gold, and never wondered why?
Nope. No.
Really? Okay.
I really don't pay.
They are.
I really don't pay attention that much to squids.
I see. Wow. Well, quite frankly, I never paid that much attention to Marines, which is why I assumed you would be the same way.
I believe fuck with you.
Squids. I hadn't heard that one in ages.
Well, the king, being the rescue swimmer and the lifeguard, was as popular as he is in chat. Everyone loved him. Plus, I sold drugs, which made me even more popular. Sort of. I charged too much, what made me less popular. They were glad I at least had some drugs they could use, you know. We could use. I shouldn't make it sound like I didn't use them too.
25%. Oh no, I do. Text me.
Well, you finally found your way here, DeMello. I thought maybe you got lost on the way. I saw you in the old chat room for 5 minutes, so you left that one.
Yeah, I got timed out for some reason.
Well, glad you're here. Did you see my post, what I responded when you posted music in there?
No, I didn't, man. I went to YouTube,
I see.
get some groove on it.
I said I don't have to listen to this. It's the one with the rose that was something. I said I don't have to listen to this to know it's annoyingly calm.
It's very calm, and
Yes.
if you want to get in the mood with your missus,
Uh-huh.
there's some good Gypsy Kings music there, man. You know, light up a candle.
If I want to get in the mood with my missus, what I put on is the rock and roll where they put like the sexy, you ever seen the sexy girl videos, people like Buck Wild's videos? They make, that's what I'm putting on. I'm not putting on any candlelight music. I want to get in the beat of the rock and roll and get all hyped up and then jump her bones. You know, I'll fall asleep. I put that shit on, I'll fall asleep and we won't have sex at all.
Yeah, no, Gypsy Kings got some good romantic music, man. I guess it depends on you, man.
Hello, girls.
Hey, Beck.
How you doing, man?
Good. How you doing, man?
I got some gardening done. A lot of preliminary work done, you know.
Keeps you grounded, man. Gardening.
So, keeps me off of tins of lager during the day.
Yeah, right.
Until the weather gets better.
Yeah, I did more of gardening way back then.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
One is in Corpus Christi, Texas.
When the weather gets better.
Yeah.
I got to stay out here. If you got any
People don't
wooden
realize how important it is. Hey?
yeah. Have you got some wooden garden furniture?
Me, no.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've got some wooden stuff. I've got you put that teak oil on it every year.
Yeah, yeah. You use the good stuff?
Yeah, teak oil. I don't
Oh, yeah.
like any of that fucking shitty stainer stuff, you know. Plastic
I used
furniture.
to use
Yeah.
the stain and the water repellent all in one.
Yeah, that's what that teak oil is. Yeah.
Right.
Just rub it on. Soaks it in.
Yeah, you got to take care of that lawn furniture, man.
Well, I used to get that plastic shit, but fuck me, the sun just makes it brittle, yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, 2 years later, the fucking thing shatters. Plastic crap.
Yeah, I used to have that other stuff. What do you call that? The stringy stuff. What do you call it now?
But the hammock,
Wicker.
Yeah, wicker. The wicker stuff, man.
yeah. Well, I mean, that's if you leave that out, that can rot as well, yeah.
My favorite of that kind of stuff is the redwood, the big heavy redwood chaises, man. Those things are great with the big thick pads on them. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I used to have like a love chair and just a normal chair with a wicker. Just kills that stuff if you don't look after it.
Yeah, I like those things that are
Have you used
shaped like a big bowl that move around. You know? Yeah,
Yeah,
those
yeah.
are comfy, man.
Yeah, man.
nothing more
70s
comfy than a
style.
string hammock?
Yeah,
I put a hammock between the apple tree and the pear tree. I
right.
can sit on that. You got to sleep. That's it.
Oh, yeah, man.
I never could get into hammocks. They sort of bite into my skin a little bit. I never liked hammocks. I've been in a bunch of different kinds, and I never could find one I liked. I don't
Yeah.
know.
You and me both, man. I never get comfortable with those, man.
Yeah, I get sad. Fall asleep in them. String hammock. Couple of quid. Probably too many fatty bits sticking out.
Yeah, I just like the Muskoka chairs, man. You know, I guess they call them different in the States.
Hmm.
They have a
Who's
different
that
name.
there, bear?
They have a different name in the States.
Who's the bear? Not that bear it was in last night. Don't say anything.
Yeah.
Is it? Is it?
Yeah, it's the same bear, at least.
He's fucking weird, isn't he? Hmm. What the fuck, you falling asleep? All right, Tommy. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. You know, can't make up your mind. Yeah.
Were you saying something to me, D?
Yeah, I was saying, how are you, Russell?
Just fine. How are you?
Yeah, I talked to Russell last night, man. You're out in BC, right, Russell?
Yeah, it's not the same beer.
Yeah, in the Okanagan.
Yeah, I talked to Russell last night, man. He's an engineer,
Do you
train engineer.
think guacamole?
Yeah, the retired locomotive engineer, coordinator.
Yeah, Russell. How you doing, man?
Yeah, different beer. Different. I'm on
Russell's
about the
cool,
beer
man.
with a beer with a little orange. You don't say fuck all.
Oh,
And
that's
black.
the other guy. Yeah, that's the other bear, man. No, Russell's cool, man.
Oh, you're talking about bear. He calls himself a koala bear.
Yeah, him. Yeah.
Whatever.
How's it going, Russell?
Okay, how are you?
I'm doing all right, man.
How's the East treating you?
Pretty good, man. Pretty good. No complaints.
No. I forget what part you're not by Georgian Bay. You're not by
I'm
Georgian
just-
Bay, are you?
Yeah, I'm in Georgian Bay right now. Yeah,
Okay, yeah. Right.
in Midland, Ontario.
Yeah, Waffle Man. He lives around Cornwall, I believe. I get.
Yeah, that's east. That's east of Toronto, man.
Yeah, my ex has her mother station in Long Sault, so that's
Okay.
probably, that's like 15 miles east towards Ottawa from Cornwall.
Right.
Cornwall's where that big bridge goes over for to New York.
Our team, the team I was involved with, the soccer team, they used to play up there in Cornwall. I never used to go there, man. It's too far, man.
Yeah, I can't remember much about Cornwall except that a lot of freezing rain when I was there.
Yeah, I know they have the Cornwall Royals. That's a Ontario Hockey League hockey team that they have there.
Yeah, it's pretty big out there, isn't it? Of course, it is out here too.
Pretty popular league. The young guys, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, my kid never got into hockey. Kind of glad. The amount of money you pay.
Oh yeah, man.
Just for entertainment. I mean, everybody believes, oh, it's going to be the next star. Like,
Hey, Russell, it saved you a lot of money on dental bills.
Well, yeah. My kid was, he would have been a lot thinner than me, too. So he wouldn't have been, would have been an easier target to bust up. What the hell?
Fucking guacamole. It's delicious.
Yeah, real tacos are delicious. It's not like those hard, crusty shelled ones they sell up here. It's like, what? It's not a taco, tomato in there. Whatever, beef. And you know, real tacos are like rolled up crepes with guacamole.
Mm-hmm.
I used to make my own tacos, man, with all the fixins, man. Ground beef,
Tomatoes, onions, lettuce.
all that stuff. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Nothing like homemade, man.
I like
Thing is, you go to Mexico and that's not a taco. They go, what?
no.
American
Yeah.
bullshit. Our West, you know, they make them, like I said, like it's like a trait. They're good though. I like
The real stuff.
the real
man.
ones. Yeah.
Yeah.
When I was down in Mexico, I tried to find a restaurant that had the best roadkill steak, and you know, order up some tacos and steaks and whatnot. And well, it was good.
I sort of like the fish tacos the best, though.
Yeah, it would be good.
Down in North Carolina, where I'm at, where I stay in the wintertime, they have this fish called the spiny dogfish, which is like a small shark. It's sort of like has the texture of flounder, but a little sweeter.
Oh yeah.
And
Is it like a shark family thing, or it's not like a puffer fish? Eh?
no, it's a shark family thing.
Yeah.
They only get maybe about 2 feet long.
Oh yeah.
Ah,
But you grill them up, throw them on a taco. Oh, but that's good stuff.
I know up here you get smaller sharks, like mud sharks they call them, dogfish.
Yeah,
There's one called a ratfish. It has a little turned up nose. It's fucking hilarious. Actually, we caught those and wrapped them up and we put the name salmon on them and put them in a guy's freezer that we didn't particularly like. I said, why do you have salmon? Meanwhile, he's got a wrapped up ratfish. He kind of knew who did it too.
Right. I like sea eel, man. That's one of my favorite fish, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that must be your Azor blood coming through.
Oh yeah, man. My old man used to make that, man.
Well, it's funny when I fish out here on the West Coast. I haven't in years, whatever. I used to always put out bottom lines, you know, to get small cod, cable fit, sable fish, or even lingcod, red snapper, while we were fishing, while we were mooching, you know. And I'd freeze and save the salmon, and that's what we fed on while we were out in the trips. Is all the whitefish, you know, the bottom fish, because I prefer that much more to salmon. I like salmon, but playing with stupid bones, I don't care. I mean, oh, I can get all the bones. No, you can't get those tiny little fuckers that get caught afterwards. I just find that a harassment for the
No,
You
taste
said
is good.
you said
I
red
like.
snapper, eh?
Oh, those are awesome. It's
Red
funny when you
snapper,
pull
right.
if you go deep for them and you pull them up fast, their eyes and mouth pop out from the pressure change.
Right.
You've had them on the boat, the eyes are popped out. This little what looks like a tongue or a
You've
dick
never had
sticking out.
red snapper until you've had Azorian style red snapper, man.
How do you cook
Yeah.
that there, Jose?
The Mexicans, they cook some good grouper down there too. They got like those sunfish and whatnot on the Baja, and wow, some of their cooking was great. I just used to feed on their seafood down there, f the rest, because it was good.
Jose,
And
Yeah,
that
Tommy.
what is Azorian red snapper?
Well, it's red snapper, but the way we do
South
it
American.
with our ingredients, man, it'll knock your socks off, man. The taste, the flavor, it's just it's
But I
out of
mean,
this world.
but is it grilled or is it sort of like?
No, it's boiled in a pot, you know,
That's
and
what
we
I
do it with you know, wine and the basic ingredients that we use. It's second to none, man.
You ever had fresh tuna? Like, I mean, not
Yeah,
yeah, cut up in steaks, put it in tinfoil, and cook on the barbecue.
yeah, we've
then
had
you-
it every style, man.
Yeah.
Like you try eating that tuna as compared to one out of the can, and you swear like this isn't the same fish.
Right.
Gotta be
You
sharp.
you have to remember, like the ocean was our garden, you know. Everything from the ocean was always fresh for us.
Where was that? Portugal?
Yeah, the Azores, man.
Yeah,
The Atlantic Ocean, man.
right. I only went out there once, caught mackerel. I was off the coast of bloody Dover.
You would find Tommy, that kind of dish you would find in Fall River, man. The same style as
Yeah, I hear you. What happened, Jose? Who fucking sniped you?
What happened to Jose?
Somebody sniped him, I think, Russell.
He's having problems. He got timed out. That's why he wasn't here for 5 minutes or so. He'll be back. Nobody, who would have sniped him? Nobody.
Yeah, really.
Nobody.
We got Russell, Ronan, Beck, you, and me. We all like Jose. Nobody would have sniped him.
Jose's a good man. Nobody.
Nobody your ass watching the hangout.
See,
since
he's
he wasn't
back.
sniped.
He's back. Yeah, if you look on the group chat text thing, well, actually, how do you tell if somebody was actually sniped or if they just left, D-Beck? Is there a difference?
that was my Wi-Fi. As I was saying, Tommy.
Yeah.
Switch it up. Either she's removed or they left.
Oh, it'll say somebody was removed by somebody else, not they just left. I got it.
You could have that kind of dish, and the same as back home in San Miguel in Fall River, man. They do it the same way in one of those Portuguese restaurants.
Yeah, I've been to Fall River a couple of times.
I know this because when I was there in 1991 in Fall River, I had the octopus dish, and it was done the same way. We do it in my kitchen at home, like my mom, the way she does it, same as the island.
You know what? You know what chef actually got started in Fall River? Anthony Bourdain.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember seeing one of his programs, and he was talking about that. It all starts with the basic ingredients, Tommy. You know, the base ingredients, I should say.
Yeah, I know, Sam. Building those flavors.
Yeah, and you gotta use the wine, eh? whether it's the red wine or the white wine, and we use beer as well to add to the flavors.
The wine also adds to the acidity, which is necessary.
Yeah, that as well.
Yeah, like cooking steak, throw wine, beer.
And
Some
also
people like beer.
the minced red pepper, the hot pepper as well. You got to have that. And the hot paprika as also.
You're getting me hungry now.
If you guys hear my television, let me know. I don't want to have it running in the background or something, but I'm watching.
No, I can hear it.
Oh, you can?
Oh, yeah.
While I talk or just all the time? I don't want to run it all the time.
Constant.
Okay, all right.
You guys must be able to hear it too, eh?
Yeah, I shut it off. No problem.
I don't give a shit.
Well, I don't want to be playing
Yo, Beck, is that your
television
dog?
shit you don't want to hear, or people don't want to hear. But anyway.
Hey, Beck, is that your dog?
Sure looks like a female dog.
No, it's a dog and it's hers.
Oh. Time to go for another toot. Shall return.
Oops, you probably hear me humming too, can't you? Sorry about that.
At least, just don't let us listen to you fapping.
I didn't even, I had to actually look. I've seen that so many times in this chat that I had to look that up in the Urban Dictionary to find out what it meant just like 2 days ago. I had no idea what that meant. And I'm still not exactly sure, except it means masturbating, right? Doesn't mean anything more than that, does it?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Hey, Tommy, let me ask you this, man. Have you ever had those Portuguese custard tarts?
You mean like a flan?
It's a tart, man. It's a Portuguese custard tart.
No.
I had a
Really?
Thai tart once.
I bet.
Probably not
They're,
the same thing you're talking about. Sorry about that.
They're world famous, man.
I'll have to look it up because I've had flan before, but I don't know about custard tarts. I'll look
Yeah.
it up.
Oh,
Yeah,
come
man.
on, man. They're delicious little pastry and a little pastry
Yeah.
thing with custard and all that. Yeah, they're fucking good. Hell, they serve that shit at 5-star restaurants, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, just that pastry stuff they use. You could put a turd in it and it would taste good. You know, the pastry, the crust and pastry stuff itself is just the best part almost, you know?
It doesn't sound right when you said turd.
Well, yeah, it's not the same with the turd, that's for sure. But the pastry stuff is delicious, man.
Yeah, we're not known for turds and custard.
Love that stuff. Well, you know me. I have to make it disgusting and different. You know?
Oh shit! I gotta get ready for it. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, see you later. See you later, Tommy. Take care.
Later, Tommy.
Well, I know what Tommy looks like now because he logged in with his webcam on. So the rest of the world may not know, but I know.
Yeah, I seen Tommy the other day, man.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why they do that on the cell phone, because it's kind of not right. You know, people log in and forget, or you should have to actively have to turn on your webcam on any site on the internet. No site should automatically turn your cell phone camera on under any circumstance, as far as I'm concerned. Nobody,
I
no one, no program, no person, no site should be even allowed to turn your camera on under any circumstance, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Richard.
But I'm not in charge. Obviously, the world would be a better place if the king was, but I'm not. So I guess we're stuck with what we got with the other people in charge.
So you've had those pastries, eh?
Oh, absolutely, and you can do a lot of things with them. I worked at a 5-star restaurant once, and we used to we used to make like little mini quiches out of them. You know, we would put all kinds of shit in them. You know, it's one we change what we put in them every week. You know, it could be some, you know, whatever, broccoli and cheese, or oysters and Rockefeller sauce, or custard, or whatever. Yeah, those things are really versatile. Like I said, that's why I said you could put a turd in them and they taste good, because I put all kinds of shit in that pastry. Now,
Yeah,
it's basically just puff pastry that you can do a lot with that. So you can buy it in sheets. You can make it yourself. You can put it into little, you know, little round things for a single serving, or big things, or whatever. You know, yeah, it's real versatile.
Custard tarts, they're delicious, man.
What sort of signifies Portuguese cooking? I mean, I'm sure there's a million different kinds of things, but if you had to like explain to somebody dumb like me simply what differentiates Portuguese cooking from other, you know, cooking, what, like, if you if I had to differentiate French cooking, I'd say, well, there's a lot of thick creamy sauces, for example, or what would you say?
It's got flavor, man. It's I guess we do a lot of seafood cooking. And when it comes to that, I'd say, you know, we're right up there, you know, when it comes to seafood.
All right.
And not just seafood dishes. We do other dishes as well. And the flavors, they pop, you know.
Yeah, I'll have to, I'm going to do a Google search and see if I can find like a Portuguese recipe, just for fun, where I can buy the ingredients in my local store here in Thailand and cook it up and see what happens.
Right.
You got me interested, because I like cooking, and you've been talking about your Portuguese cooking for a while, and you've piqued my interest.
Right. I mean, I've heard Canadian people, you know, have told me they've gone to like a Portuguese wedding, and they were like so, you know, so surprised that they were like, wow, you know, and they were really surprised and excited over their experience, you know, with the food.
Good. All right.
I went to an Italian wedding, and the gift to the new couple was quite a bit, but they got an envelope full of $150,000.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh, that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Yeah.
This starts you with your first house.
Right.
Yeah, they all chip in like 20 or 30 grand, and it got up to 150 grand for them.
Right.
Well, that'll pay for the
story.
wedding.
Yeah, I heard a story of one Italian guy. You know, he used to work, and he used to give his dad his paycheck, and he thought, you know, he didn't think nothing of it. And one day when he decided he was going to get married, he told his dad, you know, he was getting married and stuff. And his dad told him, he said, hey, let's go to the bank. And, you know, he thought, you know, okay. And his dad said, here's your money. And he was like, what? His dad said, yeah. What, you didn't think I was keeping all your money, did you? He was so shocked, you know. There his dad had, you know, quite a bit of the money. Like we're talking over $200,000. You know.
Yeah.
His dad said, yeah, his dad said to him, he said, you know, you were young and stuff, and if you would have kept the check, you would have been blowing all your money like your friends. And so what I did was I kept putting your money in a bank account so you wouldn't spend it all. And here's your money.
Yeah. Well, I know a few of the, like that particular Italian couple I know, but they're cousins and whatnot. They're quite often a wedding gift would be a house because, you know, Italians used to accumulate a lot of houses in BC here when they, you know, first immigrated in. Worked hard, bought up real estate, and they would quite often give the new couple a house. There you go, there's your gift. I always thought that was pretty good.
Yeah, but that's not to say that every Italian, you know, they end
No,
up with
not
one or
every, but
grand at
it
their
was
wedding.
it was quite common in the area where we lived for, you know, Italian families to accumulate, you know, a few houses per family. And they'd rent them out and pass them down to the children. It was a good investment. God. Not like us. We'd be out there spending money on cars and
Beer.
smash. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I hear you.
Booze, dope, and cars and partying. And
Yeah, you know who else does that is the Indians, East Indians. They all live. A lot of them they live in one house, and then what they do is they'll buy another house, and they all contribute, and they'll pay that one off, and they carry on doing the same thing. You know, they'll buy another house, and they help one another, man.
Oh yeah, well everybody will work, you know, that can. There's usually the old woman that will take care of the many children.
Kid. Yeah, man.
Many children, and you know, the rest will work in 2 jobs, 3, depending on what.
Yeah. Yeah.
But there's some kind of fraud going on. Like I knew a particular guy who would have 1 Class 1 license, and he was a Sikh, big beard and everything. But the 1 license carried for about 3 different drivers, and it was pretty hard to tell. You couldn't, well, that's not you, you know. But yeah, that I knew of the one situation. That's why I bring it up, right?
I know what you mean, man, because we had a case. We had a couple of cases here in Ontario where, you know, they were using like over 10 different names and different addresses.
Yeah.
They were on the system, and they were having these checks delivered to, you know, different addresses, and they were milking the system, man.
Oh yeah, it's easy fraud for the Western ignorance. You know, everybody's out there passive, opening their hands, going, "Oh, help!" And it's pretty easy to manipulate. Hey, did you ever in Ontario? I know that big crackdown for all the trucks that weren't maintained properly and wheels flying off, going through people's windows, and you know, it was the typical drivers usually that won't spend the money and have their trucks banned off the road, and they have to spend.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
did
I know
they clear that up? Because I know they were really cracking down. They were putting up stops everywhere, and they were pulling trucks off the road right away and saying, "No, you're not getting this back on until you put in your 10 grand or whatever was necessary." And if the truck was caught again on the road, it would be confiscated.
Yeah, I think they're on top of that now, man.
Yeah, I know they were going to have a big crackdown because there was a lot of pressure, and I never heard anything about it. So that usually means that it works.
Yeah,
or it
they
worked,
do that.
You know?
They do that every spring.
Yeah.
Yeah, and usually they have now the OPP who are on the highways, and they're pulling over these trucks that you're referring to.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're pretty much on top of it now.
You know, the truckers I knew that used to keep up the maintenance on their tractors and whatnot, they're pretty shiny. They put, oh God, the hours they put in, you know, with all their polished aluminum and chrome and whatnot. Well, when they go through the scales and the check, the guys actually, they know the truck because it's so, like, you know, it's outstanding as far as the rest. They get underneath and it's more of an effort for them. They go, this guy's not going to have brakes that are fucked. He just never does. So they sit there and they have to go through the motion, but they sit there on their little wheels and they just slide right through the truck and they go, yeah, go. And then the next guy that has this that comes in, you know, maybe he's
on their dollies. On
their
dolly.
Well, the next truck that comes in, you know, the guy might not be there, so he's got all his forms out, and they're checking them, and they're checking every square inch of the truck, and they're pulling it. Get off the road now. You're overloaded.
No, don't worry, man. They're doing their duty, man, on those scales, man.
Oh,
Because
I'm like my buddies say. He says, "Oh, I'm all for it because they don't do anything to me or Todd or anybody like that. They just take the guys that are got the stupid vehicles and they take them off the road and they make them pay huge money."
Right. Because what was happening was there were so many cases of these flying wheels on the highways, and you know, there was quite a few fatalities over that, and so
well, that's what I was asking. That. I know, because I was around the heavy duty because I'm a heavy duty mechanic on the machinery as well, and you know, I didn't like doing trucks. Keep this anyway. But you know, you'd see some over-tightened lugs. They were ready to snap right off. I remember one truck lost a wheel, and I went up there, and there was the Department of Transport and everything up because it was close to the garage, right?
Right.
And I wanted to say why this wheel fell off. Well, every stud was snapped off of one wheel, and there was no extra strain. It was only doing like 7 miles an hour or something when this wheel flew off. It was on the tractor.
Yeah,
I was talking to the driver. I was going like this, and then I was talking to the cop that was the next to the transport guy, and we were all doing the big mass analyzation of what happened, and they focused right where they should. Like, what garage did this wheel here? You know, because it must have been torqued up to. They're torqued to 425 pounds. So
right.
That one is probably up to about 650. Well, you know, you've got to have one hell of an air wrench to get 650 pounds, or a hand compound torque wrench.
Yeah, man.
It must have been to snap all those, because they were clean snaps. It wasn't like pulled threads or anything. But anyway, that's good that you guys got them off the road. I remember all those flying tires going through people's windows.
Yeah, man.
The bouncing tire. Imagine that. Those things weigh like 80, 90 pounds, 95. Full tire and rim.
Especially when, you know, a vehicle is doing, you know, one.
Yeah, you're doing 140, which you always do in Ontario, or 150. And the wheel's bouncing down the road in the opposite direction, probably at about 80. And then it takes a hop and hops right on top of your window. Whoops.
Hello.
Hey. So Jose timed out again. How come he gets timed?
Well, hello there, Petra. How are you today? Looks like you got your hair in a little bun or something. I don't know what you call it over there. We call it a bun over here, I think.
Yep.
How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great. Just so everybody knows, I want to make this perfectly clear. There's a Mrs. Neely who apparently is obsessed with the king, who thinks that if I don't have admin powers, everybody will just eject me from the panel. And I want to make it perfectly clear, I have no admin powers at all. And so there you go. We'll see if Mrs. I Hate the King turns out to be right or not.
It's just that Ashley Neely woman, or whatever it is, isn't it?
Yeah, she's a 29-year-old girl who's obsessed with the king, who really should be out making something of her life, not wasting her time worrying about what King Richard is doing on the panel.
Switch today.
How old are you, Richard?
I am 56, and I suspect that Mrs. Ashley Neely will be obsessed for quite some time to come, but I could be wrong.
29 years old. How sad to be sitting there on that many hours making stupid, snide little comments, for fuck's sake.
I know, and the thing that's so weird is she's been here like 5 days and immediately wants to control the room, tell Armando what to do, what's going on. It's just kind of, you're right, it's sad, but it's like sort of a little bit shocking that people at 29, and the reason I say that's kind of shocking because at 29, I'm worried about my career. I'm worried about my family. I'm worried about what I'm going to do in life. I'm not worried about what some guy or girl I consider as a douchebag is doing on chat. You know, even if I hated that person, I still have a million better things to do than become obsessed with them, you know?
Yeah, at 29,
Yeah,
I was wondering.
wild.
I was wondering who I could get in the hot tub in Jasper.
Yeah, exactly. That kind of, yeah, amazing. All that, you know, whatever.
I spent.
Imagine you're 29 years old and you're obsessed with some 56-year-old douchebag, and that's going to become your life for a while. It's like, oh, to me, it'd be like, oh, fuck him. I'm going to go do something else, you know, whatever.
Staring at a stupid computer for that many hours with silly comments. I mean, these people have to be fucking lame.
I know she's if your picture's accurate, she's a fairly good-looking, nice, you know, fairly nice-looking young lady who could certainly find better things to do than be in some battle with some dude that doesn't even care if he's in the battle at all anyway, you know?
Well, a girl looked like that, unless she's absolutely retarded and fucking flake out, would have, you know, would have a social life of some sort, gay or otherwise.
Well, if her outside of internet communications with people is the same as it is in the 5 days I've seen her here, it would explain why she doesn't have any outside communication, you know. But I don't make any judgments or assumptions about outside of internet, because I think a lot of people play a character on chat, you know.
I'm in the same age group as you. I'm 58. You know, I come here because, you know, I mean, what am I going to do? Run around spending money trying to entertain myself? And I got a sore back, so.
Yeah, you know, it's an interesting world, but I have an open invitation. I don't care how much somebody hates me or whether they like me or not. Anybody that comes to Thailand and wants to meet the king, I'll pick you up at the airport and bring you to your hotel, and we'll go partying along the way, and you can find out for yourself that the king is the most fabulous human being on the whole fucking planet, Petra. Come on over.
Getting a flight now.
I was actually going to go to Thailand in '78.
Well, let's see, 78. Well, I'd have been just old enough. I would have been 18 joining the.
Lovely. 15,
darling. Oh, excellent, darling.
Talk to Dave on the hangout.
What?
Talk to Dave and Bear on the hangout. And Rose.
Bella, what you want, baby? What you want? What? What?
So, Jose, you're retired as well, are you?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see a problem with retired people here, all old, and stay content with their life, coming in here and having a chat. But 29 years old or whatever, to sit here and.
It's the obsession that gets me, not so much what she's doing, but the amount of time and effort spent doing it is kind of what gets me. And she hates Petra too, or something. I don't know what the fuck Petra ever did to anybody, but probably just because she didn't suck her ass and join her little cult of hate. Now she can't, you know, get along with even Petra. What the fuck, man? It's crazy.
Well, most people that read her stuff would tell her to F off anyway. So, I mean,
well, according to her, she's missed popularity all over the internet.
Oh, I see.
I think they call that being delusional.
Is that the mirror talking to her?
I have no idea. I don't think her mirror will talk to her either. Could be wrong.
Is she still on there putting stuff down?
Oh yes, of course. Yeah. She's trying to convince Ronan to come in and hope there's some big argument and whatever. Ronan, I've been chatting with Ronan all day long, and there haven't been any arguments. Seems like that's water over the dam already. Anyway, she's hoping something stirs up between me and Ronan and whatever. It's just nonsense. Who cares?
Hey, Ronan didn't even pick out that whatever David Bowie clown.
Nobody
He was
wants to
yapping
kick
off at this
anybody
thing.
out, really. I mean, I
So, I mean,
kicked
he totally,
Ronan out a
yeah.
bunch of times because I was drunk and being stupid, and I understand. I recognize it was stupid, and I wouldn't do it again anyway. But whatever.
There you go.
Bella, stop forcing me to give you a treat.
Is that a cockatiel you got there, Petra?
Yeah? Would you like to see her?
Okay.
Here she is. Can you see her?
Yeah, pure white.
She's a yellow.
The yellow cheeks. Cool. I knew a girl that had one, the gray one. That could dance quite well.
That's nice.
Actually, the thing could talk as well, but it wasn't quite clear like a cockatoo or an African gray parrot. But you could tell what it was saying. It was funny. Real character.
Yeah, the budgie cat bit it only once.
It's a cockatiel.
I don't them fuckers on the hangout come onto the YouTube chat, driving me fucking nuts. This. I mean, the chat in there. I may as well chat on the fucking YouTube chat, you know.
Yep.
It's a good question. I don't know why. It could be a microphone. It could be, you know, I was on, well, actually I wasn't. But, yeah, it's a good question. I mean, when you ask them, what do they say?
Well, they normally
Nothing.
say we stay in here because we can't stand Richard's fucking voice. But, I mean, they can mute the stream and still chat on the text, you know.
That's why they respond when I talk to them in voice, because they can't stand my voice and they mute me. I don't think so.
Well, not everybody. Only, you know, 7 in 10, you know.
Right. I think you can't stand my voice.
Oh, I think your voice is okay, you know.
Oh, that's not what you said a second ago.
Well, it helps me swallow a paracetamol, you know.
Anyway, let's not argue about the king's voice. People can make their own opinion about the king's voice. Most people like it. Even Ronan loves my voice. He says I have a pretty voice.
All right. Simpson's joining the YouTube.
Great.
Alok might come into voice if they can speak fucking English.
I think you said you wanted to punch my voice, didn't you? Somebody said that once. They'd like to punch my voice.
No, I wouldn't do that. Would I do that?
Somebody said that. I don't know. I thought it might have been you, but somebody has said that before.
Oh, I bet you they wouldn't hit an old man. Fucking hell.
No, my voice. They didn't want to punch me. They wanted to punch my voice.
I think it was your thorax. I think it was your thorax.
No. It was the voice. You're not getting it.
You can't punch your voice.
Yes, I know. They were making a joke. Goodness. Jeez. I guess jokes aren't funny when you have to explain them to the listener, so never mind.
No, I wasn't really listening, to be honest.
Okay. Where's Dave? He can come in. Entertain folks at home. Petra, put your little cam back up so I can see your bird. There you go. You got your bird on your shoulder. Cool.
Bird on her shoulder.
There's a bluebird on your shoulder.
Aye, Captain.
Oh, look at that. The bird's giving you a kiss. That's cute. Huh. She said, aye, aye, Captain, and it went over and gave you a kiss.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Cock-a-doodle.
Well, when the animals like you, it means you're good.
Yep.
Dave coming in or what?
I don't know. He's in the text talking to Shotgun.
No, he'll only come in if he can sniff some pussy.
Don't you be pooing on me.
Petra don't stink that much, but as soon as one of them Aussies come in, he'll be right in here. Well, they're working Tommy harder and harder, eh?
That little bird.
You won't let you touch you with
Tommy's
your
beat
stroke her. You got to stroke it with your nose and your mouth.
What happens if you bite her?
If I bite her,
Yeah.
she'll die.
Oh, going to clean your ears out. Sheena. Yes. Yes, Mia. Yes, Mia. Oh, can't wait, Dave. Can't wait. Oh. Leicester City play tonight. The Brit Awards are on. Petra?
What's on?
Music Awards, the Brit Awards.
Oh, yeah, what time?
7:30.
No, I'll be Nah, thanks, Beck. And me, I was wanted to watch that.
What headlines are?
The Brits.
That's cool, Petra, how much that bird loves you.
Yeah, she's lovely, isn't she?
Yeah.
You don't normally see birds like that, do you? Because the birds we see always fly away, but she's right here.
Yeah, you
Well,
could see her kissing her.
I've seen a lot of cockatiels that are a little flippy, you know, they never do that. But then I've seen ones that are, you know, dancing and talking and that. But that one looks like a pretty mellow, cool one.
Lovely. She's so cute. She's lovely, like.
She's so affectionate. Yeah.
Yeah, she is. And she just keeps herself busy. Like she the cage is by the lamp, and then the shelves. So they're her toys. Like she climbs onto the lamp and then she goes on the shelf and she's made up. Like she's free around the house. So.
Does she like performing for people?
No.
Oh, because I knew one that just loved it when people come over. He made some certain noises, start dancing and fluttering and making a big fuss and coming over and wanting to get on your shoulder. I think she knows she's on camera.
You on camera? You on camera?
Well, it can probably hear us talking too.
Yeah, they're not stupid
Yeah, so it's
animals.
probably like,
She's only 2.
You could probably work with that bird, get it to do quite a few things
Yeah,
if she can't already.
I'll have to look up. I was trying to get to talk because I thought she was a boy at first, and only the boys
Yeah.
have got voice boxes. But
Right.
found out only a couple of months ago. Thought she's a boy until she started laying eggs.
Oh,
At the risk of sounding really fucking stupid, can it fly?
Yeah, yeah. She hasn't had the wings trimmed and nothing. She flies around the room. She doesn't fly that much,
Right.
but
There's no risk there, Richard. Okay, now.
loves the cuddles. Bella's still moaning at me for the treat. She doesn't stop looking at me for about 15 minutes. I'm not giving in.
Yeah. Have you got a tumble dryer?
Why?
Millions of owners of potentially lethal tumble dryers have been warned not to use them until they've been repaired. Hot Point, Creda, and Indeset brands have been behind a series of fires. You can use them as long as you stand next to them.
Yeah, probably the coil. That coil.
Yeah, it's millions of them, Ozzy.
Obviously,
That'll
they got a
cost
problem.
them Yeah. It'll fucking cost them a bit. That'll cost them a fair penny.
That's a big brand, Hot Point.
Well, it's Hot Point, Creda, and Indeset brands. They're all owned by Whirlpool.
Yeah,
Standards advise people not to use them at all.
that's going to put a dent in Whirlpool's sales.
One big fuck up.
The Brits are on, yeah! Sounds like a kettle's boiling when it whistles on this computer.
Fucking hell, ban the old perverts. What's fucking old? What's old and what's a pervert?
Have you, Beck? Have you fixed a dryer before? Like replaced the wire?
The coil, no. No,
The
not
coil,
gonna-
yeah.
No, not a dryer, no. No, they're like fridge dryers. They should go on for fucking ever, eh?
Yeah, I fixed a couple of the dryers, those coils, man.
You know how I replaced mine?
Threw it out.
Bought a new one. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
I just figure when one thing goes, then the next thing is going to go. It's just going to be repair from then on. So you might as well scrap it and buy a new one.
Yeah, but when you have a lot of time, you know, you can make it work. You know, replacing a coil for $50, it's not a bad deal.
Did you see that picture in text? I thought that was funny as fuck with that girl inside. She's sitting inside of the dryer with the dryer door open. And the caption says, look, this dryer comes with a free dishwasher.
Yeah, I seen that. Yeah.
That was funny, man. It's kind of sexist, but it was funny, you know. It'd have been better with an Asian girl, because Asian girls do that stuff because they want to, not because, you know, they're like, you know, it would have been less sexist, actually, if it was a Asian girl.
Man, that would fucking hurt if you were to go inside one of those dryers and get tumbled, man.
Fucking kids do that shit all the time, and fucking some people die in the Navy. We had ones that are like 8 feet across, and people would put their foot on one side and their hands on the other thing. It was just big enough so you kind of hold on,
Right.
and you'd hold on for just a little while, and then the force or whatever would fuck you up, and you'd lose control, and they start bang, 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 bang all over the fucking thing, and somebody shut it down. And they come out all dizzy and beat up,
Fucking all bruised.
Oh man, pretty much nobody tried that shit twice, and it's like new people would do it that had never. You wouldn't do it if you'd ever seen anybody do it either. But them laundry people, they were all about trying to convince somebody to try it.
Oh fuck.
I said what I said is, sure, I'll try it. You go first. I want to see what happens. Oh no, we can't. We've all done it before. We're not gonna do that.
You wouldn't catch me doing that even drunk, man.
I'm telling you, those fuckers start spinning pretty fucking fast too. They're not slow. They got all kinds of torque, because wet clothing is fucking heavy.
Yeah, man.
Thanks.
Are you a cute little bird? Are you a tiny little bird? Oh, I was kissing her before, and she put her head under a wing. She tucked her head in a wing, bless her.
Yeah, Petra, she's one of a kind, really.
She's lovely. She's so cute. Cute. Wouldn't hurt a fly. Best mates.
Jose, how come your contraption keeps timing out?
What's that?
You keep getting timed out. Doesn't seem to happen.
Oh, that's my Wi-Fi, man.
What are you on a phone?
I'm on a Android tablet, and sometimes the signal just gets interfered, and then I just lose the signal.
Okay.
Hey, Bella.
Bella!
Teddy bear.
She hasn't been out for a walk today because it's been too cold and raining. The poor Bella's had to stay in. She didn't like the rain.
What the hell? She's got a waterproof coat.
Yeah. She got wet the other day. Took her to the park when it was raining. She kept going to the gate, wanted to go out. She didn't like going out in the rain. Oh, Bella. Oh, Bella. Oh, Bella. Teddy bear, aren't you? You're a teddy bear. She knows that's the camera because she keeps facing away from me. Let's do this for the day. Do you stay there?
Fucking copyrighting me without my permission.
I was going to put the beard on the dog then, but the bear flew away.
Ella wants an appearance fee. There's seven Earth-sized planets found around the star. Plane flies along giant Antarctic crack. Oh, maybe just 175 kilometer long fissure. Fucking hell, that iceberg's a quarter the size of Wales. becomes a nice bird.
I'm just surprised that the little dog and the bird get along so well. I mean, every little dog I had would be going after that fucker in a second.
Bella's the best. She loves cats. I've got a cat as well, but she's a kitten. Bella's fine with them, me dog.
Cat's not too keen on a bird.
No, the cat's a bit weird, but she doesn't get her claws out or her teeth or nothing. She's just curious. You know, when did I tell you, Beck, when the cat went out the other night, she brought back a leaf for me as a present.
She out now?
No, she's here.
That box.
You might want to go in a minute, but she don't stay out for long.
You can just see the head.
She wants to go out.
Cat. Is that cat pure black?
Yep, I'll show you then. She wants to go outside now. Here she is.
Ooh.
So I've got a box over here.
You'll be hitting the keyboard in a minute.
She got better, didn't she, Beck? Remember when she used to scratch and picked it up?
Oh, yeah, she's getting big.
They're cuddly.
Mm.
Oh, little Kiki. Come on.
Yeah, in the summer you'll be able to leave the window open. It will jump in the window, won't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Get one of them screens to put across the door, you know, like a see-through screen so you can leave the door open, but like the bird can't get out, but the cat can like slip through it. Like a barrier thing, screen. Drop above.
Oh yeah, you can't leave a bloody window open, can you?
No.
Does the cat show any interest in the bird?
Yeah, she stalks at the bed and like she jumps by the bed when the bed's on the floor. She'll jump right by and the bed will just fly. She nearly got it the other day with a paws, but her claws and her teeth went out. She just wants to touch the bed, but she'll learn. She won't go after it like. If I don't leave the bed and the cat alone together, so I'm always here. And if they are together when I'm not there, I put the bed in the cage, and they're always in separate rooms if I'm not here.
Yeah, you got to keep your eye on it.
Yep, that all the time.
But since you didn't have the bird's wings clipped, it does have that ability to bugger off and land up on, something on like the picture frame, or above the curtain.
Yep. But the other day when she went for the bed was on my knee and I wasn't looking stupidly. I was on here. The cat jumped up. I don't know what she did, but the bed didn't have a mark on her. She just grabbed her, but she didn't have her claws and her teeth out. But that was my fault for letting me guard down.
That's it.
I've discovered 4 new frogs in India, smaller than they can sit on your thumbnail.
Huh? Frogs in India?
Yeah, 4 new species of frog in India, smaller than your thumbnail.
It's not like that species of frog they have in Australia where you lick its back and get some sort of high. What the hell is that? Yeah, you lick the back of a frog.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember. It sounded stupid to me.
Right, I'm going to watch the Brits, guys. I'll be back on later.
Yeah, catch you later.
Have a good one.
Brit Awards. Oh, they actually found 7 new species.
So, Richard, what was that you were talking about? Camaros yesterday or something?
Yeah, the new 2017. I don't know, just the top of the line one. At first, I thought it was 198 miles an hour, like on a open straightaway kind of thing, but it actually averaged 198 miles an hour around an oval track. Instead, it hit like 202 something, going in the direction of the wind, a little slower, facing the wind. But they said with, simple modifications, it goes over 200 miles an hour. And it's a beautiful looking car. I kind of liked the not the SS, but the other one for cornering and track and all that. But this one is just beautiful. It really, the one they showed in the picture was red and black and just looked fantastic. But I was just my comment I made was people think, oh, the muscle cars of the past are so much better. It does 11 seconds in the quarter mile and goes 200 miles an hour. That is not worse than the muscle cars of the day. It's way, way, way better.
Oh,
It's just a really,
leaps and bounds.
really beautiful car. And, I didn't look at the engine or that kind of thing, but my guess is it's not supercharged. And if you wanted to supercharge it, you get all the more out of it,
Yeah. Well, if you look at the Corvette, it's 1 or 2 steps ahead of that Camaro even. And
well, I think it's the same engine. I think it has the
Yeah, it could be.
427 Corvette engine in it.
Probably.
They generally use the same 427 unless you buy the Corvette that's made in Kentucky, the best Corvette where you go down and tour the factory and pick it up. And I forget what it's called, maybe the C version or whatever. It's in Bowling Green, Kentucky. And they make a big deal out of you coming down and picking it up and all that.
Well, you got to say, I'm not a big fan of the new design of the Camaro. I don't really like the external shell, but if you look underneath the car, the sophistication.
Right. Have you seen the brand new one I'm talking about? You might change.
Oh,
I
know.
I didn't like the 2016 model so much either, but I do like this. I like the picture anyway. Maybe if it.
Oh, maybe they've got it better. But
yeah.
I mean, you can't match the sophistication. Like people say.
Yeah.
And a lot of times people that did know a little bit about cars in the earlier days, it's because they got confused because a computer came in and started doing analyzation instead of just a general this and that and make excuses why they can't tune it. But no, I mean, you can't. You look at the emissions even coming out of the engine as it's doing its 200 miles an hour, and it'll probably be a tenth of what the emissions would be coming out of a 427 Ford side oiler in an AC Cobra, which would only be doing 140 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's just it really is just incredible how what kind of gets me is that it's not all that much slower than the $300,000 class with Ferrari and the Lexus LFA and those kind of. It's slightly less fast for like 80 grand for completely loaded with all the Brembo brakes and the top stereo and all that bullshit. You can pick it up for about 70 instead of 300.
Well, if you buy the C6 Corvette, it wipes the Ferraris and everything right off the track. It does it all the time in the races. And it's under 100 grand, and it cleans ass. Those things can't keep up. Just can't.
Nothing will beat the torque on an electric car once you get rid of these old polluting petrol engines.
Yeah, but how are you going to store the energy to power that engine in the electric car? You can have batteries or some other huge amount of weight. I mean, they do go like hell, but I mean, there's just that limitation that you can't store the energy necessary unless you have an internal combustion engine running a generator that can't make any more power than you're producing. So again, you're locked into that. How are you going to get your electric power? Hydrogen?
You charge it.
No, hydrogen
Batteries,
doesn't work.
Batteries rechargeable. You charge the battery up again.
And lithium ion, at this point in time, you'll still need 1,000 pounds of battery to propel yourself around. It has to be changed
Far
and
more
recharged.
efficient, far more efficient and cheaper than a petrol engine.
No, if you're looking at what I'm saying, if they start charging power for you to charge your little car, all of a sudden they go, wow, everybody's charging their electric cars. Let's put the power charge per kilowatt or whatever up to this price. Now you're in the same factor, and they're going to say, well, it costs money to generate electricity.
Well,
Unless you have a lightning rod on board. You could have a lightning rod on your car.
Well, in America, you have enough Tesla stations. You could drive across the country for free right now.
Yeah, but that's right now, Richard. When things start clicking in, if so, nobody's going to be giving you free power.
Increase the electricity
You're going to be
charges.
charged.
Yeah, possibly. Doubt it.
Well,
And
but
the
the reality
thing will be
is that the
monopolized.
energy, the way, if you want to start talking about the energy and all that, the truth is the energy transmission to get that same amount of energy for you to drive around is more efficient, even though we have a shitty line infrastructure, than to bring trucks full of petrol to gas stations. You know, it really is.
Yeah, but you're just talking a different way of generation. How do you store that energy in the car to be able to make it?
You're right, with batteries. With batteries, for sure.
Which uses more power and whatnot, and then in cold weather, I mean, they're getting around things and that whatnot, but still, you're not going to be getting free power.
No, it's not that it's free. I don't think anybody's saying they're free, are they?
Well, to the point now, they're offering it for an inducement. Here, buy an electric car. You can come and charge it for free, or charge it for what the going price is. But as soon as electricity,
it's over 60% cheaper than petrol to charge it.
If you had
that doesn't take into account replacing the $32,000 battery, though. You know, yeah, it's cheaper, right? I'm telling you, if you add in the battery cost over the long term, then I'm not sure it is. Or does it? I mean, I don't believe it does.
If you had a conversion in California of 50% of the cars going full electric, not hybrid, you think the companies aren't going to sit there and increase the price by double?
Well, they would have to, because they don't have.
They'd have to generate that much more power.
That's right.
There'd have to be that much more power generated.
Right. It takes years to build the plants, and they would raise the price to discourage people from using air conditioning. You know, it's like, look, we only have so much. You're going to have to cut back somewhere. You're right. But the whole idea is to do this kind of shit slowly, see what works, see what doesn't work. Of course. You know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I 100% agree. You're never going to have an electric powered race car that beats the gas powered race cars, because there's more joules of energy that you can store in the petrol cars, and the weight versus the weight and the amount of energy you can store in the electric cars. But we'll see down the road. They do have the F1 electric racing series, you know.
Without even entertainment factor, I'm not talking racing entertainment. Wow, we wrecked a car, whatever. Just general transporting yourself around, full electric. You're going to have a lot more power generation needed. So how are you going to do that? And then all of a sudden the prices are going to increase. It's transferring, actually.
Some of the points are already being put in place.
I'm not talking about efficiency of driving around an electric car. I mean, they proved that with the E3 that they crushed back in 1980 or whatever.
So most people 125 miles to work, you know. I don't suppose you've got off-peak where after midnight electricity is actually cheaper.
What he's saying is that's the way it is now, but if everybody's doing that, then the equation changes to something. Everybody plugs it in at night. It's not as though nobody's using electricity anymore at night.
Hey,
brownout
my experience, the more popular something gets, the cheaper it becomes. You're saying if it gets more popular, it's going to be 10 times more expensive. That would,
of course,
be
we've never seen that with energy. That is absolutely not the case with energy.
Never. There's no monopoly there. No.
Well, I doubt it'll increase even threefold.
It
Well, I
depends
can
on
agree
the
with
usage.
that. I don't think electricity would go up 300% either, Beck. Yeah, I can agree with that.
But it will actually just be another drain on your amount in your pocket as the gasoline would be.
Well, as opposed to less service, you know.
And then
So
what kind of electric power are you going to generate? There's not that much opportunity for hydroelectric. So what do? Gas or nuke? And the best way to generate power is nuclear.
every new house built here for the last 15 years has had to be 30% solar.
Well, if you do nuclear power properly and don't build it against the ocean where there's tidal waves or any other stupidity that they do, it can be done very and efficiently. But it causes you have to maintain highly and have supposed natural disasters not affected.
About you, but the target for 2030 is 80% renewable energy in Europe, and they're well on the way to that target.
What are you talking about? Those big stupid propeller generators?
No, talk about solar, tidal energy. There's massive projects in tidal energy. There's windmills around the UK. You've got over 40,000 windmills. Germany is ahead of most people, but obviously we're not quite up to these. We generate more solar power than the rest of the world put together.
Yeah.
4.8 gigawatts, something like that.
Yeah, I think it would have gone on a little harder than it is.
Well, we see technology is advancing. There's a super thin solar panel now, thin film.
I like the idea of the solar energy and the desalination working together. That's a good idea.
There's lots of, they've already got them out in the Middle East, Saudi, Bahrain, Kuwait. They've had them for 20 years.
What, the desalination? No, done through solar desalination, not energy.
Well, they've got the biggest solar array out in Saudi. They're building that new city. That's all solar powered.
Well, they should.
Where they're building Kingdom Tower, kilometre high. That whole city is solar powered.
Well, they should.
Well, it's going to be when it finishes. Well, there's a lot of countries trying to keep up. Azerbaijan's building one. They won't say what. They're building one in Shanghai. It's going to be until this Kingdom Tower finishes in 20, is it?
Yeah, well, that's a great thing. We're definitely
in China, you can barely live in their cities. What is it?
Oh, yeah,
30%?
Yeah, that
30%
European
of the water is just like, I don't know, acid or something.
Yeah, there's definitely some fucked up pollution in China, that's for sure.
Yeah.
You get that in Rome, you get it in Paris, you get it in London, you get it in Milan, you get it in Lisbon. They're banning cars, half the cars, most weekends.
See, that was another thing.
Charging them.
That was another thing about the United States. With regulation, they came in with those emission laws under Nixon in '72, and it forced them actually to do technologies for the internal combustion engine that weren't matched anywhere else in the world. And you have the emission limits in the United States that other cars like from China or India can't match, so they can't sell them here, which is a good thing.
Well, I don't think any emission laws are more stringent than the UK's.
Yeah, you guys don't have a high, you allow a high particulate matter, so you're kind of lacking in some ways. That's why your converter, I think you've upgraded from years ago, 2 years back. But no, the US has the most. Japan has very stringent ones too.
We start using mostly unleaded fuel in the 80s.
Yeah, but
But,
Europe was
even
so.
they're
used to
banning
their-
diesel now. And most,
Well, that's
most,
it. You guys always use diesel. You know, you've always used diesel since
no,
day
they're
one.
banning
since
diesel
I
now.
lived there.
They're banning diesel cars in London, Birmingham.
Yeah.
They're banning diesel.
Well, it's pretty hard to clean diesel because if you do combust all the fuel, you get a high oxides of nitrogen out there. So that's why diesel can't be cleaned up very efficiently. They use urea and different additives. Not worth it.
There's 3 cities in London exceeded the pollution levels. They've done it several times every month for winter. There's big problems there. Very big problems.
Well, even when I lived in England, 80% of the houses were still using coke and coal to heat the houses. So they're sitting like on trees.
That was the 50s.
No, that was in the 70s. Well, 68, 69. They were still burning coal, and they were going to coke because it was cleaner. But a lot of people were still on the coal stove, you know, and they'd have radiators that the coal, I guess there was a bladder inside the fireplace that would heat it up and put it out to the radiators. But they were mostly using coal, unless the more posh places were using coking fireplaces.
No, there isn't a single coal mine left in the UK now that's open.
No?
No, they're closed.
Arthur Scargill's gone.
Yeah, they shut them down, destroy your unions.
Well, you guys, what, mostly generate on gas? Where do you get that from? That Kazakhstan?
Gas and oil. Use our own oil.
Yeah, you got North Sea
Import
oil.
gas. Import, well, we've got our own gas too, but we still import Russian gas.
Yeah, when Ukraine shuts it off or vice versa.
Well, they can shut the Ukrainians off. I doubt they'll shut ours off. Too much money involved.
Well, Dobin will probably do it.
Hmm?
The Turkish guy
the
there.
biggest.
The Turkish guy, he likes to try to shut them off too, because the pipes go right through Turkey.
Well, they're building a big pipeline into Russia, into China, the Russians.
Yeah, well, that's a long time ago, yeah. Oh well.
It's still going on now.
Who cares?
They want as much oil and gas as they can get. They're still sitting on their own reserves, massive reserves of coal, gas in China.
You know, people used to, I don't know what it was, 10 years ago, they used to say, oh, oil's running out.
Oh, peak oil. That's a load of bollocks.
Yeah, there's still tons of it down there. Don't kid yourself.
Once they start laying pipe and drilling more than 4,000 or 5,000 feet, there's plenty of fucking oil left.
Lots.
All depends
If
on
you-
what kind of sensitive area you're allowed to drill in, you know.
Well, where I lived up in northeastern BC, if you went traveling around in the hills and mountains, all you'd find was old capped wells because it was a heavier oil, disaccharide or whatever they call it. It's not bitumen, but it's like a thick syrupy oil, and there's just tons of it up there. And there's capped wells that have been capped for 10 years. You even see blowouts up there. But that's the way it's done. I watched them.
Depends on the price of oil.
I watched them build a drill rig from start to finish on the train. I'd go by every day, and over a month I'd see it, scaffolding built, build a drill, tower, put it down, sink it, find the oil, take it down, cap it, go away, and then after that you didn't see anything but a clear area in the capped wellhead. And that was everywhere. They weren't taking it. They were just drilling, getting it ready to take in the future. But they're not taking it. It's all capped, ready to go. And that's about 70% of it.
Yeah.
Got to use somebody else's oil. Brent light crude is easier to refine for most refineries.
Crude is a good quality oil, but let's say if it's financially viable, they'll get it.
Oh yeah. But as you've noticed, they don't bark off about oil shortage anymore with fracking happening out and whatnot. It's all quiet. Nobody says, "Oh yeah, there's a limited amount of oil" like they used to. You don't hear anything like that anymore.
They're trying to get them some to cut production now. That's what's pushing the price up a little bit.
Yeah, I wonder if it'll ever go up.
Oh,
Probably.
a lot of people.
It depends.
There's a lot of jobs involved in it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But the thing is, as you put the price up, it forces people to look for alternative sources, so they put more emphasis in their investment. So when oil comes back, they go, "Oh, we don't need you anymore. We've changed."
Are you guys getting an echo, or is it just me?
I'm getting an echo too. I don't know why. I haven't gotten anything on.
Oh, yeah, hang on, mute myself. See if you still get it.
No, I don't know.
Yeah, it was you, Beck. There we go.
Well, turn the speakers down.
Okay, carry on. Sorry.
Oh, it was nothing important. Do you have anything to talk about?
Not really. No, the whole energy thing, I think it's great. I think the more solar, the more wind, the more all hydrogen, whatever, it reduces our reliance on oil, which, if nothing else, keeps the price of gasoline and the other people's cars down too. You know, I think it's great.
Oh yeah.
I think they should stop making fucking clothing out of oil. Personally, I go to the store and all the gym wear, you know, the gym clothes and stuff like that. I can feel it. It's fucking poisonous. I hate that polyester shit. It's disgusting.
Polyester sucks.
My friend always complains about that's that Chinese plastic. You can smell it. It's got all sorts of fucking fumigation coming out from it. And it's just so funny.
Cotton feels good on your skin. That shit feels creepy. I don't even have to do a study to know that when I put some clothing on, when it feels like that fucked up, there's something wrong with it. And I put some cotton on, it feels perfectly fine. I don't need a study to tell me one's better than the other, you know?
Saturday Night Fever. The polyester time.
My wife wears that shit and itches up a fucking storms, always wanting me to scratch her. And go buy some cotton and leave me alone, you know? Jeez. She just don't get it, though. She's like this cheap ass. I mean, she makes fucking fantastic money. She's cheap as fuck. And I'm like, God damn, you're too cheap to buy clothes that don't make you itch all day just because the difference is like $1 a shirt or something. It's ridiculous, man. She did finally buy some fucking cotton pajamas, though. I'll give her that. Thank God.
Well,
Yes.
the culture etches that guilt in there. Oh, no, you've got to save because the future catastrophe, you know, you've got to save.
Well, she grew up really poor, and I don't know. That's her excuse. I've heard the excuses. I don't give a fuck about any of them. This is the last time we're going to anything other than a really nice room. She booked to play her average, kind of okay room at the hotel we're going to. It's the last time. Yeah, we're moving on from her version of a good hotel to mine. She never complains when I pick the hotel, but she just can't bring herself to buy them herself, you know, or make the reservation herself. It's okay if I do it. She just can't do it.
Well, you know what? If you enjoy it, if you get something out of spending a lot of money having a nice hotel room with a wet bar, it's worth it. But if she doesn't get out of it the same as you, then, you know, it's like me, I couldn't care less. I don't care.
Fuck, we went to this hotel near the River Kwai, and we've actually booked this hotel's convention thing, you know, and we paid for it before we went. And when we got there, the room was really dark. The floor was cement. It was like the shittiest room we've ever been in. She's perfectly happy. And I'm like, I can't believe I'm the one that thought it'd be a good idea. I said, I can't even believe I bought this fucking thing. And as we go to the actual River Kwai, we go by these beautiful resorts, and I'm like, fuck me, you know, I thought we were going to be out in the middle of nowhere, places like this, and I'm like, man. And she could have cared less. I'm like, come on, are you kidding me? You know, it was just dumb. My fault again.
Dee had the reverb on there, so it was kind of hard to hear.
Yeah, I was just saying, we went to the River Kwai, and I thought we were going to be out in the middle of nowhere in this mountainous region, and we got this really fucked up room. And on the way to the actual River Kwai, you know, visitors center, we passed these beautiful resorts, and I'm like, man, we could be there right now, you know, instead of back at our. But you know, the place we were at, the room sucked. The pool was okay. We're right on the river, so we could go kayaking. We had a good time, but I'd had a better time at the resort.
Kwai, isn't that in Vietnam?
Well, maybe, but we went to the actual River Kwai place that the movie's about, and that's going from Thailand to Myanmar. You know, the actual, you know, they have the center with all the dead people and all that kind of crap. But the actual river that the movies are about and stuff is actually in Thailand. Yeah.
Cool.
But I think that river probably does. No, let me think. Yeah, it might actually extend all the way into Vietnam. But that was a World War II thing, not a Vietnam War thing.
Oh yeah.
Not exactly, frankly, sure why they even needed a fucking bridge there, but yeah, they the big deal with all the dead Americans and all that. They have a big center, and they have, like, you know, signs. This is the actual bridge. You can actually walk up and down it and all that sort of thing. You know, really nice restaurants around it and stuff. It's kind of cool. There was a shit pile of tourists, man. We certainly weren't the only ones there. I'll tell you that. Yeah, people from all over the world too. It was quite a spectacle, I'll tell you that. There are plenty of fucking people apparently that want to go see the bridge on the River Kwai.
I would imagine it's something that you would, in the West, you would hear about.
Yeah, I was just, you know, I booked that place because the way they made it sound in the convention center was that it was this thing kind of out in the middle of nowhere, and we were going to be, you know, just in the bush kind of thing. And it turned out to be just off the highway in the middle of, you know, just near a town. And it ended up being pretty much completely different than I thought. But we drove around the river, up the mountain, like way up the fucking mountain, to this temple that was really cool. We took this train, maybe 200 kilometers or something, up this super fucking steep. It was like a carnival ride to get to you could walk up the stairs, but, you know, it'd take an hour or something to walk up the stairs. But we were the only ones on that train, and we realized when we got on it and started going that other people were just smarter, because it was a scary, rickety, the whole way up you're thinking this thing's going to break and we're going to go smashing back to the end. And we definitely walked down. We didn't take that fucker back down, I'm telling you.
We were the only ones on it.
Yeah, we should have got the clue with that alone.
Everybody's walking up beside you.
Yeah. But it was a cool, you know, and the only reason we went is I saw it from the pool, a little, you know, area out by there. I said, hey, honey, look at that temple way up there on that mountain. You know, let's go check that out. And, you know, so they told us how to get there, and it took, I don't know, an hour and a half or something to even get to it. But it was cool, you know, a little adventure on the side, you know.
Yeah. I heard about, I don't know if it's anything today, but when I was thinking of going to Thailand, they were going up to Chiang Mai and Chiang Rai.
Uh-huh.
And hanging out there instead of doing the Bangkok thing or whatever.
Yeah,
So
people
we
love
get out
that
there.
area. It's cooler, it's way cheaper, and it has everything you need, you know.
Yeah.
But it also, nowadays, probably back then it's even worse. They burn the rice fields, and the smog there is like 5 times the World Health Organization standards for almost 4 months.
Yeah.
So if most people with any kind of money at all will leave during that 4 months because it gets so bad that you have to put some kind of towel underneath your door to keep the smoke. You couldn't possibly sit in your front yard and enjoy having a beer. It's really that bad. It'll hurt your eyes if you're out too long in it and that kind of thing. It's really, they're trying to change it, but these are poor people. They're not going to buy some other kind of equipment to do whatever they need to do. They just set those fuckers on fire and let the burning begin. They do the same thing in Brazil with the sugar cane fields.
Yeah.
And the burnt sugar is even worse than burnt rice. They say that's really fucked up.
Well, I'd imagine.
Yeah. But in the
I guess it actually does rejuvenate the soil with certain minerals and that. And,
yeah, well, they can rejuvenate the soil when I'm not around. That's fine with me.
that would be the excuse, I'm saying.
Yeah. The what you find though is it's not just that. Once the dry season is kind of over and everything's dried up, but before it starts raining, it's not just it's like every field that needs to be lawn mowed or done with a combine or something, people's front yards, and they're just all kinds of stuff. You'll drive from Bangkok, I don't care which direction you go, and you drive down the road and everybody's got some kind of shit burning away on fire. You crack the window to smoke a cigarette, and the fucking smoke from the outside is worse than just leaving them shut and having the fucking cigarette smoke in your car. It's unbelievable. Burning is the choice of getting rid of grass or any garbage or any of that. In that, it's like they have a burning season they don't tell you about when you go to the tourist site. I tell you that they should. But yeah, it can be. I've driven. And it's just bad timing, maybe. I'm not really sure, but just about every single time you kind of go by and there's no more smoke, say, okay, now would be a great time to light up a cigarette. Boom. You take 3 drags of the cigarette, and then there's another fucking smoke area. It's just ridiculous.
They like to burn.
Yeah, and if it was me, and I'm not buying a tractor, if the government's going to let me throw a match on everything, I guess, I don't know. Just what they do,
I mean, that's probably the way they cooked up to a 100 years ago.
I suppose. Yeah, there's a big field near me, but it doesn't have any purpose, so nobody burns it every year. But somehow, I'm going to pay a little more attention this year, but somehow it dies, and all the right now the grass is I don't know 7-8 feet or something. It's not grass, it's something else. But anyway, that shit kind of dies off at some point and falls over, and then it starts growing again. But most of those kind of fields, people are putting something on cow. I don't know why they light some of them on fire. I stayed at this hotel one time. There's a field pretty much like mine. I couldn't quite figure. I asked people, said, well, why do they burn that field down every year? And there's, I don't know, they do it every year, but nobody even knew why. Just to get rid of the grass, but I don't know why the fuck they did it. Maybe they're afraid too many snakes will get in there, animals or something. Who fucking knows?
I know up on my farm there was one year that I didn't range cattle through my range there. And when I looked at it after in this following spring, I thought, fuck, that's stupid. That's one hell of a fire hazard, because up there sometimes, fire starts. And it just loves that kind of thing to crawl through and burn all the boreal forest.
Well, right.
I thought, maybe next year I'm not going to do that.
The thing is, they do it. Well, actually, that could be it, because I was going to say they do it right before the rainy season when it couldn't possibly fucking catch on fire. But it might be that the lightning, they might have found out that, it rains a fucking lot, but the lightning actually does start them. I find that hard to believe, because it comes down, it doesn't come down.
Yeah, it probably doesn't there.
it doesn't come down or drops in buckets. It comes down by the inch. You know, I mean, you fucking soaks the shit out of this place in 10 minutes. You know, it's just unbelievable, dude. It really is. I can't imagine anything catching on fire in that season.
No, I would think that they just do it to clear. You know, it's an easy way to clear the field, and then you can till it back in, and then the rainy season comes and everything grows absolutely great because they phosphorus from the ash in the fucking soil.
But what I'm saying though is they burn fields that have no farming use, that nobody does anything with. They're just sitting there, empty land kind of thing, and they burn all those anyway too, for no particular reason.
Maybe they just because, well, we burn them. You know, we burn them every
exactly.
year.
We've been doing it for so long that we just do it.
So long, it's just what we do. It looks out of place if we don't.
Yeah, it could be an aesthetic thing for all I'm kind of thinking in a way it might be if they, you know, maybe they burn it to keep the deadly snakes down to a minimum or something. You know, that could be too. I don't know. Who fucking knows? It seems to me that if there are deadly snakes in there to begin with, you don't want to burn it and have them slithering into your house, you know.
Well, it would sound like kind of a far-fetched excuse at the best.
Right. Well, you'd think so. I mean, I've come home seen big anacondas, cobras, and like 10 feet from my front door. You know, if it actually killed the snakes, I'm all for it, dude. It's not an excuse, believe me. There's fucking snakes you don't want around your house. We're real close to mine. That field I'm talking about. My theory is that the reason we stopped getting snakes was when they built this development, it was part of the snake, what I call the snake preserve. And we pushed all of those snakes into a smaller area. So they used to come in here quite a bit, but now I'm thinking that the ecosystem has managed itself so none of the snakes need to slither out to find food. That's just my guess. But every year there was less and less of them that would show up slithering around the neighborhood, and now we've gone almost a whole year without a snake incident, which is for the first fucking year I've been here out of 8, you know.
Yeah, the perils of the tropics, huh?
I guess there's good and bad every place. I tell my wife I'd rather meet a grizzly bear than one of these creepy looking weird fucking snakes. I don't know if they're poisonous. I know the cobras are poisonous, but they got like pit vipers and all this other weird shit. And I just, I don't like snakes to begin with. But
well, exactly. I was just going to say, you don't like snakes,
right?
So they bug you to begin with. So
right. Her mother-in-law's, her mother, we had a cobra come in the house and fucking hide under the washing machine. And her mom is like, why does it matter? If you just leave the cobra alone, it won't bother you. And we're both, you know, I mean, she's 90 and clueless, but she would have said the same thing at 40. And we're scratching our head like, no, that's not what's happening. We're calling the snake police and they can come arrest this fucker and get rid of it, you know?
Yeah, I had to contend with somebody that was snake shy there. On the railroad, the signal was down, so you have to get off and take the power switch that lines the switch off power and whatnot. And I guess there's a rattler under there. And he got scared and went up. I had to walk like a mile from my train up to the switch so I could scoot this rattlesnake that didn't happen to be there when I got there. But it was kind of irritating. Well, people, even the RTC said, go out there and put a stick in. And when I heard how silly he sounded on the radio, I said, I'm walking up there. And by the time I got there, naturally, it's gone.
Right. We've had like 6 or 8 false alarms for the snake police. You know, we've called them like 3 times in a day. They'll come over, the snake's gone. He'll come back 5. You know, just the moment they get back to the snake shop, which is only maybe 200 kilometers from our house, it'll come back and my wife will call them again. They'll come over, it'll be gone. You know, finally they'll get it here at the right time and scoop it up and get. But they don't mind because they make money off the venom. You know, turn it into anti-venom. So they love it when we call them. You know?
Yeah. Well, like where we were in that particular area, there was rattlers around there. I'd seen them before, but I mean, you know. I'm kind of been a naturalist type guy all my life, so it doesn't bother me. You know, they're not going to spring coil and latch onto me with their fangs.
Right.
You just kind of coax them out of there and say, okay, carry on your way. Then the line switch. It's just,
well, fuck,
of course,
we
as
had
a kid, I used to catch snakes all the time and whatnot. So it wasn't.
I see.
It,
We
yeah,
used
they
to,
don't scare me.
we had we met this lady randomly who had bought a Siberian Husky to bring back to fucking Norway or something, and then she found out that it has to be in quarantine, or I forget what the fuck she found out. We ended up taking care of it for a month before she came back, and we met her at the airport and got rid of the fucking thing. But anyway, it used to run around our yard, and I hear this slithering of the leaves, and I never really thought anything about it until I realized that we had cobras living under the mango tree, and this fucking Siberian Husky used to chase that cobra around the yard. And finally I figured it out, and that's when my wife freaked out, and we had to cement up the whole fucking yard to make sure the snakes never came back. But that fucking Siberian Husky used to chase that fucking snake all around, and it never did bite it. But we've lost a dog from a cobra, and the neighbors lost a goose and 2 dogs. So they, you know, that Siberian Husky was a lucky motherfucker, I'll tell you that. That was a puppy, and I was thinking, you know, I don't know if this is stupid or not, but I was thinking maybe the snake knew it was just a dumb puppy and didn't know any better and just kind of playing along with it, maybe. I don't know. Who knows?
I don't know about snakes having that kind of...
Right, exactly. I don't think so either.
Maybe an alligator.
You know, I guess the real deal is it never actually was able to corner the snake, because there were a couple of exit points for the snake in the back wall and underneath the deck. So the snake is pretty much just beelining it to the hole that it already knew was there, and the dog could never corner it. But if the dog had cornered it, it'd probably, you know, lashed out at it or something, I would guess.
Well, don't those cobras usually go into a defensive coil and fan their head?
Yeah, oh yeah,
they spit venom first to blind before they strike. Or,
I think.
I mean, I've never seen one except some guy with a turban blowing a pipe and one coming out of a basket.
They'll look like a normal snake, and you're right.
Yeah,
and their first line of defense is to puff out their thing and say, "Look at me, you know, I'm a cobra." And if that doesn't work, they're going to spit at you. Yeah. And if that doesn't work, then they can bite you from 3 times the distance of the length of the snake. That's kind of a long way, you know.
Oh, they're pretty good at their coil spring in there.
Yeah. But yeah, you pretty much have to be fucking with it and stupid to end up getting bit. People that get bit, or you step on one accidentally, that'll do it too, they say. But
well, yeah,
people die over here on a somewhat regular basis from cobras, and 99% of the stories have to do with somebody doing something stupid, you know, pretending they have a turban and know what they're doing, and you know, the cobra, you know, flares out, and they're always isn't that cool. Let's keep fucking with it, you know, let's see what happens. Wow, you know, what do you think's gonna happen?
I'll impress the girls. I'll touch its head. Look, see, I'm faster than the cobra. I'm faster than the cobra. It can't get me. Oops.
Exactly, and you see that kind of stuff too. I've seen videos of people actually doing that. They'll try to entice the snake to bite them, and then they'll move away, and they look cool. But I'm not practicing that. You know, I don't even know how you do practice that. It's pretty much you're going to be good at it, or you're going to not be dead on the first try, I suppose. You know.
Well, I
would be the guy dead.
I used to be in Jasper, Alberta, in the Rocky Mountains, running trains, and you'd see tourists. And because I'm going by every day, I'd see, you know, the lot of the land. And one particular time, there's a moose that got bumped by, I think, by a truck or something. It wasn't a train, but there was a grizz feeding on it. It had dragged it off into where it thought it was. Well, one day I'm coming up the hill in the train, and there's all these people there, and they're fucking over the tracks and down, trying to film this grizzly that's feeding, and it's not looking too good. So I just stopped my train between their vehicles and the bear and got out. By the time I got there, they'd already left. I guess they thought that. But just the stupidity. Like these people would go up there and if they get trapped in between the highway and the bear and the train, you know, things can get stupid because they're not in areas where they can get away from it if it does do a charge. And it was standing there not feeding, looking at them with a face like, get the fuck out of here, this is my meat. And they're all going up. Just couldn't believe it. And you get kicked out of the park for doing that. You know, you're not going up there and bothering the bear with its kill.
Right. Exactly.
But they do it anyway.
People are stupid when it comes to parks, man. They don't know how to behave at all.
Oh. I kind of got deputized as a park ranger because I'm into the animals and trying to keep the stupid tourists from getting hurt. So they were always okay because I'd radio them up and say, here they are again. They went up to the kill like I warned you they would. And then they have to go out there and take the fucking kill away from the bear because the people are too stupid. And, you know, they have to haul it up the hill and put it in the truck and try dumping it somewhere else. But, you know, they're warned. You're warned when you go in there. Do not go out there and take pictures from far away distance inside the car. If not, carry on. But we didn't have that many attacks happen in the park, except by elk. They'd kind of ram your car sometimes in downtown if they weren't feeling too good.
You ever seen any Google videos of animals just tearing the shit up out of somebody's car, man? Those are hilarious.
I've seen a big bull elk go right down there and just pierce the car like I don't know how many points, about 3 on each side, right through the fender. Sitting there shaking it around. I thought it was going to break its antlers off. The guy gets out there.
Remember that movie where, I don't know, that skinny dude and that fat dude, and there's somebody's getting elected for governor or something, and they hit a deer, so they felt bad for it and put it in the car, and then it woke up and just fucked the shit up out of the car. That was hilarious.
Oh no, you know that has happened truthfully. Where a guy, are you talking about the guy that was phoning 911 about it? I just got that deer.
It was it was a movie with Chris Farley and somebody else, and it was just fucking funny as shit.
I think I saw that.
Guy had a really nice classic car when they started, and when the deer got done, it was all fucked up. You know, ripped the roof off and fucked it all.
That has happened in real life, though, quite often. You know, the deer will wake up because it's just been bumped in the head, and it'll just go ballistic inside whatever, in the trunk or in the back of your pickup or in the back of your Suburban or whatever you've got.
Yeah, I'm gonna gut it out before it goes anywhere near anything to make sure myself. If I was a hunter, got nothing against hunting, but I'm gonna make damn sure it's dead before I start fucking with it. I'm the kind of hunter where it could be laying on the ground, obviously dead to anybody else, and I'm still gonna shoot it in the head one more time.
Yeah, I used to hunt and everything, and then one day, you know, I shot a moose, and I went up there and I said, "What the fuck's wrong with you? Are you doing this for just conquest, or gonna make the excuse I'm gonna eat the meat and use the skin?" And I kind of questioned my own head. I said, "You don't need to fucking do this. You like beef better than this anyway." I do like elk and whatnot like that. It's really nice tasting, but I'll stick with beef. I've always enjoyed it more. So why make these? I loved going out there, but I didn't really need to fucking kill something to prove anything.
Yeah, now, I've always thought.
I knew guys that went out that liked moose meat and elk better than they liked beef. And when I lived up north, and I'd go out on my little treks and find out where they were. If they were coming to the end of the season and they had a limited entry draw and they wanted a little moose with its tiny antlers that's a lot more delicate, better flesh, tender, and I'd tell them, I'd say, go here. And one particular year, the guy went there and he got his moose and everything, but he didn't want it for anything but meat. He liked the meat better. Well, there's nothing wrong with that.
I've always thought that if you're the kind of hunter that really
antlers,
just wants to hunt, you know, that's okay. But why don't you take a camera instead of a gun, because you can accomplish the same thing. You know what I mean? You find the animal, you hold your camera on it, you take the picture, and if it was in the exact center, you're just as good as shooting it. That's kind of how I feel about it.
It's a game. It's a childish thing, like like even sports club owners say, "I got a bigger one than you, and I got it. I conquested it. I beat it."
There was a guy in my town.
Whatever, you fucking wimp.
There was a guy in Montana. It's a big hunting place, right? Of course, but he was like a cop too, and he went to someplace in Africa specifically to kill these certain kind of animals, and he wrote an article. He wrote an article to the paper, thinking everybody would think it was really, really cool, and instead, what he found was even in an area where everybody's all about hunting, about 50% of the people ended up thinking he was a complete douchebag for essentially flying halfway around the world just to kill something he'd never killed before. That's how it looked.
Are you talking about that stupid dentist that went over and shot that famous lion in Zimbabwe?
No, but it's the similar story.
Kind of deal.
Same kind of story, yeah.
You're a hero. Big hero. He shoots the tame fucking lion, the tame one, the one that comes up and licks your hand. What a fucking moron.
Yeah, and he had the same set of excuses. Oh, well, those African people need money, and I'm contributing, and nobody bought that shit for a second. And I was surprised, because they're a real hunting, and they do the coyote roundup, and everybody's got a gun and loves hunting, but that whole article he wrote to the paper just completely blew up in his face, and he will never become sheriff. That's what he did to himself.
Well, the thing is, it's kind of it's a sickness in a way when you derive pleasure.
I agree.
Conquesting some poor animal, especially a tame fucking one. Give me a break.
Yeah, it's like those people that think they're bird hunting when they release the birds from the cage and they take their shotgun and shoot them. That's what Cheney and that dude were doing. That's not bird hunting.
Actually, I did that in Ontario. I didn't shoot any pheasants. I thought, fuck this. What we did was spend all the time shooting skeet. That was a fucking gas. Okay, pull, bam. I had a lot more fun shooting skeet than I did shooting the birds that, like you said, are released and the dog goes and points them out. The plumage is not even, it's half fucking hacked off because it's been living in a cage. Fuck off.
Yeah,
I had a lot more fun shooting skeet.
You guys must have been watching me. I just used my gun. I just got company at my place, which is rare, and I met him at the door with a gun.
You did?
Is that how you greet your people?
That's how you greet
your friends.
Does it make them feel safe, or does it scare them
away? He just ignored it, did his business. I stuck it in my back pocket, and business went on.
There you go. You must be in Alaska.
No, he's in Oregon.
Are you?
I'm in Oregon, but I live far enough out that I don't trust people for who they are and what business they have.
Really? Every time I went down to Oregon, I always thought it was a pretty laid back state. I spent a lot of time in Roseburg.
Most of the time. It's not the laid back times he's worried about. It's the times when it's not, right?
I guess.
Well, the city
comes to that.
City people come out and do strange things. The locals, they're normal.
Yeah.
Yeah, the movie was Tommy Boy. That was the name of it. David Bowie posted it in the side chat there, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Cool.
The one where the deer ripped up the, whatchamacallit?
Interior.
Yeah.
Hey, that could be dangerous if it's got big antlers there and it hooks you right in the head while you're driving. Ooh, shit. Actually, the best thing, when I lived on the farm, if you saw like roadkill that was fresh, it's good dog food. I mean, it's hemorrhaged up somewhat and that, but you got skin. It's good dog food.
Just this last year, they okayed picking up roadkill. It's been illegal until this last year here.
Yeah, I mean, it was technically illegal up where I live, but whatever. Who's going to come up and go, what are you doing? I'm going to feed it to my dog. Ooh, oh, good idea.
Yeah, it was a good change to make it legal.
Well, why not? I mean, most of it by the time you come up to it could be, you know, a little bit rancid, but I mean, if you're feeding it to your dog, you know, take the skin off, put it in a grinder and go. The hell. Pretty nourishing meat, better than canned shit.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things where a lot of times where the animal will be laying there in misery too, and you have to put it down.
Well, you do, yeah. Seen that. I spent a lot of time avoiding stupid whitetail when I'm driving down the road and they get all excited. And which way do they run? Oh, the wrong way. I had one that's sliding across the road and it kicked my rockers and dented them. I managed to avoid killing it though. It wanted me to. It went sliding on its ass and came right under my car, kicked my rockers, dented them, jumped up, ran away, and the guy going the other way laughed at me. Now what do I do? Go to insurance company. Oh yeah, a deer kicked my rockers. Well, you could tell it. Nothing else could have done it.
My wife had a deer jump on the top of from up on a bank, jumped on top of her hood and put $3,000 worth of damage.
I bet. Yeah, you don't want those things. You've got a fair bit of weight to them.
Yeah, I had a friend in Alaska who he hit a moose with his pickup truck, and they're so tall it came right into the cab with him and about killed him.
Oh yeah, there was plenty of, like when I lived up northeastern BC, the Alaska-sized moose starts happening about 70 miles north of Fort St. John. They get into a different subspecies where they all of a sudden become like 1,000 pounds on the hoof. From say, you know, an average of 8 or whatever, or 12, quite a bit bigger. But those stilts that they have, I mean, I used to see them running through snow that was 5 feet high, and they'd still have, I don't know, a foot or more of leg left over top of the snow. They weren't scraping their belly on it. So
yeah, they come right in the windshield.
Hey?
I say, yeah, they come right in the windshield.
Oh God! And if you hit something 1,200 pounds, it's a big one, you know.
Yeah, the one that almost killed the guy.
I mean, I saw a pickup truck with a camper hit a Hereford bull. It was about 2,200 pounds, and the front end was right into the window, and it was like a 1972 Chev, you know, or 2,500. And he probably hit it about 70 miles an hour, and it just drove the front end right into the window with splatted shit everywhere. There wasn't much blood, it was just all the shit from inside the intestines that splatted everywhere. All over the road, everywhere. Oh, Jesus. And the poor dead bull there sitting on its side. But the truck was absolutely totaled. It looked like it hit a brick wall at about 60, which would be about the same for a 2,200 pound bull.
I hit a bear with my Geo Metro up near my house. And it looked like I had hit a telephone pole.
I actually had a Geo Metro, a 92, and I'm 6'3", 220. And then I was probably about 240. Just killed my back. I couldn't do anything, but hey, it got 60 miles to the gallon, you know, 55. Just keep it floored all the time.
Yeah, that's what the fella just showed up for. He wanted to buy one of my old Geos. That's what the fella that just showed up wanted.
Yeah, the little 3-cylinder ones. That's what I had, one of the ones with the 3-cylinder. The 4-cylinder ones are a lot better.
I've had good luck with the 3-cylinders.
Yeah, they seem to wear out after about, I don't know, less than 100,000 miles. It seems like they start smoking a lot, wearing out the bores on the 3. I know that's what my son told me. That's why they're in the record. But hey, the one that I had, it was fine. Actually, the fuel regulator rusted on it, I guess, because there was too much moisture in the fuel or alcohol from gas line freezing. But it seemed to work okay.
I had a guy do a hit and run on me. That was the only one that I've lost.
Oh, did you? I never hit anything.
And the bear did that one.
Yeah, I wouldn't think there was much that would take to total those things. I remember when I got them stuck in the snow, because it'd be a bit too deep, you know. I mean, if you put good snow tires on, they work quite well in the snow. And I just put my shoulder into it, get right out. Actually, I lost a whole clutch face one time. I drove, I don't know, 30 miles to town. And every time you hit a bit of a grade, I just used to keep it in fifth. Get out, put my shoulder on there and push it up the hill. And then when it got into a level ground or down, there was enough pressure on the rivets on there to keep the pressure plate going, right? And then when I did change it, the pressure plate, because they're so light duty, it didn't even put any gouges into the flywheel at all. You would think it would, you know, anything else it would, but Geos are so light duty. He goes, no, nothing wrong.
Yeah,
but that was funny.
I
I was
really
pushing
like
it up every grade there. I'd be running beside it with it in fourth, jump in, go.
Yeah, I drive a Honda Accord now.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
I like those. What I really like, what I wanted my wife to get was a little, they have over here, I don't know what you get in America, but they've got a little 1.8 liter turbocharged Civic that's really cool. A lot of the kids use them as little tuner cars, you know, but it's a nice car. It's Civic RS is what they call it here, I think.
Yeah, my kid's a Civic fanatic. He's got about 2 or 3. Puts turbos on them, knows all about them, puts different heads on them, and does this and that.
Yeah.
He just knows them. I don't even try to know about them because he just, hey, Steven, what about this? Oh, wrap off everything that he's done or knows about those little cars.
Yeah, they're cool. I guess there's a lot of, like nowadays, it used to be you'd put the jet chip in and you'd be all set. Now you just hook up, you know, this little computer box, and you can program, you know, 8 or 9, you know, different programs to go fast or get mileage or something in between, and then you just press a button. You know, it's kind of like your expensive cars where you've got sport and whatever, 3 different modes.
Yeah, it's different tune perimeters. All it does is
Right.
for timing and duration of fuel and spark.
Right, sure, exactly.
just
Yeah,
change it
it's
up
like sure, you get the biggest, you know, mass airflow sensor and that sort of thing, and then it programs it for you. Sure, yeah, exactly. That's what it does.
Yeah, just like any kind of Predator tuner. I've done that quite a bit.
Yeah,
But
the only
nowadays
thing I've ever done is plop in the jet chip and leave it alone. You know.
Yeah, that's what we used to do back in the mid '80s.
Back then, that's pretty much all that was available. They didn't have these little boxes they got now. You know.
No, with OBD1, it was it works, but it's not like sophisticated like today. Or OBD3 and whatnot like that, where you got quite the analysis throughout.
I will say I think the electronic transmissions are almost a little bit too slow for me. You know, they work great, they're fantastic, but that split-second delay is noticeable. You know, if you've never driven one without it or had a high performance with a Hertz shifter, you wouldn't really know that. But it's a different world with those cars today. And
the automatics today are actually using concepts from standards where they have clutching systems in there. That's why you have a delay. That's why, like, if you get in a new Mustang and you floor it and it's an automatic, when it shifts, it almost feels like it's a standard, like that. Because it actually goes through a process within that's different than the old days of how engagement was with the clutch packs and the different.
Well, I think they do that too, so you don't ruin your transmission.
Well, it does.
When you use it like a manual. They've all got, well, not all of them, but most, you know, sporty automatics now, they put paddle shifters on the wheels so you can fuck around and have fun. You know?
Yeah, with manual. Yeah, it's Basically, it's more or less to get your maximum torque for least amount of RPM, and they do it through gearing. But sometimes they go overboard. You don't need 6 or 7 forward speeds. 5 is very adequate for the amount of torque rising through the RPM within each gear. You know, but I've got an 8-speed double drive. You know, saying okay, you can go overboard a little bit. I don't know. There's constant velocity where you don't have any gearing, which is kind of cool. It just feels like an electric car. That's a different concept. It really hasn't caught on as much as you would think.
Yeah,
I wish they'd put one gear so you could go 120 miles an hour at like 1200 RPM. Because they just don't.
Well, that's like the constant velocity. It'll sit there and actually constantly go into different. It's like a cupping instead of like a gear where you have like inserts, and it'll just go through constantly, gradually building up, where you don't have a definite gear change of this to that to this, or it's just constant climb like an electric motor would, you know,
like a snowmobile,
but without the RPM.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, a sled uses that belt clutching system. That's actually a good drive system for more than just snowmobiles. Works quite well.
I'm thinking the reason they don't do it is because if you had a super tall gear at the end, people would be driving, 300 miles an hour down the highway. That's probably why.
See, the thing about it is too, if you've got, a low RPM car trying to gain mileage with just using enough power to displace air, as soon as you want to, pass a truck or get going a little bit, it has to shift down like that's the one thing about that top end gear cruising along at 1200 RPM at 120 miles an hour. You don't have any kind of energy torque, so as soon as you go, it has to shift through all.
Sure.
That's the thing about the big gearing up there and 8-speed and whatnot. I find them, they're always sometimes hunting for a gear, shifting up and down. They're getting better because they're learning, but the BMW 7-speed I hear just hunts all the time. It's like, okay, should I be in 7th or 6th? Oh, there's a little grade, back to 5th. Oh, no, I gotta go to 6th. Oh, I go to 7th. No, I gotta go to 5th. It's like, oh, for fuck's sakes, make your mind up.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because I looked at, I just being dumb and not knowing this, when I looked at the Mercedes, I think it is an 8-speed, and I thought, 8-speed, that must be better, just because I'm dumb, and I'll have to look into it a little more and see if it actually is better and more fun.
Well, actually, go out and test drive it, and don't do it on a flat surface. Do it on all sorts of gradients, corners, and if it's constantly shifting up and down, it pisses you off, go for the one that doesn't. Yeah,
I have to go to like a whole nother... I'd almost have to go to a whole nother country to find a fucking hill around here. I'm kidding, but everything I do right now is just flat, dude. There's no such thing as a hill,
Well, didn't you say you had
the on-ramp to the highway is like the biggest hill I can find, Well,
didn't you say you had some Toyota, whatever?
It's a 6-speed, and I have gone to the hilliest area we go to, and I didn't find that problem, so. Or no, I haven't. I haven't actually. I have the 6-speed. I haven't taken it anywhere with hills yet. So we'll see what.
Well, the 6-speed isn't. It's when you get into the 8 speeds and then even 7 gets into that point. I mean, 6 is a little bit, and it depends on what kind of motor you have or whatever like that. I mean, I've driven 6 speeds. It doesn't seem to be that way, but just be said. Yeah. I look at cars as like something to get around now. I had all my toys and I don't really need them. My son has toys, so I can, enjoy his toys. I just have like a 98
driving experience. If I'm going to get around, I want to have fun doing it. Even like going up to the store and stuff. I like to get on. I'll be honest. I like, acceleration. I like to enjoy it, and I don't care. The only reason I'll stop enjoying it is if I get so old that my eyesight and reflexes make it dangerous, but I'm not anywhere near that point yet.
Yeah, well, I mean, my last, I had a a 2007 Mustang GT CS that I got. It was nice. I lowered and everything like that. I even put a Whipple supercharger on it and went. And every time I went out, if I did anything, I'd get pulled over and I'd get all these tickets. And I mean, I'm not that stupid where I'm just doing it anywhere or doing it for a constant amount of time. It's just up there in North Vancouver, West Vancouver. They've had so many problems with guys in their street racing and crashing that they have like constant. So anytime that I took my stupid Mustang, I spent all this time, looked great, put it to the wood. Oh, watch out, cop. And it just became too much. It was like, you know, what am I doing putting around in this nice looking car and everything? I don't care about people that are in a car next to me. I couldn't give a fuck about them or their life. So, you know, what am I doing? I'm driving around this car. I don't want to hit anybody to hit it. I don't want to scrape the front end on the curbs because it's so low. And just, I don't know, it's too much effort for not enough enjoyment. I mean, when I was younger, I had like 72 GSXs, and when I was 18 and 20, we used to do all sorts of things. Yeah, they'd pull you over sometimes, but damn, you deserve getting pulled over. You got away with. It doesn't seem that there was the emphasis on pulling you over like they have now. So in North Van, it just became more of a burden. Couldn't even have any fun in it for what it could do, you know. So I just, whatever. Now I drive a 98 Taurus that's quite nice, and I keep it well maintained, and it looks new, and it costs me nothing.
There you go. My wife seems to love her 8-year-old car. It's in pretty much the same thing, perfect condition and all that, and she wouldn't give it up for nothing, you know.
Hey, it works. Every time I get in it, I know the car like in the back of my hand. I fix it myself because I'm a mechanic. So, you know, I can drive another car new and everything and go, you know what? Is this much better than the car that I drive much right now? For me to justify the 50 grand or whatever I'm going to put in, or 20 or whatever they cost. No, forget it. Drive somebody else's. I'll rent one if I need to. But I've driven so many cars in my life, it doesn't thrill me anymore. It's more of a, I wonder how good of a driver this person is in front of me. Oh, why are they slowing down? But I had fun all through my life with it.
Oh, it's getting to be 3:45 a.m. here.
Oh.
15 minutes and the market closes, and I'll probably be on my way.
Cigarette time?
No, just kind of want to get back. I sort of should be on a, you know, a time schedule where when the market closes, I go to bed, and then I can get up at 7 or 8 a.m., something like that, do some work on the house, take a little nap in the afternoon, do the market thing again. And I've been, mostly due to this chat, I just been chatting the shit out of it. Sometimes I stay up fucking 2 days in a row just chatting, and I need to balance my life out a little bit better. So
true.
Plus, we're leaving Friday in the morning, and I need to adjust so that by 9 o'clock in the morning, I'm all rested. So I have to start going to sleep a little bit earlier today and tomorrow and whatever the next day, whatever up until Friday, so I can rest myself before we take our little trip and get up on time and everything works out good. Otherwise, I'll be staying up all night and trying to drive to where we're going and be grumpy when we get there, and all that doesn't work out too good. Finally get our license plate. Fuck me, the car is like 2 months old now or something, and we're just now getting our license plate. this Friday.
Well, didn't you say you didn't even have a license yet?
I did. Yes, I don't. But I was suspended in Maine, and what I heard on some of the websites was the only way to get one was to trade in your valid American license. But that turned out to be complete bullshit, and I didn't know it until last year. All you have to do is just, you never had a Thai license. They don't care. Just go to the class and do what you do in America.
Yeah, that's what I would do. I mean, do they ask you if you had a license in another place? You just say, yeah, I let it expire.
Right, exactly. They don't know. It was the site I went to was just filled with complete bullshit. They just had it completely wrong. And finally, I looked into it myself to see exactly what I would do. Because, like you said, it doesn't make sense. What if your license expired? Then you're not going to have one and all that. And so, yeah, exactly. You just go. It's basically the same thing as if you were 16 years old and never had one before. That's all.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is you have to sit in the class, even though they know full well you don't speak Thai and you can't understand a word of what they're saying. You still have to sit there.
Well, it's a requirement. I guess that in a court of law keeps them technically out of getting blamed for whatever they might get blamed for. Usually when they
I suppose.
That.
Yeah,
or it just keeps everything in order. They can't say, oh, well, that guy doesn't have to, but he does. So, no, you all sit there.
Right,
that way there's no questions.
It was the same thing when we went to the Catholic Church. You have to go through some class in order to get authorization to get married. And there's like four of us, four foreigners in there, didn't speak a word of fucking Thai. And every time somebody would ask their wife, what did you just say? What's going on? They'd be like, oh, just be quiet. Who cares?
Just going through a ritual here. You don't need to participate.
But it's kind of good. They talk about family and how to maintain your marriage and this and that. And it was kind of every time one of the wives actually did tell you what they were saying, it was kind of interesting. It's a good class for people to go through. It really was.
Well, that's
we never did get married. We didn't get married in the Catholic Church anyway, but we did go to the class.
Yeah, I'm not really up on a lot of the religious traits. I think
you have to get, in order to get married in one, you have to get your, you have to be confirmed, you have to be Catholic, number one, but then you have to track down the paperwork from when you were confirmed as a little kid. And I was shocked that they saved that shit. I called this place, and they said, okay, where do we send it and all this kind of nonsense. And, I was kind of shocked. They wanted to see proof that I was a Catholic and take a class and all this other bullshit. They're kind of serious about it. I thought you just go down there and reserve the church and pay them some money and they'd marry you. But it wasn't like that at all, dude. They took the whole thing pretty seriously. I was surprised.
Yeah, I remember I went to my cousin's wedding and they were in a Catholic church and he wasn't. He was like, what we were. But I can't remember if he had to convert or all this other crap. He wouldn't have come up and say, oh, yeah, guess what? I had to convert.
Well, somebody
but they still didn't go to church. Yeah, she was, but...
right. Both people don't have to be Catholic, just one.
Yeah. I just... if people were telling me the situation, I'd forget it because it'd be to do with religion, where I just go, yeah, it's just silliness that people play at, so...
Yeah, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that the class part of it was a really good thing because they told you, well, you don't expect everything to go silky smooth and there's going to be problems.
Yeah.
Here's some pointers on what you can do if you don't get along. And it was a class everybody should take, and Jesus wasn't mentioned once.
No. Well, I mean, half of that Bible is about doing good things, good turns, and treating people with respect, and treating people how you would be wanted to be treated yourself. And, I mean, hey, social human.
I'm rude. I think they ought to put antlers on religious people.
What kind of antlers? But they might come and harm you. They might bow their head and horn you. What about if they were bowing their head and be horning you? And the poor Islamic people there, they'd be horning the guy in front of them as they're banging their head on the floor.
Anyway, no, just being rude.
Antler. Yeah, I never knew many religious people. I even, I knew he had Jewish friends. I didn't know that he was Jewish until about 5 or 6 years after we were married. Oh yeah, well, I'm kind of Jewish. It's like, well, what does that mean? He goes, well, I don't practice it anyway, so it doesn't matter. But it's like, oh, yeah, okay, well.
I had a Jewish step grandmother. Was my only real, the only person I really ever knew that well that was Jewish. There was a couple of Jewish people in my high school, and nobody ever made a thing out of it,
Well, I knew a Lebanese guy in school and everything, and I didn't know he was a Muslim until, like I said, years later, he goes, oh yeah, well, I'm Muslim because we don't practice anything they say, they're stupid. So again, we just kind of shrugged our shoulders and carried on like we had the years before. Nobody kind of cared, or nobody mentioned anything about it ever. So, nobody cared. It was funny finding out these, like 5 years later, what, you're a Muslim? Well, I was born that way, but I'm not really, because I don't believe in all that BS. So I guess it was just another atheist. But I never knew that, oh, you're born Islamic or you're born Jewish or whatever, because it just never came up. They didn't act any different than we did, so who cares?
Yeah, most of my family is religious, and they were at a meal one time. They always say the same thing over their meal as a prayer, and I offered to get them a Tibetan prayer wheel, and that was the wrong thing to say.
Well, the thing was, like with us, there's nobody that would be religious who would hang around with our group anyway, because we would just, just put the type, not for religious people. No ones that were devoted, going to church or anything. They wouldn't have been hanging around in our crowd.
As we've gotten older, they've left us alone.
Yeah, I like I said, I was never, there was we didn't associate with religious people, didn't know much about it, never really hung around with religious people. I never knew many religious people in school. If they were, they didn't come out and say it, or they still smoked dope out in the smoke pit with us. So, if they were, or they hung out in where the nerds hung out, nobody knew them, nobody cared. But no, I just never met any.
That kind of took care of it for me too. I offered them a beer and they were gone.
Here, have a dope. Ooh, you're a sinner.
Yeah.
But I mean, religious people that would have been ridiculed pretty heavy in the 70s, like when I was growing up. Like if you were, not part of the crowd, you'd be hanging over there. And they, I think, usually probably went to their own schools, those Catholic schools or whatnot. But we knew girls that went to Catholic schools, and they weren't no saintesses, let me tell you.
Oh, they're good stuff.
Yeah, they're always curious about what they were supposed to not like. What is all this stuff that I'm supposed to hate, not do until, wow. A lot more curious than the ones that have known.
Yeah.
But like a lot of people who went to Catholic schools, they weren't, that I knew anyway, they weren't devout Catholics, that's for sure. All they wanted to do is get rid of their uniforms and get out of the school.
Yeah, I believe in God. There's women.
Well, I don't know. They teach their own. I've never really met God, or stories that are told about him by people are kind of outrageous. So I'll leave that up to the individual to make their assessment. It is funny arguing the point.
Oh yeah, I like the stirring part of it. It's like the Trump thing. I don't really care about Trump, but I sure like how people get stirred up about it.
Yeah, well, there's one bunch of people that I kind of wonder why they got it, but like Mossad and different agencies are kind of concerned about. You know, they say he's unstable.
Yeah, he's pretty. He's a very intelligent person. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I don't know. I've looked at him since about. Well, not really. I mean, he used to come out and go bankrupt back in the '90s. I remember early '90s or something like that. He's saying stuff, but that's all I kind of knew of him. But I read up on his dad there, Fred Trump, who made a lot of money in real estate. Gave his son quite a bit of money to get started in real estate.
Yeah, 20 million. You know,
Well,
and what he's
there was a 15 million, and there was a few. I mean, you know, it's nothing.
right, but even
And
so,
the facts are facts. Facts are facts. You know.
sure, but even so, what he's turned it into with, you know, some of these big, beautiful buildings, all these golf courses, even given that kind of money, most people would have squandered it away and be lucky to have 10 left. So even with all that extra help he got, he's done really well.
I'm not saying
in my
that he
opinion.
wouldn't. You know, he was out there, exposed himself. That was something. You know, he got like to be the celebrity, and that gets your attention.
Right.
And, you know, good strategies or feeding of an ego.
And there's
Hey, whatever.
money.
You know, like
He did become president of the United States too. Let's not forget that.
yeah.
Money can be made through bankruptcy too.
Sure.
Well, you know, a lot of that. I mean, that's neither here nor there. I wouldn't, you know, but
The law is the law. If you're
I
making,
don't know. I
making
I
money
can
out of
see something
bankruptcy
different.
and
I
whatever,
could see something different.
we'll see. I mean, I would
I
put it
just see
this
something.
way: let's give him at least 100 days before we even
Oh
form an
yeah.
opinion on whether he's a good president or not. Really, that's what I'm doing anyway.
Oh, I'm just waiting to see if my predictions are correct, and it's kind of going the way that I thought it would go. So we'll see.
My
I don't wish
prediction is the
anything. No,
better.
I wish you guys succeed. You know.
My
Well,
my prediction is the more successful he is, the crazier I think there'll be a direct proportion between his perceived success and the craziness of his tweets. I think the more success he has, the crazier they're going to get. But we'll see. You know, maybe once he's successful, they'll mellow out, and I'll be completely wrong. But I think that he'll take anything. You know, if things start going really, really well, he'll go back to tweeting about Rosie O'Donnell or something. You know, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, they just started arresting the demonstrators. They got tired of them stopping the traffic, and so they started arresting them this weekend.
Good.
Who's that? What?
The
Pro-Trump or anti-Trump?
it's the anti-Trump people. The pro-Trump people don't care. They just ignore it.
Yeah, demonstrating is
Well,
fine, but when you
Good
start
luck.
blocking traffic and burning shit, you're not demonstrating anymore. You're breaking the fucking law. I mean, we live in a country that gives you all the rights in the world to get your grievances out in a million different, perfectly fucking legal ways. Why do you have to draw even more attention to yourself by shutting down the roads and illegally doing this and
It's
that?
the
It's
big
just
spiral.
nonsense.
It's the big
Just
spiral
nonsense.
down. And you have revolution within.
Yeah,
Some
that's
countries,
Well,
some
it's gone
countries are
tribal.
breaking the law just to demonstrate it all. I understand that.
No, I
Hong
mean, you guys
Kong,
have-
for example,
You
they
guys have
took a
gotten so
risk.
tribal. You've gotten so tribal down there. It's us against them. It's got to a point where it's got to break somewhere. It's too
Yeah.
bad that you have to go through that process. But I guess we kind of went through that back in the Civil War.
Well,
in a
see, there's
way.
nothing like a good economy to bring people together and have them stop complaining. It's hard to
Yeah, but
complain.
what's the next bubble? What's the next bubble that we have to be an economic mainstay? I don't know. I can't see it.
Oh,
The
we had
only
it.
thing I could see is trying to clean up the fucking planet. Maybe like maybe that'll be the
Right.
next economic mainstay. And how's that going to generate revenue? I don't know.
Last time
I think the
that it
funnel's
was-
overfloweth. There's too many people on this planet.
Last time I remember that it was this stirred up was when Martin Luther King was doing his demonstrations, and everybody was afraid we were going to go into anarchy.
Oh yeah, I know. There's always peaks and valleys, and it goes up to this part and that part. But there's different cycles that'll cause that. But I don't know. I can't see really a way.
The next bubble is simply maxing out the credit bubble. That's the next bubble.
I know. Well, that's why I know. It's true.
Everybody will buy a new car and a new house.
That's what's happening.
It takes the furniture and furniture employees and all that and car makers, and before you know it, everybody's maxed out at the same time. They don't need those employees anymore, and it collapses. That's what it'll happen.
It will, because you can even see it right now where the different car manufacturers are really pushing. For, not through their own financing, through backs that are backing it, but fucking.
Yeah, it's just always
speculation,
what happens.
And it's going to collapse again.
Of course.
The stock market's been looking pretty good.
Yeah, it has been, absolutely.
But the stock market, is based on speculation,
it's an emotion
and beliefs and people's emotions. But we'll see. I just don't see any economic mainstay to generate the jobs necessary. They're going to pay your $30 an hour like the old jobs did to make everybody satisfied. And oh boy, who took away my life? Well, this day did. I was promised it from birth. How come I haven't become a millionaire like I was promised?
Well, it'll be a process,
it just
not an event. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's always slow. There's not like snap fingers. It's going to change. It's kind of like a slow kind of like revolution. Well, not revolution, like the fall to the bottom. It's too bad. But through history, it's always repeat itself. Has to.
Yeah, Richard, you sold me on the idea that maybe I'm going to have to try playing the stocks just for the fun of it. You were saying you could do it without vesting any money, just play the game.
It'd be a good time, I would imagine. But
sure, I think virtually every major broker out there will let you test out their platform and give you some probably different from different sites, but some amount of play money. You log in under like real trading or log in under whatever I don't even know what the other option is, but I go buy it every time I log in on any brokerage I've ever had. I think $50,000 is pretty common. And you just track your, it's like a regular account, except you can't withdraw the $50,000 is all, or the 100 should you turn it into that. And I think that you can reset that. And I've never really done it, but I'm pretty sure that let's say you lost some money fairly quickly or whatever, that you can just anytime you want reset it back to the original 50 grand.
Yeah, I think that could be as entertaining as chat. It'd eat up a little bit of your time in a day.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, just fuck. You can do that right now while we're chatting, dude. I'm pretty sure I use Interactive Brokers, and I'm sure that they have something like that. The only problem is that you're going to have to be more than a day trader because the stock information you get is not going to be real time. Otherwise, people would just sign up for a free account and get real time free quotes. Now, on something like Ameritrade or Scottrade, they might they wouldn't do it either, because then people would use their free shit and then go with a cheaper broker. So the point I'm making is you could be an investor and buy things and see how it works, but the prices you're going to see on the screen are likely going to be 20 minutes old, or 5 minutes old, and they're not going to be real time. So you couldn't be a minute by minute trader and have it really make sense. It'd be kind of luck is all it would be, because you don't really know what the stocks are at that time you're buying them.
Yeah, but it'd be fun to practice.
Absolutely. Sure. Absolutely it would. I would recommend doing it. And if you have fun doing it and you make some money, then you might actually want to throw some real money at it. Who knows?
Yeah, that was what I was thinking. You were saying to the fella the other day that 500 you could get going, and a person is living day to day should be able to throw that much. So
Absolutely. Anyway, I don't care if you're on welfare or you're going to do day labor and you're living in a fucking tent. I don't, you can come. It might take some people longer than others, but everybody can find $500. You fucking drunken alcoholic just stop drinking for a fucking month. They'll have $500. Crack addicts will have it in a day, right?
Yeah, I've been slowly paying off my bills. And I'm not rich, but like you say, everybody is rolling that much money by.
Yeah. Yeah, start small and just keep working at it and look at the things like, stop loss orders and trailing stop orders and learn along the way and see how they work. And, you can protect yourself. So in the event of a major crash while you're on vacation or sleeping or something, the computer sells the stocks for you and all that kind of stuff. And, it's like anything, the more you know about it, the less dangerous it seems, and the more comfortable and confident you become that maybe it is a good idea after all.
Yeah, what I've done with my money in my time is I'd use my Alaska money. I'd work in the summer, and then I would buy houses in the winter.
There you go. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, so that's why I don't have a job now. I'm existing off of rental monies.
Yeah, we have what do we have? We have two rental properties. One of them is more of a commercial property, but I don't know why. It's not really the reason I don't like it is not really because of me. It's because my dad was always saying when I was a kid that the rental property business is just a big pain in the ass. The renters come and go. You got to clean it up, this and that. He just had this personal thing against it, and he convinced me he was right, but he really wasn't right at all. Rental properties are a good thing, not a bad thing at all. You get equity in the building, and people pay you. And hell, the commercial property we own, we got a free building because we put a little business in the bottom, and fuck, it was the greatest thing ever, man. Really.
Yeah, I like the way the bank looks at it. The bank will give you money anytime you want to take a loan against your property.
Yeah, that too. You get home equity loans, and it's really just a big bank if you do it properly for yourself. You get a much better interest rate borrowing the money from yourself than borrowing it from the bank.
Yeah, most people invest in houses and they won't maintain them, and they'll wait till the water heater breaks, and then the roof needs repair, and you got to do the driveway, and they look at it, look how much extra money I'm investing, but not looking at the final product. And that's what pisses them off, is because he will buy a house and have these things go. And yeah, a roof's going to cost you 10 grand. Somebody putting in a water heater or whatever is going to cost you a couple. And it's like, what? I'm paying a mortgage plus I just put out 2 grand. Ooh. And you overextend yourself.
I've gotten to the point now where I have a manager, and that makes it even easier.
Well, that's the way. You've got to keep hands on. Like the guy I knew that bought houses, he figured he'd buy houses, rent them, and the money will just flow in, pay my mortgage and that. No, Randy, you have to do a roof. No, you have to put this in. Oh, they fucked up that. And he just got down because it was expenses as such, and he spread himself too thin to put out that money that's potential to put the maintenance necessary to keep the house up, to keep the value up. So it's all how you look at it.
Those give you tax
manager. If you have a manager doing it.
Deductions. That's a tax deduction to get a new roof. You get to write it off as a depreciation on that.
I don't know about up here in Canada. It's if you have like multiple dwellings that aren't for your family or your own living, you have to you don't get a break on the taxation because you've got an investment house that you're trying to make money on. Is the way it's looked at, I suppose. But if you do a trick where you live in the house for a year, you can sell it without having to pay capital gains. So there's some laws involved where you can't just buy a house for this and go and flog it and make this much and flip within 6 months or whatever like that without owning the actual house or dwelling in it. But yeah, I know some people who made some coin.
Yeah, we have a difference in the residential versus the
Commercial
rental too.
Yeah, yeah, because it's classified as an asset capital gain as opposed to a dwelling. Taxations are different too on the property tax, I believe. Maybe not.
America's pretty good in the sense that they understand that people have less when they're young and more when they're old. And if you sell your house, even if you let's say you bought a $100,000 house, you sold it for 150. As long as you buy a house for 151,000, you don't have to pay gains on that 50. And if you sell your 150 for $2 and buy one for $200, you don't have to pay that. So they're pretty good about letting you move up in the world and not paying taxes in the world of housing anyway.
Well, it's more multiple dwelling here. It's not if you buy a house. Like if I went and bought a house in Vancouver in 1980, whatever, for 180, and went and sold it, 7 years later for 500 grand, or even a year later for double the price, there'd be no, because I'd lived in that dwelling. It wasn't.
I see.
An alternate
here you
try to make money.
Here, if you
so
don't,
if you have 3 dwellings,
right?
If you have like 3
don't
dwellings,
upgrade, you're going to pay that capital gains in America.
But like I said, if you live in the house, technically, even, I'm not saying you have to stay there and sleep. If you live in the house technically for a year, you can flog it off without paying the capital gains. But if you have 10 houses and you live in one, you're not going to be able to flog those other 9.
Right.
When the market is such where you can, even if you took a loss on it.
I see.
Yeah, we're allowed 2 houses here.
Yeah. Yeah, it changes as, people lobby and say that it's unfair for this and that, but they try to just keep the offshores coming in and then artificially inflating the prices and flogging off and all like that. It's supposed to keep the structure intact where you don't have outside influences on house prices that can crash or rise as they come and invest and flog and take. It's just laws. I guess there's some racial things behind it. It was to stop actually the initially, you don't like saying the facts, but it was to stop Chinese investors coming in and buying up the Vancouver market and inflating the prices of the house. That was the big complaint.
Yeah,
they would draw it up. They would draw it up without racism. Hey?
I say they would really tax them for that.
Well, that's what it was about. It was the facts of what people complain about. Oh, these people are coming in and pushing up houses so my kid can't buy one, and they don't even live here, and they buy up 10 houses and they come and they destroy the property. So that the city councils hear all this constantly, so they have to come up with a roundabout way to make it sound nice, to discourage that kind of thing. Well, we got rid of those people from out of the country coming, taking over your world.
Welcome to the big world.
No, I say it's fact. I don't give a shit. I just moved out of Vancouver. I mean, I guess I liked it when I was there. I didn't have anywhere else. But, it wasn't like, oh, this is my attachment. I must stay here. As things change, it gets stupider and uglier. I just move out to somewhere that offers the same services. It doesn't have the same sickness or pressures. Things change. Whatever.
Well, I'm going to keep to my own personal word to myself and take off, guys. I'd love to stay, but I got to get going with the sleep thing. So we'll talk to you guys later. Jack, Russell.
You have fun, huh?
All right. Yeah, I'm sleeping, I guess. Less fun than this, but you got to do what you got to do, man. We'll see you guys later.
Okay.
Bye
See you,
now.
Richard.
All right. Bye.
Now let's see. What's that girl's name? Neely RN or something?
Yeah, I was just going to mention her. I was going to go, how come that Ashley Neely thing with all her comments doesn't come on and bark on the the chat?
She owns it now. She could come and take out her heat.
Yeah, we'll have a listen to it.
Ashley Neely, come on the chat.
Yeah, what about you, Bright Star? You seem to linger in here now.
BS8, come on.
Have you ever heard that Ashley Neely thing come on here?
No, I just see her shouting online, and it's
Yeah, like every second paragraph. A lot of energy on the keyboard, that's for sure.
yeah, it might be kind of fun to visit with her and hear her voice.
Yeah.
And I've talked with Bright Star on the chat, but never. It'd be fun to hear his voice here too.
Well, he's got what Russell on there. Come on there, Bright. I've read a lot of your comments on AJ and whatnot. Let's hear what you have to say in person. You don't even have to have a camera on your head.
Yeah, Bright Star, you're opinionated enough. You could stir us up and get us going.
Yeah, you're a believer, aren't you? I don't know. Are you Muslim or Jewish? I can't remember. You and Robert, sometimes I don't know if you're Islamic or Jews.
Okay, we'll forgive you.
No thanks.
Thing is, you're not religious either, are you?
No, I haven't
No.
seen God yet.
Yeah, okay. Well, they probably don't want to climb because of that.
When I sit down and smoke a bowl with him and drink a beer, then we'll get along.
Well, yeah, I want to meet the guy too, you know. Supposed to be flying around talking to all these people in their own heads, you know, not their subconscious. So I want to meet this. Because the only time I got things talking in my head is my own head.
Yeah, that's bad enough, the noise that goes on in my head.
And if I start thinking that what's going on in my head is voices from another planet, or I know I got some real problems. God's talking to me. I'm doing his work. Maybe we shouldn't say that. We're gonna offend the poor people. You poor followers. You poor followers. You need guidance to guide you in the right way. In the way of love and compassion. Written in a book by another man. But if he doesn't agree with you, you got to kill him, right?
Oh, yeah, or at least chop a hand off.
Yeah, something. You don't believe what I believe. You want to be together.
Yeah, it's amazing how many people get killed either by a country or a religion.
Yeah, it makes me ill. But I just chalk it up to stupid humans again. With their silly little egos and everything else. I'm better than you. I'm going to control you. Fuck off, you stupid little China.
Yeah, old Bright Star says no thanks.
I know.
And
Right, get Robert to come over here. I want to ask him if he's got Munchausen syndrome. Seeing that he's dying all the time. Well, I mean, I remember my buddy used to talk about his grandma that died every year. He'd go, oh, that must be grandma, you know, she dies every year. Or it says she's gonna.
yeah, I've called Robert Fireman for a long time. You might have even seen me do it. It's because he caught his beard on fire one day.
Oh, that's right, too. I know that Ragnar guy, he's always kind of ragging on him, eh? Like he's going, Robert,
yeah, right.
What's your blood count today? Everybody I know that's been cancerous like you is already.
If I'm not mistaken, Ragnar lives in a boatyard, not in the water, but in a boatyard, and he has a couple of cargo containers that he keeps his stuff in.
Oh yeah.
No, Queen Ashley.
Does he live in Europe? That Ragnar guy? I've never chatted with him because I think he's religious, or he has some witty stuff that I'll laugh at, you know.
Yeah, he thinks, but the way he writes and everything, it makes
I know
you
it's
wonder.
confusing. Well, it's kind of confusing because he's a bit illiterate, but some of the stuff's pretty funny, you know. So it's worth reading once in a while. Like he'll say stuff to Robert that cracks me right up, and I'll usually add something to it, you know. just to get them going.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that maybe he isn't stuck in that country as not being a citizen, but he can't cross the border.
Yeah, isn't he Russian or something? No, that's Chroma. That's that, or somebody else is Russian.
Yeah,
he lives in Austria.
Yeah, that's him. But I don't know that he. Yeah, he says he can't go anywhere either, and he has no money.
Yeah, he seems to be a little bit of a drama queen type.
Yeah, but he's sure off the wall sometimes.
But he's only a young kid too, isn't he? Like under 20.
He posted his picture one time, and he looked like a guy about 26 or so.
Oh yeah.
But he's careful not to put his real picture up. I think he's embarrassed of his own face or something.
Still, I don't know. It makes me wonder about young people, like I would say under 50, hanging out on these chats, like being there a lot of the time. Like I'll sit there, come on for my 10-minute wax periodically, and I'll see the same person, and then I might not come on for a day, and then I come back and there's that same person again consistently, and then I'll go away for an hour, come back, they're still on there. It's I don't know, at 26, I can't see just being on these and all your multiple chats that they must do. I guess that's how they entertain themselves nowadays.
Well, you see, my whole
pretty
life,
lame. Pretty lame.
This is all I do. I just kill my time on this. So.
Well, I mean, I do more than this, but I'm 58 years old. I've had, a pretty good life. I mean, maybe not the greatest, but whatever. I mean, I'm content. I was satisfied. I did everything I wanted to, basically. So I don't sit here, I did everything.
Yeah, I've done.
I look back and I smile even now, thinking about what I did in years and whatnot. So I'm content with what happened. I don't need to rehash it. I'm 58 for fuck's sake.
Well, I'm 65, so I'm no youngster.
So yeah, exactly. We've done it, right? And if you haven't, well, too bad because you missed it.
Yeah. No, I've done it. I've done it.
Our time was up to like I don't know, 45. You're still pretty young. I remember. I don't know. I mean, what dating class age, but still, I'm not going to go out there and do what I did at 25, 30 and try to rehash. Maybe, to a point, but I don't have to relive anything or try to relive it twice or 3 times. I was satisfied with once. I made it through without dying.
Yeah, that's the thing. We made it without getting killed.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, think about the potential. Jeez. Well, not really, but yeah, I mean, things I did. And I wasn't a glory seeker though, so I wasn't always taking stupid risks. But with a few cases of beer in me, I did some pretty silly things. Standing up to people in your country that pulled guns on me.
I've had the guns pulled on me.
But I couldn't believe it, being that drunk. I said, "Fuck you with your stupid little gun," and I actually booted it out of his hand. I couldn't believe it. Everybody said I was nuts, and then I punched him. Took the gun and threw it in the. Yeah. I took the gun and I threw it against a tree and broke the trigger off. Oh, he wasn't happy, but I punched him anyway. But when I thought about it the next day, I thought, you're fucking retarded. The guy could have shot you. But whatever, I was in a state where I said, yeah, whatever, go ahead, try it. But after that, I thought, no, I don't think I'll do that again. I'll try to figure out this gun could kill me. But it worked out to my advantage. The guy got punched. His gun got broken. So maybe he learned something. I don't know.
Last gun I had in my face, it was a methamphetamine cook, and he had let his dog run.
Ooh.
And I kept calling him, telling him keep their dog at home. And one day it had my cat by the leg, and I shot it.
Yeah.
And he came down and put his gun in my face, and I said, he put the gun in my face and threatened to kill my animals.
Yeah, well,
And-
where that happened, you know where Seattle International Raceway is? Like it's Northwest Raceway now.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
up there. Well, I always went to the drag races, and you know, we were Canadians and quite aggressive there, and you know, I'd be stirring it up with the locals. And yeah, the guy thought maybe I was too noisy and pulled a gun, but I ended up punching it really hard too.
yeah.
But you know, I didn't get in trouble for it and thrown in jail, which was good. But I guess there was a gun involved, so nobody wanted to say anything. But you know, I think about it now, I'd shake my head. But hey, it's something to talk about. I know my friends still talk about it all the time. Oh, look, it's a fucking mental case.
Yeah, I talked the guy down from it, and told him that he shouldn't be waving his gun in my face. And then I figured that the cops needed called, and I called the police on him. I don't usually do that.
Well, you know, I'm usually scared shitless if somebody's pointing a gun at me, or he's got a gun around that they don't know what they're doing either. I'll take it off them, but I don't know what was wrong. I guess I was 22 or something like that, or something else, but it didn't seem to faze me for some reason. And I'm, you know, I've been brought up with guns since 11 years old or before, pellet guns. So, you know, it's not like I don't respect them. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe I just called this bluff. Who knows? After 20 beer, who the fuck really knows?
When the police came, they called in a towing company and towed out 6 stolen cars from the fella's place.
I bet he wishes he never brought a gun over to your place, a stupid cunt. Jesus.
He ran away into the forest and never to be seen again.
That's funny sometimes when people act up and they draw attention to themselves and they end up getting fucked around by the police themselves. You know, they're going out there trying to screw somebody over or whatever, being a tough guy. And then all of a sudden the cops come and that guy's in trouble. Like you say, he's got stolen property in there and they're walking, oh, you got to grow up too, huh?
Yeah, the whole group of them moved away after that, so it cleaned up the neighborhood.
How does that work around Oregon? I don't think do they have grow-ups around there where they don't really care or whatever? Well, you guys are all legal now anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, it's all legal. Right across from the street from me is a full grow-up.
Yeah. But I always wondered about Oregon. You know, like Colorado was first, and I knew Washington too. And I thought, what's happening with Oregon and California? Oregon should be in there. And then I see, oh, we want to get in on it with Alaska there. But I was wondering why Oregon didn't jump in there in the first, you know, like with Colorado, but they were quick right behind them.
Yeah, they just okayed home delivery now. You can have it delivered to your home.
Well, that was, you know, that's something I was telling people up here. Like a lot of the people up here, like guys our age, like, you know, when they have ailments and whatnot like that, people put them on stupid morphine and that other fucking opiate there. What is it? That they're always making heroin on or whatever, an anti. But a lot of people, you know, are doing edible pot, right?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of seniors that are doing it. And I always figured, you know, not a lot of seniors want to drive from where they are to come down to the stupid dispenser and get it. They need, you know, if they're at a home or something like that or whatever, they need somebody to go and deliver it, right? But it costs more money actually to deliver it. But I don't know. Medicare is probably going to be on board here in a few years, you know, by paying for it, because they already pay for the veterans. And why do the veterans get their pot paid for but nobody else? You know, well, they were in the war. You know, PSTD is something more that you can, you know, the government actually pays for their pot, and now they're saying, we're not
the
veterans for more than 3 grams a day.
Here the veterans don't get it because it's a federal program. The federals do not.
No, I know. Yeah, for you. Down over here, they do. Like for some reason, the lobby from the veterans said PTSD that marijuana works better. So they said okay, and they pay for it. Like you know, like if your Medicare paid for drugs or whatever like that, right? So it's kind of a precedent. It's like, well, why do the veterans? Why is it okay for them to do the pot and sanctioned by the government, paid for? but not others. So now you have another challenge, like, well, they've almost admitted that it's a medicine, or they have because they're paying for it. So shouldn't that be a medicine for everybody else? Be interesting to see the case.
It sure changed the illegal market. The illegal market, it was $320 an ounce, and now it's $100 an ounce at the store.
Okay. Yeah. Well, up here, we had when they changed the law. Under the conservatives, and the prices, because everybody was growing, and all of a sudden these laws came in, dropped. Like it was down to like 900, 800 a pound, and nobody was making money growing anymore because it was too depressed and whatnot. But it bounced back up where it's up to 2,200 or 2,000 or 2,400 depending for a pound, back to where it was before when all the bikers were shipping it down to the States, right?
Yeah,
that was like the big market was the Angels, which control pretty well everything. I shouldn't say it, whatever. Pretty well control everything up here. We're doing large volume shipments south, and then getting cocaine north as an exchange, right? But they were getting a lot of cash too. And then all of a sudden the market got whacked. But it's back up again.
The BC Bud brought it down to 250 from 320 down here.
Yeah, because I'm talking about before when it was illegal and there was a big pipeline, in the 90s and whatnot like that. It was huge. People growing up here. I even was offered many of the vehicles that transported it down there. They never got caught, but one did, and it had like 10 grand in there. Yeah, I don't forget, a bunch of money, and false frames and everything. It did a great job of it, and all of a sudden the vehicle's red marked, so it can't do anything, and it's got all these places to put pot in the frame and everything. So I remember them offering it to us all the time. It's like, you want to buy this brand new truck? Why? Well, it's the next transport truck and it's red marked, so it's a good deal. And it had all the compartments in there still. But Woody, all of a sudden some guy comes up one day, oh hey, you want to buy something for $5,000? It's worth 10. It's like, well, I don't really have $5,000 today,
Yeah. No, it
was funny to see those.
The pound price has leveled off to 1,000 down here.
It's what?
A pound is $1,000.
Oh, really? That's cheap.
Yeah.
Compared to here, anyway, because it went back to the normal price. Now everybody's happy again.
But the grows are it has made lots of work for people, trimming and stuff. The grows are like gymnasium size.
Yeah, I've done it all.
Yeah, I don't have anything to do with them, but it's here.
Well, it's work intensive. There's a lot of things like bug problems and all. You have failures of your crop and mites, and then you got different molds and whatnot like that. So you've always got to keep on top. It's not like something you just go in there and turn it on and off. There's always something that you're fighting, environment, and so it's not like it involves labor. It involves work, like anything. Like any time you try to make money, there's usually something involved, unless you've got rich parents or something, trust fund baby. But it's not an easy way to make a living, or just a cash cow. It's not.
Someone comes up here, or Gary Grant, I think $200 an ounce in part of Montana.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. Oh well. I like it that they aren't wasting our tax money fighting it.
But the thing is, like, if you sell it for 200 an ounce, which is probably the going rate around here, 175, you make $3,200 on your pound, right?
Yeah.
Instead of your 22 that you make selling bulk pounds, where you sell 10 at a time or whatever for 2,200.
Yeah, you just go to the store and it's 200 here now.
Yeah, and you got all your choices too, I guess, eh? Different
I said that wrong. It's 100.
Oh.
Not 200. It's 100 at the store, and you've got those choices.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a good thing. I mean, it was too long that it was looked at as like, ooh, it's like, oh, get with it, you know. But up here, it's funny, you know, these people think it's some big cash cow for the government taxation office. It's not going to be. You know, I tell people, don't get overemphasized. It's some big, huge cash cow. It's not. It'll be something, but there'll be also costs involved too. So, you know, it's not going to be like the runaway, like, wow, look at this. Boy, we can spend money on everything now. We got this pot income coming in. It's not going to be the windfall. It's not the windfall that they think it's going to be. It'll be there. It's not going to be a huge windfall, let me tell you. Because as soon as prices become silly, whereas the government got involved in sort of taxation and rolling your own shitty pot, nobody will buy it anyway. Because they used to buy it previous to the government having involvement. And they'll just go back to it.
Yeah, when it gets in the
they have very little control of the market where the government can control, you know, selling a pack of joints or whatever to you. They'll only be in competition of the people that really know what they're doing.
When the government gets the tax money, it just disappears anyway.
Well, yeah, general revenue. It's like when they call everything a carbon tax, or this is going to be a wonder tax or a rubber tax. It's all bullshit. It's in general revenue. They call it something nice, you know, to make people happy.
Yeah, there's no noticeable effect on the government. They are getting quite a bit of money, but they aren't showing where it goes or bragging about what it does for the people.
But like I say, when the government gets involved, they start overtaxing it or whatever like that, and taking the price out. It's not going to work for very long. Because people just go back to buying the way they did. You know, they're not going to change.
Yeah, that's true. It grows from seed.
Yeah. I mean, I've never had a problem all my life getting it since I was 13, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, it's not like it's a big deal to get it after. I mean, I don't like going around looking for it. You know, like a child, like, oh, geez, you got any pot? And I don't, so I don't have to. So, you know, it seems to me that was more effort than it was worth. But we got all the dispensaries here anyway. I got cards for them too. And if you got a card for one dispensary, you can go into another one and they'll accept it. So it's no big deal. But it's still expensive. You know, it's $10 a gram. It used to be less, but they put it up where, oh, this is better. So it's not $8 a gram. It's 10. It's whatever. You know, they have some fancy name for it, like white intensive sap sucker or something. Nope, that's $12 a gram. I just gave it a new name. You know, it's like whatever. But
yeah. It's not my world anymore. It sure was when I was a kid, though.
What's that? Pot?
I don't have any. I don't have any.
That's all I really do anymore. I don't really drink anymore. That's just too much hassle. Feeling that way or whatever. And I don't need the feeling to release.
I haven't drank at all for a few years now.
Yeah. Well, you know, when you start getting up at the later ages, if you keep pounding that, you're just going to die anyway. I mean, it really does eat away your physical, especially at our ages. Like when you start getting beyond 55 and you're pounding as much booze as you ever did, you don't live long. You know, people that I know pound booze heavily die. It's just the way it is. I don't know anybody 70-year-old that pounded all their life, like, you know, had the big red nose, slurring speech constantly. They're dead. They died about 60.
Well, that's why I partied when I was young. I wanted to enjoy the best part of my life with it.
Oh yeah, hey, I did my fair share drinking gallons of booze, but you know, I didn't continue on it. I mean, you know, I would have had health problems. You know, I mean, I know people with stomach problems from drinking too much. You know, oh, I got acid reflux. No, it's from drinking too much. You fuck your gut.
Yeah, those days.
Oh, I can't drink beer. It burns. You know, I can only drink that whatever. Stupid.
Yeah, I can't say I'll never drink another beer or anything or have a shot. But
I haven't quit drinking. Like, I mean, I can go and drink and have a few beer and enjoy it. But it's not like before where I used to you know, I was pounding to get booze so I could have a good time partying. I wasn't sitting down having a nice three pints or something like that. At some point, she'd sit down and have 10. Just sitting, maybe more, who knows. All you know is your wallet's awfully empty in the morning. Like, what? I thought I had $250 in there. It's gone. Fuck. What did I do? I must have lost it.
Hey, there's Mim. Come on, Mim. Get on chat. Come tell us about Melchizedek.
About who? She's making
that's...
You can come on, Mim, you know, instead of making comments. I'm talking to Jack. Still there?
I'm here. I'm just thinking about Mim. My name changed, so she doesn't know who I am.
Oh.
This is my real... This is my real name, Mim, you fucktard.
Oh, why is she insulting you?
No, that's what I always call her.
Oh, I see.
She should know who I am now.
Oh, yeah, she's that religious one, isn't she? That's always preaching.
Yeah, you want to chat? That's what she always says. You want to chat?
Right,
then she goes off into her religion, and I tease her about it.
Yeah, she always tells Fubar to read all these things she's given him to enlighten himself, see the truth, awaken. I always chastise him about it. Fubar, have you been reading what you've been told to awaken you to a new life, the life of peace
Jack
and love?
is overly aggressive. Okay, thanks, David.
What's that guy say?
He says, David Bowie says, Jack is overly aggressive.
Oh, geez, Jack, how aggressive you are. Oh, boy.
Yeah.
I haven't heard anything that would make you say that you're aggressive. Oh, well, maybe because you had a gun or something or whatever. You talked about your gun. Maybe that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, I haven't shot a bullet in years.
No.
I don't even remember. Oh, yeah, I shot a raccoon one time that was up bothering my...
I think the last time I shot something was a coyote that wouldn't leave the farm. I saw it like 2 or 3 times, and it kept hanging around. They're pretty opportunist, right? And I had hens and stuff, and I thought, I'm not coming fucking home, finding all my hens dead because I decided to let this fucking dumb coyote leave that won't leave. So I gave it a chance. I shot half its tail off, because I can shoot half decent. And I thought, okay, now if you fucking come back after I've done that, you're really stupid. Well, it did come back. So I had to put a blowhole in it. And
Come on, David Bowie.
It was funny, my dog went down there and just ripped a big chunk out of the side of that fucking coyote. She hated coyotes. I thought, maybe you had a fight with one that I never saw, you know. But she hated it. It went right up there and ripped it. I had to pull her off almost. Like, okay, it's dead. You don't have to rip it apart. I'm getting back at the one that chased me. Yeah, there was something. I've never seen her like act that way to another animal, even if she fought another dog. But just ripped chunks out of that stupid coyote, like wouldn't believe. Like, whoa. Maybe she just thought, well, Daddy shot this bad thing, so I'm going to rip it up too. I don't know.
Yeah, they support you.
Yeah. And then I just had to haul it up to the dump and chuck it in there. But, you know, I'm not going to, like I said, I'm not going to come home from work and find my dog kind of, you know, chewed up or whatever. My hen's dead. Then I'd be really mad at myself. I'd be going, you stupid fucking ass. Tried to save a coyote's life and look what you did. And you knew it might do this. And then I'd be madder. So I just thought, whatever, get rid of it. And then I don't have to go, told ya. Didn't really have many problems with animals around the livestock where I was. Of course, I had a pretty aggressive horse that would have chased anything out of there. Chased all the moose out.
Yeah, those horses. Yeah.
Oh yeah, like he didn't put up with much.
Okay, I'm going to apologize, Russell. David Bowie says, Jack, can you stop interrupting Russell?
Oh.
So I apologize, Russell.
Oh, I didn't. Don't perform for the chat list.
I'll just go back to Hangouts and I don't see them.
All right.
There.
How come that Mim won't get on here? I guess because we won't take her preaching. Eh? You can't convert us.
Yeah, I have a hard time getting on here. I don't even know how I get on. I'm pretty computer illiterate, and I do I type in Google Hangouts on the Google search, and eventually I get on. But
Hey,
it's hard.
I was computer illiterate there for years until I had to, because all the fucking machinery I worked on and cars and basically I mean, we did laptops and different entries into the machinery I worked on. So you have to be, or you look like a clown. So that's how I got kind of like, okay, Earnshaw, get in there and learn it. Never mind procrastinating, figure it out. And then, you catch on. But it's kind of like when we're old like this, it's hard. All of a sudden, something new, like click this, do it over here.
Yeah, I had to learn how to chat. I mean, to email to get a hold of Armando to get hooked up.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of things I don't even know. Well, there's some things, I guess, that I haven't even experimented with computer-wise. But I mean, the only reason I'm here is, like I said, I'm tired with a sore back. Or I'd be doing something else.
Yeah, that's the reason I don't do anything. I'm a result of back surgery.
Yeah. No, I haven't had any yet, but whatever.
Doesn't kill you, but it sure ties you up.
Yeah, I wish I could have got some extra money somehow. But I'm not that good at bullshitting a big story to try to for sympathy and get extra money. I got my railroad pension. I mean, I'm not entitled to anything more, I guess. I guess I get old age pension or something at 65 too, on top of it.
Oh,
I don't get my Canada pension. What?
Railroad pension should be pretty good.
Oh, yeah, well, whatever. Yeah. Could be more, but I shouldn't complain, I guess. I put in the years. I put in a lot of years, though.
Yeah, you did your time. You earned it.
Yeah. Started the place at 17, for Christ's sake.
Cool. You're a good worker.
No, I just kind of happened to where I kind of focused where I should go to work. I thought, I want to do that job. So I just went in. And Edmonton, Alberta, they hired you if you could walk. So they just hired you. I used to, you could go and hire on a place, work in construction labor, quit, go get a job across the street for another guy, quit that, go down the street, get a job for the city, anywhere. They just hire you and train you back in that time. So it was pick and choose. I had a choice of jobs. I was either going to be a cat skinner, up in the oil sands there, scraping stuff, or a residential wiring electrician for buildings, or a railroader. The railroad hired me first. So.
Yeah, I kept it simple. I just went and killed salmon.
Well, I knew a few fishermen. Their dad, and then the kid took over the boat too. Just a little trawler there. Go out, you keel it out into the west coast of Vancouver Island.
Yeah, it's a good life.
With his hoochies.
Yeah.
And then he'd start hiring our friends when he took over the boat. And, the worst thing you can do is hire friends that, aren't fishermen, right? So that didn't work out. I'll give you a job, come out in the fish boat. Fuck you, he's a useless tit. All you want to do is drink. Fucking snort coke, stupid ass. Well, you got to work out there, right? I mean, when you're out in the boat, you can't be just goofing off thinking it's a holiday.
Yeah, you can't drink and fish.
No. I mean, they're on a small trawler, too. So, I mean, you got to move your ass and get out there and get your lot to get back into port and get it sold, right? He did all right, except when they started bringing in all the laws there, when the fish stocks were starting to deplete. And then those stinking fucking salmon farms. Putting all their
The salmon what?
Oh, the salmon farms putting all their shit and disease into the livestock or the wild stock.
Oh yeah, they do make disease real bad.
Yeah. I've always said, you know, I mean, I guess it's cost inhibitive, but you should have a contained system where you have some stupid man-built lake, pump salt water into it, and you can do your own filtration and whatnot. Like if you have to release the salt water, you know, make sure that it's gone through the processes back into the ocean and keep it isolated. So you don't have the disease type, you know, where they're all feeding off that feed that they have from West Coast Reduction that looks like chicken feed. And they're all like within 10 inches of each other, swimming around, diseasy. I don't know, I haven't heard a lot about fish farms lately. Every time they have a problem, they start beaking off every time they usually have a problem. Maybe they paid off all the Indians. I don't hear about it.
I think it was disease, and they kind of put themselves out of business.
Yeah, I just don't hear about them anymore. I know if you go in there and buy one of those Atlantic crap salmon, it tastes like shit. It's bland. You know, it might as well not even be flesh. It doesn't taste the same because they don't feed off the same type of thing. Like I said, they have that fish feed there that looks like chicken feed. And the meat's only going to be what's produced from the feed, right? And it tastes like, I don't know if you've tasted that. I've only tasted it once. I had a bad opinion before I tasted it, so probably nothing would change. But I thought, it's bland. It doesn't taste like anything. It's just, you can taste salmon taste, but not much, right? It's not like a rich spring or coho or something, you know, that you catch.
Yeah, no, I'm a vegetarian, so I wasn't much of a salmon eater. I've tasted it, but I couldn't tell you the difference because I've never really even eaten a meal of it.
Oh, really? Yeah, I like it, but like I say, I'd rather eat it smoked. Like I have some native friends who are really good at smoking with their little chief and whatnot. And you get dog salmon, you know, chum. Big buck.
Oh,
chums.
yeah.
And smoking, it was really, really good. I liked it. And it wasn't too smoky or too salty. It wasn't too salty or too smoky, so it was just right, or too dry.
Yeah, you don't get any money for the dog salmon, so you smoke them.
Well, and they taste as good as any other salmon when they're smoked. I mean, you know, you smoke me a coho and give me some chum, and I'm not going to tell you that coho's any better because it ain't. You know, it was good. We used to have some big rems up on the Squamish River. I used to go up there with my native buddies, and you know, they'd be line fishing, and I'd have like a 410 shotgun or something like that. Well, some of the side creeks where they'd be coming up there, bam! Oh, I got one now. So I'd get myself, you know, 17-pound buck, and have the smoking, you know, for me. Well, I got one too, but I didn't use line. Well, I'd be off doing other things, and they'd be fishing.
Yeah.
And, more of an entertainment type fishing involved.
Hey, I hear somebody in the background.
Yeah, who is it? Somebody that's got some background.
You guys talking about me? I had the TV going. I came back to make sure somebody had mod powers. Do you guys anybody have mod powers?
I see.
I don't. Oh, why there needs to be a mod power person on here?
To unhide anybody new that might come in, or to like kick somebody out playing porn. That's why. So anyway, I'm gonna give
it to Russell.
What?
Give it to Russell.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't even know how to click into all the
all right. Well, all you do is you go down to somebody's icon. There's a little arrow, and you click it up.
Right.
And then it'll the top one will be what you want to click
Profile.
to make sure they can.
Yeah, if you click it, you get what? Profile, ignore, and mute.
Right, but when I give you mod powers, the top one's going to say, you know, put in broadcast, and that's what you have to do if somebody comes in the room. Then it's going to say present to everyone, profile, and then it'll say eject. If you hit that eject one, it'll come up and make sure you want to, but if somebody's playing porn, you have to eject them. Music, the same thing. But it's mostly what you'll see when you get it is the very top one is what you hit so they can start talking and using their microphone. If they come in dark, you're going to have to hit basically unhide. I forget exactly what it says because now it says hide from broadcast on you guys because I've already done that for you. But it'll, whatever it is, the top one, you'll see it's pretty obvious and easy to figure out.
So when somebody comes on, you hit the top one to allow them to.
Yeah, you'll see. It'll see. I mean, I forget exactly what it says, but it's obvious enough. Let me see. What do I do here? Jack Russell. Jack Russell. I'm sorry. Oh, there you go. Okay, click on my name and see what happens now.
Hide from broadcast, present to everyone, profile.
There you go. There you go. That hide from broadcast just says the opposite when somebody comes in and needs to be broadcast. That's all.
And it'll take that arrow through the camera off.
It'll make it so they can use their microphone, right? If you don't they'll come in hidden, you know, and if you don't unhide them, they won't be able to say anything.
Yeah, I think
that's why I did that. If I was the only one with mod powers, if I had left and like Buddy'd come in or somebody else had come in and nobody's here to unhide them, they can't say anything, and that would suck, you know. Somehow D-Beck came in already unhid, probably because he's been in the room before or something. I don't really know how this shit works, but I know somebody needs a mod power in case somebody comes in hid. So anyway. Beck, you want the mod powers too? You know more about it than all of us.
Yeah, you can give it to him, I guess.
Well, I can give it to both of you. I can give it to anybody, really. But hold on. I don't even see Beck in the control room thing.
We've already got the control room.
Okay, all right, good enough. All right, good. Because I was leaving and I didn't want nobody to have it. All right, see you guys later.
Yeah, have a good one.
You fucking cabbage.
What's that?
Oh, I'm teasing him. I was talking to him the other night, and the only words I could understand from his accent was "fucking cabbage."
Yeah, he's got kind of a strong Welsh accent, doesn't he? Huh?
If your brain's a bit slow, I can't help you there, pal, you know.
Yeah, your brain can't be a bit slow. You won't be able to hear him.
Yeah, I like to hear that language.
What, you mean talk in a different kind of way?
Yeah, I like that.
In your accent, are you chewing tobacco and looking at your own nose?
Spit and can't miss. I've missed a whole hour of one of my favorite radio shows because you guys have been so entertaining.
What was your favorite radio show?
It's called Lars. It's called Lars Larson.
Oh. And here's the rest of the story. Paul Harvey.
Yeah, I just watch proper football.
Proper football. What's that where they kick a silly little round ball with all them with octagons on there or whatever it's called?
No, they don't dress up like homosexuals with crash helmets on and padding anyway.
Oh, they just got them little funny shorts there and them
little sexy shorts.
I got me socks pulled up, me stockings up.
Shorts just for you, no padding. No padding,
No
no.
padding. Well, they're not hitting each other either.
They don't have an airbag just in case they bump into somebody, you know.
Just running across the field, you know, and collision.
Aye, aye.
And then you got the fans and the singing the songs all about them, you know. 2, 4,
Aye,
6, 8.
little sing song, aye. There's no triple burgers.
Don't they sing Daisy, Daisy, the coppers are after you? We don't do that no more.
Hey,
Bloody bastard.
Fanny,
Daisy, Daisy, the coppers are after you. And if they catch you, they'll give you a year or 2. Tie you up with wire behind the Black Mariah. Swing hell, bend like hell on a bicycle built for fucking 2. So you say you're from Wales, do you there? Wales?
No,
Branyard?
no.
You're not from Wales?
No, not
Well, who's
Wales.
a Welshman then, you clown?
No, not Wales, not Wales. Try and
Not
use your
Wales.
small geographical mind.
Well, one of you was saying he was from Wales. I don't know if it was you or the other one with the leaf on. He's Scottish.
No. The only Welsh person we have in here is Shan Dias. He's Welsh.
So you're a Scotsman then?
Caledonian.
Balladonian, yeah, right. Yeah.
Know what the word Scotch means?
Scotch? Weren't you arguing with that bear lad that's Scotch the other night?
Scotch.
Talking
Scottish.
about knifing each other?
Yeah, it's a Gaelic word. Do you know what it means?
No, I don't know nothing about gay or lick.
Gaelic, bit of lick.
Gay,
End of
gay
it.
people don't lick.
Gaelic. There's 3 Gaelic languages.
Gaelic people from Ireland.
Yeah, there's Gaelic people in Wales, and there's Gaelic
people in France.
And it's 3 different languages.
And there's Gaelic people in Orlando.
Yeah.
And they go to dirty bars.
Forgotten it. Have you forgotten the original question? Do you know what
What's that?
Scottish means in Gaelic?
What does it fucking mean in bloody Gaelic then?
Well, it's Irish Gaelic for raider and pillager. That's what
Well,
it
we
means.
don't. What are you talking about, Irish?
It's an Irish
We
word.
don't be talking about Irish people in that kind of way.
Yeah, put it into Google.
What are you talking about?
Make
Only in
the-
Ireland we talk like these.
And that'll explain to you what it means if you put it into Google search. Yeah, you know how
I
to
don't
use.
want to know. I'm an Orangeman. I'm going to be marching down with me orange. The
Right.
rest of the Orangemen.
Oh, you get the sash my father wore.
Fianna Fail.
Oh, but it is beautiful, and its colours they are fine.
Isn't the Gaelic people like Fianna Fail?
Fianna Fail, well, they failed,
Fianna
didn't they?
Fail.
Fianna
You what?
Fail. You're in a pail.
Fianna Fail. That's a Gaelic, isn't it? For ear?
Pale. I'm feeling pale, is meaning you're Fianna
Fianna Fail from ear.
Fail. Mm-hmm.
What the hell's that?
But eyes are smiling.
How come you were fighting with Bear? Talking about knifing
Bear.
each other and all that. What was the big fucking problem you had with him?
I've never passed a sentence with Bear. I haven't got a clue who he is.
The one with that funny orange avatar, you know, it shows some silly,
The one that says quite a lot. Yeah.
I think it's a gingerbread bear on there or something like that, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he talks too much, doesn't he?
Oh, I don't know. Seems to be harmless.
I don't know, because he's never spoken willable.
I think he wants to knife you. Cut your guts out.
To put his cock up my hand. I think he wants to shit up my fucking large colon. I think that's what he wants to do.
How come you people are always talking about being faggots? Is it because you're always thinking about it? You should shut up.
Broach the subject. You did begin the subject. Yeah.
I don't talk about faggots because I'm not fucking thinking about it all day.
Well, why did you bring
You've got
up
to
the
get your
subject?
mind on something else. Get your mind
Why
out
did
of
you bring
that
up-
bloody gutter.
You're the one that
daft
mentioned gay.
You're always talking about it. I don't know why.
You're in denial now.
Get
You were
on
the
to
one. You were the one that
Get
broached
to
the subject.
thinking about something else.
Change the subject. Stop talking about homosexuals.
Bloody
For
hell.
sake.
Fucking idiot, yeah.
You must be Americanized, talking about fucking homos all the time.
Here we go. Now he's going to be on for about 10 bloody hours on that fucking faggot.
There you go, mentioning faggots again. What the hell? Can't get faggots out of your mind, can you?
All right. Carry on. Turn the bloody page.
Let's talk about quantum physics, eh?
All right. How long does it take for a photon to get from center of sun to the outside?
I would say about 100,000 years.
Maybe at the most, but some come out in 50. What about them? Didn't they hit enough?
65,000. Some might come out in 500,000 years. So depends what it bumped into on the way.
Got to bump into all them other bloody atoms.
Aye.
Well, let's get this Queen Ashley Neely, the first retarded knight, who never stops making comments. Why doesn't she come on here?
Come on, Queen
Probably because she's got a man's voice or something, you know. Or
Yeah, I think
you'd
be quite shocked at Ashley's voice.
Oh, is it like a man or like
Oh,
like RuPaul or
yes.
something? Huh?
It sounds like a North Dakotan on helium.
Oh. So it doesn't sound like RuPaul or anything like that, or one of them things.
Oh, it's, I think she sounds a bit like Richard with her thumb up her arse.
Come on, Queen, or whatever you are. Ashley Peely, the first retarded.
Ashley will not make an appearance.
No. Just make a look. I would imagine that must be because she is a man, eh?
She's a queen.
A queen. An LA queen.
All you have to do is right-click the picture and search the picture. You'll see where Ashley gets her pictures from.
Oh, what is it? Google Images somewhere?
Some kind of makeup book.
Oh, I'm not going to click it. That's too much effort.
Joy, we all fucking know Ashley's a fucking dude.
A boot?
A
You
dude.
dirty-
Dude. Doody. A doody dude.
Who's she
You knew that
attacking now?
fucking 6 months ago, Joy, for fuck's sake. Breaking news by Joy. Ashley's a dude.
Joy? Queen Ashley Neely the first. Well, if she looked like that, there's no way she'd be fucking, well, unless she's completely mentally retarded. Sticks fucking knives into people's back. Wouldn't be on here baking off like 25 hours a day.
Who's a fucking vegetarian?
Okay, Mim, why don't you come on here and try to enlighten us to a new way of looking at life? Something that we awaken from the evils of being heathens, goys,
Yeah. Good night,
infidels, and all the other fucking names.
Good night, Queen Richard.
Queen Richard. Armand. Get Trump on the.
Yeah, running is fun. He gets wound up too.
Mim, all you have to do is ask Armando underneath you to link you a chat room link, hangout, and you can come on and say your piece to everybody. Maybe you'll convert people to your way of thinking.
I don't know who the vegetarian is, Ronan. It certainly isn't me.
Hello, Ronan.
Hello. Russell, are you the vegetarian?
No.
I'm the vegetarian.
Oh, okay. Jack, no, you had mentioned that, and you were having such a lovely conversation. I prefer listening to you, gentlemen. But that's not the point here or there. Yes, I was wondering, well, if we could just have a short chat about veganism or vegetarian. Is that okay with you?
Oh, I don't care. It's just the way I am.
No,
I gotta go. I gotta go.
Huh? No, I was just gonna ask, like, how many years you've been a vegetarian, for example.
I've been a vegetarian all my life. I've eaten 3 hamburgers, and that was just out of respect to the cook.
Oh, no, I had gotten into a discussion with a gentleman by the name of Spiritus Sanctus, and he is a vegetarian, and he's just like, oh, everybody should be vegan, and I thought to myself, okay, yes, I can agree with that. However, it needs to be phased in. You know, the whole idea of veganism should be phased in over generations, because there's currently a lot of children, young children under 5, that have had to been put into the hospital, you know, for care because certain levels of chemical and compounds are too low in their bodies, and they became very ill. And the point I was trying to make is, like, I agree with the idea of it, but the way we're currently set up, being meat eaters, omnivores actually, it's a bad idea to instantly change. You know, like two parents, both parents become vegan all of a sudden, except that their families and generations have eaten meat protein, and they decide to become vegan, which is a good idea. But if they have an infant and then they try to make the infant a vegetarian, that's where the problems arise, the health problems, you know, developmentally, you know, because it's obviously the body has not adjusted over generations to be vegan. That's the only. Go ahead.
I disagree with that concept in that there is no change. It's just that you're eating a different type of food, and the different type of food has all the essential things there, but it takes a little more information to be a vegetarian. It's pretty simple to just go eat a dead animal and get everything you want because the other animal already ate it. But when you're a vegetarian, you have to pay attention to eating grains and legumes in the same day and a few things like that.
Did you grow rabbit's ears?
I grew up vegetarian. I've tasted animals. I go hunting with you if you eat the animal. It isn't a killing thing for me.
Sure, the brain needs protein.
Well, no, I'm just going by the science angle, because I know I cannot get capture, let's say, a wild animal that eats meat only, you know, exclusively. Name a wild animal in your mind, any wild animal that eats only meat, protein, and cage it and then feed it vegetables. It'll become ill. That's guaranteed. I can tell you that, and I think that's reasonable to say.
Not going to eat it.
right?
You're not going to get a tiger to feed on a lettuce.
Well, no. Like I said, that's the example I'm trying to bring up because, like I said, my angle is not just opinion. It's I'm basing everything I'm saying on science and understanding, things like, like what happened from one generation to the next. And like I said, okay, tiger. Okay, we catch a wild, healthy, male, female tiger. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter the sex. Put it in a cage, and then feed it. Just put a bunch of vegetables in there for the animal to eat. Either it won't eat it, or it will, but I doubt if it will, right? Because it won't figure it out based on how it's programmed. The mind is the mind of the animal.
Well,
Programmed.
exactly. You're talking about dispositions of animals' minds too, whereas
Right. So
a domesticated animal is far more capable of being able to combine itself.
So the same disposition, to that degree, is within a group, whatever group of people. If they were used to eating only, certain food groups all their lives, and it was, let's just say it was always protein, it would be impossible for them to instantaneously become vegetarian. That's the point I was trying to make. I'm just,
tiger.
I'm not saying it's wrong. Yeah, I'm not saying it's wrong. I did say I agree with the idea of it.
I disagree with that point.
See, if you look at people living
explain to me, should I say, how I can capture a wild tiger, or we use tiger, and feed it only vegetables. How do you do that? Because it's still an animal.
Well,
it's still an animal. It's still an animal. We are all animals.
Yeah, but you're talking about
you're a tiger instead of seeing pissed off at that.
When I was a young man, there was a family that raised a lion from when it was a cub, and they fed it a vegetarian diet. It was right up by Seattle International Raceways, which we were talking about earlier, Russell. And they raised it to be an old animal, and it died an old life. Died at an old age.
Yes, but you just gave me more support because they raised it. They raised it that way. I said catch a wild one, a mature male, female tiger. I think we used. Yes, and it's already been eating meat. It's already been doing it for X number of years. But like your point, I agree. It's possible. It's possible. Yes. But I'd said a wild animal already out there, already male, adult, female, whatever, and then start feeding it. It won't work. What you're using is like, okay, it's like trying to grow a lion and a lamb at birth, right? As companions. It works. Yes. Yes.
Well, you're trying to say that if I started eating meat, that I would get sick. It's not true.
You get sick.
I can live on meat just as good as I can live on vegetables. Actually, I don't just live on vegetables. I have to have grains.
I think I believe you will become constipated. Your body cannot process it because it's of the bacteria that it currently holds in your tummy. That's part of the problem there. No, it's not a light switch. That's all I was trying to point out in coming into this hangout. That's all. It's not a light switch.
Well, I've lived around a lot of people that are vegetarian. I was raised that way, and I've lived around a lot of people that eat meat. And the switching between, I've seen that done, and it doesn't do the things that you're seeming to think.
Well, no, but
I know the people that I know that live only on vegetables to be a lot healthier than the people that live on McDonald's and fast food, and look the part too.
No, you just said switching around. That's okay because it's not so many generations in separation. Okay, that's like I said. That's the point I was trying to make. Like using the tiger.
Well, I think that your generation concept is totally wrong.
Okay. Well, I'm waiting for evidence now. See, this is where you explain, like I was explaining in detail, how that is wrong. That's why I stopped talking. I'm waiting for your evidence explanation. Please, go ahead.
Oh, I don't care. I don't give evidence. I just don't eat dead animals.
Okay, fine. That's just okay. No, because see, I was explaining how that works out, and you said I was wrong. I said okay. Now what I was waiting for is the explanation. It's explanation of how I am wrong, and you're not providing that. So we can just table that now, please. Thank you for your time. We can go on to something else.
An animal while it's still alive.
My explanation is I think your head's up your ass.
Okay, that is not necessarily scientific.
We don't eat living animals. We wait until they're dead, you crow fucker.
Well,
I have no problem.
I'm not trying to insult you, Jack. I was not trying to say things like you just said to me. I was trying to have a civil conversation with you about the idea of veganism, where it works, where it doesn't work. But if you want to go there, I'd really just rather change the topic and we'll chat about something else, please. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, that sounds fine, but I've lived with the world, and it doesn't matter about generations. It's whether it's you start it now or live with generations. It's just what you eat.
Well, I've studied people like Gregor Mendel, Darwin, along those lines, genetics. I understand those things. So, like I said, if you want to go to ad hominem attacks, I would rather really not go there. I don't use those type of words or mentality. I provide information, facts, quotes, and questions is my modus operandi. So if you were, going to take issue like you did now, I would rather just we'll table it and we'll chat about anything else that you'd like. Anything, please.
Sounds good.
Okay, time to carry on.
Yeah, to talk about elephants.
Elephants are beautiful animals. They have very good memory.
Elephant.
You like the ears, D-Beck? Admit it, lad.
Yeah.
The best thing I saw an elephant do was when they were coming down a river in a big zodiac raft, all these naturalists and biologists. They came upon a big, huge bull elephant, African. And it didn't like that big raft being in his water. And it rushed it and flipped that raft and all the equipment on it and burst half of it. And it had to go down the river with half a raft floating with no equipment. I thought, well, yeah, that's kind of cool. It didn't really want this thing coming and where it's taking its bath and having its water. This big thing comes down the river. It could have threatened it. And it took it with a tusk and flipped it. Flipped the guys and everything all into the river. So don't F with a big African elephant.
Yeah, just like watching chasing the fucking lions away from the water holes.
Well, who's going to fuck with a full-size elephant except a gun, right? Nothing. Maybe if it's swimming in the water, a killer whale will do it in pretty quick, but I don't see that happening. I guess those things are dying off over there in Africa, huh?
Yeah,
taking them for their tusks, huh?
Yeah. It's an expensive job protecting them.
Well, I guess the Chinamen and Japs, they like buying the ivory. So I guess they finally even banned ivory sales in China or something. 'Cause I guess that was causing the market to
Well, they should
go
have
for the
sold
big slaughter.
They bought about 30 tons of ivory. All it did was put the fucking price up.
Well, I saw that big piles of it. You thought, what?
I've seen that. They have metric tons. I forget the number of ivory held right in warehouses, large warehouses. I would think it for that particular country to say, well, we're going to sell this off at a very, very high price per pound. Any buyers, any takers, and then they can sell it and use those monies to invest in infrastructure, for example. But
the more, if you push the price of ivory up, it just encourages the pirates. That's the thing. The more money. I mean, you're going to black market it whether you have it or not.
Yes, but the monies gained profited to that country could hire more rangers to go out there and protect the animals there already. It could fund the actual people
Ronan?
that protect against poaching. It could fund that.
Ronan, there's one way. There's one way of doing it properly, and that's to wean the stupid human beings off the necessity of getting ivory for whatever, to make their dinks hard or have their funny little stupid statues. Tell them it's stupid. We've evolved past it. Shut the fuck up. You're not going to own this anymore. Done deal.
Well, if you're going to the ad hominem attacks, also, I think, my apologies.
No, I mean human beings. There should be laws. Don't own ivory. Done deal.
Well, no,
Well,
like
it's banned. Chinese have banned it. No.
To just use
The
those
medication.
to use those profits to afford what airplanes, drones, whatever, to have more wardens, that would fund the protection of the current animal population. In other words, instead of taking the profits and putting it away, you can reinvest the profits into more game wardens, drones, airplanes, and things of that nature. In other words, use it to the advantage versus just having hundreds of, I don't know how many metric tons are held back. I'm just trying to recycle it back to the benefit of the animal.
Yeah.
Well, Roland, the thing is, they don't have a breeding program for African elephants. So you have a limited amount of them. Once they're gone, there's no more ivory.
Right.
They don't have little pens where they have, like where they reproduce them.
Well, that's why I'm saying
they're not like cattle that can just breed. So once you get them down to a certain amount, they pretty well perish. If there's only 100 left, how much, ivory's going to be what?
Well, yes, but see,
done deal.
The price per kilo, I imagine it's kilo now, that would be so high, and it would be obviously sold. People would buy it, yes. Like the price of gold going up or down, yes. But use those monies to pay for more game wardens, more drones, more airplanes, more eyes on those animals and protection for those animals, instead of like what drug users do and buy themselves a bunch of a fleet of very expensive cars or yachts or politicians, whatever.
Yeah.
But you have your wardens that'll get paid off by the pirates. Well, again, you've lost there.
One of the biggest problems you've got with wardens now is they're actually shooting innocent people. They're shooting villagers who are chasing elephants off of their crops. That's a big problem in several protection parks.
Well, that's it. It gets out of hand, and it's all up to the individual and what he does. If some pirate offers the conservation guy 10 grand or something like that to look the other way or whatever, well, whatever, or help them hunt one or tell them where they are, In an ideal world,
tourism is the biggest protection for them.
Well, that's the best thing. And if you got no elephants, you got no tourists who running around going, "Ooh, look at the elephant."
Well, the next one on the extinct list is probably the black rhino. That's the one that's almost extinct.
Yeah. What's that other one? The white one? The white rhino. I think there's only like 2 or something. They're trying to breed them or something, but they're probably going to...
That's the black rhino. I mean, there's about 30,000 elephants left, but black rhino, you're talking less than 100.
Yeah. Well, I saw where there was only 2 or 3 left of one type. And they were showing it, and they were trying to get it to breed, but it wouldn't because it was, a captive animal all fucked up.
Yeah, it could be.
On its natural kind of like surroundings to get it to breed. But hey, man's a great thing. He shits in his own bed.
Mm-hmm.
There's too many people on the earth anyway. Funnel overflows.
Well, not really.
Well, there's a lot of people that keep fleeing.
Yes, we happily support 10 billion easily.
Yeah. Couple of weather changes, bad crops. Done deal. The funnel is overflowing. But whatever, I'm 58. It's just my kids. They'll be putting up with a bunch of shit, I would imagine.
I have a couple of walrus ivory tusks.
Yeah. Oh yeah, well that's walrus. They're still around. Got to feed the polar bear.
Yeah, I found them on a beach.
Yeah, that's cool. I used to have ram horns from a California bighorn sheep. I found the whole skull, and the horns were still really nice. It was almost a full curl. It was still a 3/4. You could have put a cape on it. Huh?
That'd be neat.
Yeah, it was. We were coming down the mountain. I saw a couple of curls there. Wow. The whole head was there, and there was no like mice that had chewed away the horns or nothing. But you could have put a cape head on there and had it mounted on the wall, and you would have never had to shoot one. I don't know what happened to it. It might have fallen or died of old age, but it was only a 3/4 curl. It wasn't a full. Nice head, though.
I think they look neat when you have the bones there too.
Yeah. They're quite miraculous to watch them run around on the side of those mountains. Mountain goat especially. Fuck. I've come across mountain goats on the top of a mountain. They ran away from me. A couple of billy goats. And I went over to look where they ran. And I couldn't peek over. I would have fallen off the cliff. I don't know where they went because I wasn't about to peek over there. But then about 3 minutes later, I looked at the bottom there, and there they are, running down there. I thought, well, how did you fucking get down there? Got to be there, I guess, following them.
On the Olympic Peninsula, they just had a couple of years ago, they had to shoot a billy because he took to attacking the tourists.
Well, maybe the tourists gave him some bad junk food.
Yeah, it was junk food.
Maybe one of the tourists gave him some acid or something. We used to have, wasn't many goats ever coming out in the road in Jasper. It was always the sheep, the Rocky Mountain bighorns. They'd come out with all their matted fur, looked like they had mange because it was at the springtime where they're losing all their winter coat. And just standing in the middle of the highway there waiting for some fool to feed them giblet or something, or Smartie. But I never saw any goats. I mean, they'd be roaring around the mountains and whatnot, running around, but they never came down to the road. Just mostly mountain sheep. And the elk stay in town and they'll put their antlers right through your car. I saw that. Usually it was always just the spiked bulls and the does that hung around the middle of town. But in winter, the bulls come in too because they don't like getting harassed by the wolves, because the wolves are exactly about 3 miles out of town and they don't come in. So when you get your elk bulls that have spent their rutting season not eating and getting weak, they come into town to hang out until they rejuvenate so they don't get pulled down by the wolves. So they'd be in town kind of getting aggressive with you and always bowing their heads, showing their antlers, going, go away. I'd be half pissed all the time, so I'd whip them on the back or something and hide behind a garbage can. Grab the garbage can lid and hit his antlers and then run away again. I used to do some stupid things, but I don't know. They never managed to hook me or anything. Yeah, just entertain yourself harassing the bull elk.
We were going up the Cassiar Highway in British Columbia one time, and
oh yeah,
a bear and 2 cubs came out, and we got the mother on the one side of the truck and the 2 cubs on the other, and the cubs would let us scratch their heads as they ate the chips and stuff. It was kind of fun.
Yeah, that's quite the highway, eh? That's cool. I told the guy Fubar there, I said, you should go up to Hyder there and get yourself stationed up there. You'd probably like it. And then you can travel down to Terrace and whatever. I mean, that's quite a drive. Do your fishing on the Skeena.
Oh, that's a beautiful river.
Big fishies go up there. I used to run the trains out of there, Terrace to Rupert. Seen some big spring salmon. Calum River.
Yeah.
Get some Calum Lake. Big. You get average 30 pounders. spawned
Yeah,
out.
and you get the long days there too.
Yeah, in the summer. It starts, up there. Where I used to live in Dawson Creek, you'd have 3:30 in the morning be full light in, June 22nd. And it would only be about 4 hours of dark. It didn't really get completely dark. But Brown Terrace is a little bit less, but yeah, you do get like you would have up where you were in Alaska for sure. I used to be around Rupert too, so I was close to the Panhandle.
Yeah, I love that Skeena River. That was one of my favorites.
Yeah, I used to run that train that goes all the way down there. A few years ago now, that'd be what, 1986, 85 and 6.
Well, I was there
32 years ago.
I was there then.
Yeah. Oh, I had fun there. Terrace and Rupert, Bogies, Willow Leaf.
Yeah.
Those are just the different clubs I went to. Well, what do you do when you're 26 and you're away from home working? Making good coin.
That's it.
I was making good coin there. I was an engineer, 26 years old. Hey?
Oh, yeah.
Spend it all partying, whatever. When you weren't working, you were partying. Usually. Well, Dee, what have you got to say?
What? What about?
Huh?
Huh?
Ooh.
Ugh.
So where do you live? Scotland?
Alba.
Ooh. Alma?
Alba. A-L.
Alba.
T.
Alba.
Alba.
Ba.
A-L-B-A. Alba.
Ba.
Alba. After me.
I'm up in fucking Alba.
Alba. Alba.
Jessica bloody Alba.
Oh, goodbye. Goodbye. You nearly got it. Alba.
Ba.
Alba.
Ba.
Say after me.
Chew.
Alba.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu. Allah. I say Allah.
We'll have another lesson tomorrow night.
I am from Allah. Alba.
Very good. Thank you much. I can have it. You want to much again.
What are you talking about? Are you
trying to insult me? What by my motherfucker? What by you?
I don't like you talking like that. It's making fun of the way I talk.
Talk to me like that, you pinky man. You fucking white dress by you.
Oh, goodness gracious, dear me. You are trying to insult me and I will not need to.
That my bloody wretched to me by bloody fucking.
You pay your fare. You go on the top deck.
That shit by me by. That shit that by mother. Jesus, mother bloody Christ.
I will send you off the bus. Get off the bus until you pay.
Bloody fucking fuck you by shit by man.
Don't be making fun of people like that. It sounds like you're racist.
Yeah.
You cannot be racist on a chat room or you will be banished.
Bloody come here, racist boy.
You cannot be talking like that because it is making fun of people. I do not accept that. It is a new world now.
Bloody
You must accept everybody.
Bloody start me up, boy. You racist bloody dog boy.
We are trying our best to get your language in context. Do not insult. You must let us practice this.
Mother, you're racist mother boy. Don't you bloody start me.
Did we get anybody on the chat saying anything? Oh dear.
Don't you bloody trigger me, boy. Don't you bloody start me, boy. Bloody white boys.
Oh.
Hairy bloody bear boy.
So have you ever taken it? Have you ever been down to Bloody Burn in Lancashire?
I've been in Lancashire, Yorkshire, Suffolk, Oxford.
Everywhere. Well, Oxford, isn't that down bloody south?
Aye, it's down near London, Oxfordshire, Whitney.
Yeah, Sussex.
Whitney.
Hey, I knew people that were in Bristol.
Oh, I've been over to Cornwall. I've been to Lou in Cornwall.
Cornwall? Isn't that on the bloody ocean? Like Torquay?
Yeah, it's right on the coast, lad. It's right on the coast there, all up and downhill. No fat bums in Cornwall.
Well, I used to be in Torquay. That's like the old British bloody Riviera.
Oh,
if England can have one. Hey?
Faulty Towers. Your name's not Basil, is it? Is your name Basil?
Faulty. Basil Faulty. It's 40 twats. It was called
Basil.
Flowery Twats
and
40 Owls.
Hey, Beck.
Flowery Twats.
It sounded like a foreign scream here for the last couple of minutes with you guys going back and forth.
Cockney,
well, they've got to talk to these people on their own bloody level, you know. It's easier to talk to them like it's from there.
This bloody dirty, rich bloody Cockney or Yorkshire lads, this bloody cockery, he's getting on my tits, man. He's fucking winding me up. He's triggering me.
You've got to admit that Yorkshire sounds about the best, you know. It's not melodic. It's almost like you're fucking singing as you're talking.
Hey, Cocker, Yorkshire sounds like they're fucking complaining all the time, lad.
It does like fuck.
Now,
They moans all bloody time in Yorkshire, lad. Come on.
It's fucking melodic. What are you talking about, you silly twat?
You go to Leeds.
Up and down.
You go to Leeds or Sheffield. The fucking gorgeous accents there. You love the bloody cricket too. Absolutely. Lovely people, the Yorkshire people. Did you have it bloody hard as a young guy, like us, going up in shoebox at the middle of the road?
It's both. You take what you want. Jody brought down, I think, about 4 and said I could have some.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, Pillock.
Real. Our family, 150 of us, grew up in a septic tank. Bloody rotten fish poured on us every fucking morning. Now that's hard.
Oh, yeah. Are you looking at, Dave? Are you looking at today? Are you looking at?
We used to 20 hours down mill. And when we came back, our father used to hit us on the head with a fucking brick.
Yeah.
So we'd fall asleep.
Yeah, well, you had it fucking soft, lad. You had it fucking soft.
We had it fucking hard. I'm telling you now.
Luxury. Bloody luxury.
Bloody luxury. These generation, Russell.
We lived in bloody shoebox at bottom of the fucking lake. We got fish every day before we got
Bloody isn't it?
We lived in shoebox at bottom of fucking lake. What are you talking about? We're beaten severely 3 hours before we went to bed and didn't get to bloody bed.
We did have
we got evicted from our fucking lake.
the bed was fucking luxury, lads. Fucking luxury. We got up 3 hours.
We got evicted from our lake. We were forced to live in a fucking rubbish tip and got rotten fish poured on us every fucking morning to wake us up.
That's all.
And then when we went to work, 23 hours without meal, and had to pay the fucking owner of the meal luxury for fucking working. And when we came back, our father would cut us in half with a bread knife. Beat that.
Well, we did all that and got a swift kick up the fucking arsehole at the end.
Bloody nightmare, wasn't it?
Oh, bloody hell, you don't know the half of it, Jose. Fucking you try growing up in Yorkshire back in the 40s. Jesus fucking Christ.
Well, that's it. It's, you know, it's like going to Coronation Street.
Yeah, you got no, that's like it, lad.
Row houses and all that.
Oh, them bloody red roses, no. Yorkshire, the white roses.
Roses?
Yeah, the one.
That woman down the lane has
Yorkshire's the white rose. You don't start with them fucking Lancashire lads.
Fucking water roses.
Fuck them.
Who's going to fight over a box of fucking chocolates?
Who's talking about Lancashire? Don't you be talking about bloody Lancashire like that.
You mentioned fucking Coronation Street.
Fucking off.
That is a fucking lunacy, that place.
Yeah, bloody
Coronation Street.
yeah.
Never come from fucking Yorkshire, did it? Bastards. Oh, it's a big time we had a Yorkshire accent in here. About fucking time.
Hey, we've got Ben Will at you, Joe. We've got Blackpool bloody tower.
Yeah, Blackpool bloody tower.
Yeah,
boy.
The way the greatest cricket team in all England.
It ain't the bloody tower.
Fucking champion.
Or the fucking Eiffel Tower.
Aye.
But don't you be talking
Anyway.
about having a Liverpool accent, because it's not that bad. We like talking
Yeah, there's nothing
about
Liverpool.
Oh, just wait to tell Petra.
Oh, I need to get Petra on for me to do a Liverpool accent.
Yeah, she'll be back in a bit.
Oh, but of course you can talk like you're from London.
Yes, of course.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's not London. This is just the Queen's
bloody
English, you know. Absolutely terrible.
Bloody rubbish.
Now, London's like this, you know. Like that. That's London. Like that.
You know, did you ever see that show on television called Till Death Do Us Part? It was, it was the original before.
Yeah, bloody go. Yeah.
Bloody kids. What's his name, Alf?
Alf Garnett was his name. And he was a bloody racist. Yeah.
But it's funny that you know, that's where All in the Family came from. That show.
Yeah.
That's where All Family was pretty well written strictly by that show.
It was actually to show up racism. It wasn't wasn't it in any way. It was showing you the evil side.
Racism.
No, it was totally against it. Johnny Spate, who wrote it, I mean, that was his idea. It was to show the idiocy of racism, to show that Alf Garnett shouldn't be laughed with, but should be laughed at.
Yeah.
But the thing was, it was a real popular show. I mean,
yeah.
When I was there, you know, we had BBC One, BBC Two, and ITV, and that was on ITV. Eh? Actually, they had was Monty Python on then?
Oh, you remember Love Thy Neighbour or Rise and Damp Rigsby?
Can't remember that, but I remember Lulu. She had a show. Remember Lulu?
Yeah.
You know, To Sir With Love and that. And David
Frost.
David Frost was always on there too.
Yeah, David Frost on a Sunday night.
But I was only a kid, you know, 10, 11 years old, so I'd be watching what was entertaining, like Till Death Do Us Part and all the rest.
Okay, you must be 60.
58.
I'm only 34. I was born the year, I think I was born the year that Channel 4 started. I think that
Talk
started
about fucking age, Dave, don't wait.
All right. I'm still 34 then.
34. Holy shit.
What's your fucking IQ?
Yeah.
What beer would that make you?
I don't know, I've never been tested. 1983.
Yeah, 83.
I think that's when Channel 4 started.
That's when you two did the War album, man.
He's a test tube baby.
I'm
1983 is when I bought my brand new Camaro. Back then, you said 28 in 83.
Fuck, I was in grade 11, man.
I was born in July 29th.
I just gone to a locomotive engineer school. 83.
Fuck, I was smoking doobies, man, every fucking night, man.
I grew up with all that comedy, man. That's, I mean, Monty Python get repeated for years and years and years.
I love that. That Liberty Bell, you know that Liberty Bell for the beginning of Monty Python? If you ever watch something like something stupid, people doing it, you play that to it, you get a laugh because it fits right in usually. I played that one time when Trump was doing something or whatever they were making, and played the Liberty Bell, you know, from Monty Python while they were going on, and fuck, I was cracking up. It was just the appropriate time. Things were, you know, bumping and blowing. It's appropriate for any kind of goony thing. I guess if you'd never seen Monty Python, you wouldn't put two together, but we kind of grew up with that, you know.
The Life of Brian.
Yeah, that's funny.
I remember seeing the Holy Grail at the drive-in with our girlfriend.
Yeah, come back, you coward, I'll bite your fucking ankles.
It's only a flesh wound. Come on. Oh, yeah.
I think George Harrison produced that Life of Brian, man.
It's funny that nobody, you know, has been able to recreate comedy like that, even from Britain, you know. I mean, we had some pretty funny people here in Canada. They usually come from the Maritimes, but it seems that, you know, that's dying out too. I mean, you know, like the good music that came out of England and everything, it's not being repeated. I mean, to a point. But there's no great comedy anymore. An American comedy, to me, I don't know. Some of it's okay, but that slapstick.
It's just all abuse.
Well, you know, like the Three Stooges, you can watch for a little while. I don't know. Roger Dangerfield was funny in his own way. You know, there's definitely some pretty good comedians, but I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's a lot coming out anymore of any caliber. You know, it's just bullshit. Every movie that comes out that's funny is a rerun from movies that were made in the 60s and 70s. Yeah. It seems. There's no new storyline.
Every movie that comes out now, it's dark. You can't see a fucking thing.
Oh, it's all BS. There's no storyline to it. It's all repeats. And it's like, okay, gee, we know what's going to happen next. Oh, fuck off. Or everything in movies is blowing somebody up and blowing this up.
I don't know. I've seen that movie. It's like a copy of Trains, Planes, and Automobiles where who's the guy out there?
That was funny. You know, that was a funny movie. But, you know, like a lot of people try to write something similar to get the same caliber, and you can't.
Yeah, but who's
for
the
one
guy
thing, you don't have the characters in those movies alone make you laugh. They're so stupid and goofy, you know. The contrast of them all, you know. Mickey Rooney. Huh?
He played Iron Man. He's in a remake. It's almost like a remake of Trains, Planes, and Automobiles with a little guy with a beard. Who said he was in fucking Iron Man?
I'm in a time warp. I only know stuff like, you know, pre-1985 and stuff. Everything after that's just not caught my interest. So I'd have to be reminded.
I can remember his name in a minute.
Talking about stuff in the 70s and 80s.
The Robert Downey Jr.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he does a film with a little guy with a beard, and he has to travel across country with him. And it's like a remake of Trains, Planes, and Automobiles. It's funny as fuck. If you go into our international movie database and just put in Robert Downey Jr., look at his movies, and it's a comedy where he's traveling with a little guy with a beard.
Well, I know I saw that. I don't know how long ago that movie was made, but that Hangover movie, you know, they have follow-up Hangover 1, 2, 3.
Oh,
I thought that was good. But the Hangover 2 was, again, too much trying to rehash the same kind of lines from 1 to get the same reaction, so it wasn't as good, you know. And then 3, I was told that wasn't worth watching. You know, as far as if there's other, maybe. I don't know.
If it makes a few million, they'll do 4, 5, 6, 7, fucking 8.
Oh yeah, or take the storylines we had back in the old days of whatever, call it something new, put some different characters in there.
Star Wars fucking 13.
I like that first one. I remember watching. I was a kid then, 19 or something.
I haven't seen any of them.
Yeah, I saw that one. I think everybody else was, so we went all together. Big crowd of about 10 people.
I seen Bambi and Snow White. That was the Jungle Book. Jungle Book. That was about it.
My mom took me to see Bambi, so that shows you how young I was. I must have been about 4, I guess. I didn't want. I wanted to see James Bond. That's what I wanted to see, and I had to go with my grandfather.
It's not Peter Pan. We went to go see a porno. We were pissed. We went into the wrong fucking movie and fell asleep and woke up to Peter Pan finishing.
But I remember at 5 years old, I had to take my dad or some parent to go see a James Bond movie. I remember I used to want to see them about twice, like at Thunderball or Dr. No, or then I have to take my granddad or my grandma or somebody so I could go see the movie. Fucking bastards. You need your parent. So, Jose,
stop wasting Ashley, for fuck's sake.
Oh, is she still barking?
Oh, what a waste of fucking electricity.
Armando said he gave Mim, or Mim said that she got a link, so come on, Mim. One of these guys might.
You forgot about David Steinberg. He was the biggest comedian there, late 60s and 70s. He did the most Johnny Carson appearances, man, was him.
Yeah, I remember him. I remember a guy called Dave Broadfoot, too. But that was probably Canadian.
Yeah, what's her name? I'll tell you her name. She did the song "You're So Vain." That song was actually about
Carly
him.
Simon.
Yeah, Carly Simon.
That was about.
She wrote that song.
That was about that.
No, that
guy.
was about him.
Oh, I thought it was about the guy that played in Shampoo.
No,
Warren
that was
Beatty.
about him.
Who?
David Steinberg.
Oh, I thought it was
The
about
guy,
Warren Beatty.
He was a womanizer, David Steinberg. When he went to L.A., he stayed with Carly Simon. She got him an apartment below her. Yeah. Cheap rent and stuff, eh? Yeah, I seen the whole documentary on David Steinberg, eh?
Oh, really? I was always led to believe that it was Carly Simon singing about her ex, Warren Beatty, there being so vain, looking in the on the windows as he walked by on the street and all that shit. But
Yeah,
I guess
that was about
misled.
him. That was about him.
Because I remember David Steinberg. I remember seeing his shows all the time.
Yeah, back then the comedians they got all the chicks, man.
Well, if you got money and fame and fortune, you get all the girls. I mean, I used to play around in garage bands or even beyond. I mean, we even made some money. And, hey, you're there. They want to meet you even if you're a nobody. And it goes up beyond that. The more money you get, more recognition. Hey, everybody wants to be somebody that's known.
Back in the day, the musicians and that, they got the chicks and stuff, but actually, most of those guys that were getting the action were the comedians.
Oh, they would too, because anybody that was in, like sports figures, they had women, revolving doors in their rooms too.
Yeah. I'm sorry if that.
Anybody that has money and fame and fortune, that's one of your benefits.
Right, like Joe Namath.
Money is security.
It depends on the guy, on the person themselves. If they have that kind of personality, yeah, of course, they're going to go that way, right?
Definitely. But, that's just law of nature. Kind of a security thing, go with the
Well, it
rich
depends on the
guy and
person.
be able to always have something to provide for you.
Right. It depends on your foundation. Like, I mean, if you want to be a hoe, you're going to be a hoe, right?
Well, there's always that Cinderella syndrome too, and that's the way to get it too. I can be great too. See, people can see me. Look at me. But again, there you get into psychology.
Right.
I thought Richard was going to bed. I see him still typing. What was Mim saying? She'll go on if FUBAR goes on? I don't see any FUBAR. I guess she needs somebody maybe to protect her from us evil atheists with our sarcasm, attacking ways. We'll be nice, but we might not agree. Maybe you guys will agree, but I can't.
So you're out there in BC, right? What big bands did you see out there in Vancouver, man, in your time?
Oh, shit. You know what? I would forget probably some, but oh, the first was Rod Stewart and the Faces, 1972.
Wow, cool.
With Every Picture Tells a Story tour, so that was cool.
Okay,
Second,
so you had Ron Wood was on guitar then, eh? With him.
Yep. And that year 72, I can't remember if Ronnie Lane. I don't think he was. I think they had a Chinese. Maybe Ronnie was there. Ronnie Lane.
Yeah,
It was so long ago. I was pretty buzzed. Yeah. And there was Kenny Wood on drums. Rod. I forget. Oh, Ian McLaughlin was on keyboard.
Yeah, man. I remember him.
And then I saw yeah. And then I saw Deep Purple, Led Zeppelin.
Cool,
Nazareth. Man. Nazareth every 6 months. They used to come every 6 months. But that was okay because we had something to do. Oh, shit. Pink Floyd back then. The Who, no, that was 79. Pretty well took as many in as I could. I could tell you what I didn't see, and that would be CCR. But I saw John Fogerty. Who else?
Did you see Bowie?
Yep. Yeah, on the Fame tour.
Oh, okay. Early 80s there, I guess 1983, 84.
I think it was, no, it was earlier than that. It would have been about 80 or 81. Because I saw them in Seattle, I'm pretty sure. See, I saw a lot of bands in Seattle too, like Led Zeppelin and Rolling Stones. And, another band I missed was Leonard Skinner. We had tickets ready to go in March. They were coming in March, 78.
Yeah, man, they had the accident, right?
Well, they died in December, and I remember being all depressed. I was going, hey, man, I just kind of like got into this band about a year ago, and I was really looking forward to this. And then they went and fucking died on me, and I just got one more from the Road album. It was live, and it was great. And I was waiting to hear it, and he went and died on me. And I don't like this kind of shit, fucking killing Buddy Holly and the Big Bopper and everything. You're playing, fuckers.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, so we missed that. That was kind of depressing, I remember. Because I had to take the tickets back. I remember having tickets for everybody. I bought them. Take it back now.
Those tickets would have been collectibles today, man.
Yeah. Well, you know how much we paid for them back then? 1978.
$6
I think they were I think they were about $8.25 with your dollar handling charge.
Yeah, yeah.
Because the first concerts I went to were like $4.75. Then they went up a bit, $5, you know.
Yeah, man.
Then up to about $8. Nobody cared. And then all of a sudden, I don't know what year it was, and they started tripling. And I remember getting Rolling Stones concerts for like tickets for like $30 or $25 in '81. That was kind of like, what? And it just
crazy.
went ridiculous. And then it just started going ridiculous because the the legal scalpers, you know, people buying blocks of tickets and all that shit.
Right. Molson started to
They
promote
just
them.
they
Yeah.
just spoiled it. They just spoiled it all, you know. Like we used to go to everything. God, there's so many, you know. Oh, I didn't see the Eagles either. I wish I should have seen them.
It's Funky Monkey.
Yeah, I seen the Stones in '89, man, down in Toronto,
Did you?
down at the CNE. Yeah,
How'd you like them?
they weren't bad, but it wasn't loud enough, man.
No, no. In the later years there, they really took a lot. I think, as far as I'm concerned,
Funky Monkey. Amanda said
78,
hi.
81 I saw them and they were half decent, but at 78 I liked better. They had, seemed to have more energy and more sound. Maybe their ears were better or whatever, you know. They kind of toned it down.
Oh, look, she's driving.
Yeah, well,
Like
when
the
they played
video,
in '89 at the CNE,
like the video one or off Funky.
it's an
Oh,
outside
oh,
venue, right?
Yeah.
So,
What
like
you-
the sound just
what you
escapes,
video
right? You don't
off?
have the acoustics.
No, no, that's true. We were in the Kingdome, the big fishbowl.
Oh, championship.
Fishbowl in Seattle. They
Yeah,
blew
man.
it down. It's all blown up now.
Yeah, the guys just won't shut up to say hello.
I'm just quietly observing, you know, listening to these guys talk about concerts, you know.
Yeah. Well, Amanda
I
said
saw
that-
Leonard Cohen
hello.
live. That's probably one of the coolest concerts I've ever been to is Leonard Cohen. You
Oh,
guys are
Leonard.
Canadian, right? You guys can
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Oh yeah, I love Leonard.
I'm so happy, like I got to see him, you know, live.
Yeah, what year was that?
2009. So
Cool.
it was like an older set. It was in Oslo. But man, I don't know. I mean, he was 78 or so. It was an amazing show. It was
Yeah.
incredible.
Yeah, I love Leonard. The Future, that's a great song. There's a whole bunch.
Yeah.
That
Yeah, he had a
Hallelujah.
great ensemble. Like, you know, he had like an awesome mandolin player, everything. So every song, like The Future, all of them
Yeah.
were just incredible with his like deep, dark
Yeah,
voice. His Leonard
Yeah.
Cohen deep
you have
voice.
you have to acquire that Leonard Cohen sound, you know, like his lyrics and stuff, his poetry, to get into him, you know.
Yeah, you kind of have to look at it more as like, you know, yeah, he's more of a poet than an amazing musician or something.
Yeah,
It's kind of hard sometimes to get, you know, people into him, I guess, for that reason.
yeah.
Well,
I
he
got a
tells
couple.
story.
I got a couple of Leonard Cohen albums on actually cassette. To be honest with you.
He
Oh
tells
yeah, do you
some
still have
good
something you can
stories.
play those on?
Yeah, I still have a stereo system with cassette player. I'm not getting rid of my cassettes.
Cassette player in my car, that's about it. But it's still here.
It's better than CD sound, I can tell you that, or digital sound.
8-track.
Yeah,
you guys, I
break the
can't
song.
relate.
Break the song right in the middle and switch to the next track.
I'm telling you, vinyl is coming back, and you can't beat the sound of vinyl.
Vinyl really is coming back. My little sister, 7 players, and they all go to the Goodwill, you know, and look for like
Right.
Earth, Wind, Fire,
Yeah,
and like the Elio, you know, they're like looking for all those bands, you know, wearing their army
Yeah.
jackets.
I know all about it. I have a collection of vinyl albums and stuff, and I'm not getting rid of those. Real good albums, you know, rock and stuff. I have even like Sarah Vaughan and some jazz stuff. Yeah,
Ah, very cool.
yeah. So I know exactly what you're talking about. You know, going to Goodwill and stores like that. Yeah, you could find some vinyl. I seen some good what do you call Stevie Wonder albums. I was going to grab them, but I decided just to leave them there, let somebody else enjoy them. You know what I'm saying?
Probably like a lucky penny, you know, sometimes you just gotta let it stay for someone else.
Yeah, yeah. Because I love music, and I've already heard, you know, a lot of the Stevie Wonder stuff. So let someone else, you know, what do you call, get introduced to Stevie Wonder. You know?
Yeah, like the 16-year-olds, like my little sister who are in there, they'll find it, you know.
Exactly, exactly. I don't want to be greedy.
Sometimes
You know?
in places like that, you find like a lot of like Olivia Newton-John and like maybe
Yeah.
like a Sesame Street album. So it's
Yeah.
always like, you know, trying to find a needle in a haystack to find something good.
Exactly. Yeah. There's nothing like music, you know,
That language of the cosmos.
especially like the classical stuff, you know, classic rock, you know. the 70s stuff.
Good stuff. Being super safe right now. I'm totally in my car.
Yeah, be careful.
Yeah. Yeah, I should probably put this down.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of concerts in the last 15 years, actually. Up here, about 50 minutes from where I am, there's a venue.
I kind of miss the out court concerts we used to go to. We used to have things in Vancouver like the Easter Bean. It was on Easter Sunday, and you'd have 4 or 5 different sites with bands playing, cycling through. And there's lots of, you know, dope and acid.
Yeah, no, I stopped that in my early 20s, man.
Well, that was 1973 and stuff like that. It was kind of different, you know, different.
Right, 1973. That's the year I came here in November the 9th, actually, to this part of the world, man.
Yeah. But I remember it kind of died out around 1975 or 6. You know, that the hippie era had ended more or less. Went into the disco era.
Yeah, I was going to say disco. Yeah.
Yeah, and then that was pretty well where the young people were going. You know, discos. I didn't go there because we've been from before, right? But a lot of people that I knew, my brother was right into it. Fancy cars.
I remember. You know. I remember 77, 78 when the punk rockers were out there, man. It was different.
I remember Sex Pistols were the big thing. We used to laugh.
Yeah.
You know, they'd play that God Save the Queen. God Save the Queen! The facts is crazy! And that was the big, you know, like sticking pins through themselves and stuff like that. It was kind of the shock rock, you know.
And then the Clash came out with London. Man.
London Calling.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, the Clash had some cool CDs though, or the records, like Combat Rock. That was pretty good.
Yeah, I got that.
I think the shock rock might have been like a response to the disco. You know what I'm saying? Because it was like.
Oh no, just everybody goes through a shock.
That was more in 1990, but.
Hey, people, their teenagers rebel, right? So they go for the rebellion, whatever.
No,
right.
you know,
for us, it was cool. So they
for
had
us, we grew our hair. You know, for us, we grew our hair down past our shoulders, and we did acid and rebelled in that way. Not really violently or nothing, just didn't do what our parents said, ever.
No, it was cool when the Sex Pistols and the Clash came out with that London, you know, calling and stuff. That was cool, man.
Yeah. Well,
finally, you know, disco. Finally, disco was going to be on the way out, man. Fuck, I hated that disco shit, man.
Yeah. When I was doing my garage band thing, a lot of the bands that were fucking around then were kind of into the Clash type deal, right? Where we were still in we were hard rock, you know, the Zeppelin and that, so we were in our own era. But they'd be in there too when we did shows, you know. Do like 4 different bands, would be like the Clash type and whatnot, and then the hard rock. So you'd have like a different contrast. But I never did get into that as a new wave, they kind of called it, more after punk.
Yeah, I got into the Stones around that time, and then that's when Zeppelin came. I got into the Zeppelin and the Doors and shit like that, man.
Yeah, well, we were into Zeppelin like from I remember buying Led Zeppelin 2 when it came out, 1970 or 69, 70 I think. And then I bought Led Zeppelin 1 after that, and I remember playing it for my friends, and they're going, "Ooh, that's way too hard, man. I like stuff like Buddy Holly." And it was like, well, I like this stuff anyway.
Here's what I love about Led Zeppelin is they're like a bunch of like, they have songs about Lord of the Rings. Like they kind of remind me of like Dungeons and Dragons kids that just rocked really hard and became badass.
Well, that was Robert Plant reading Tolkien, like Lord of the Rings and everything. Like the girls that I used to go out with in the 70s, they would all be reading those Tolkien books, right? I never did because I had other things to do, but I'd hear all the stories about it, you know, Bilbo Baggins and all those things. And that's what he got, you know, for writing. There's some good paragraphing in there, so you just kind of plagiarize it a bit.
Yeah, he's like talking about Mordor and stuff. But I mean, who else can take Tolkien and make it sound so
the evil
like
one and all
badass and like?
If you listen to Ramble On, I mean, there's quite a few verses in there that are, you know.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. It mentions like the Tower of Mordor.
Yeah, right. And Gollum and the evil one and all that.
Yeah.
It makes for good writing, though. You know, I think it's cool.
Oh yeah, man. You can't.
And then you go off to Wales and Bronny Earth. And then you go to Wales and Bronnier and get incentive there too.
Yeah, man. I mean, all four of those band members, so talented, man. You know.
Oh fuck, beyond. Like John Bonham, every time, like I got a lot of live stuff you haven't seen, like that I post out there, especially Zeppelin and stuff that I like, right? I mean, you watch John Bonham, and even in some of the songs, I just shake my head because in '77, when he's wailing through like song remains the same or something, just rolling,
Yeah,
like
man.
I've never heard anybody do. And he's 31 years old, bit of a pot belly, and he's just putting everybody to shame. Anybody I've ever heard. And Ian Pace on Deep Purple is definitely one of the best.
Oh, yeah, man.
Carl Palmer from Emerson, Lake and Palmer and whatnot. But nobody, I don't know. In my years,
Ginger Baker, you have to put Ginger Baker in there. Man.
Well, Ginger Baker is great because he's got that alternate beat, 555, like Bonham too. But it's a jazz beat that really, all of a sudden, you can have songs like White Room that's drum led. If you listen to that song, like Misty Mountain Hop is led by a drum.
Right.
And the same with like White Room with him. And he had that alternate beat. No, you're right, Ginger Baker, for being so unique. I'd put him next to Bonham too.
Yeah, Bonham is my favorite, man, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, I used to watch the guy, right? I'd have tapes and watch, and I just, holy fuck, okay, look at that. Because I can somewhat play the drums, eh?
Keith Moon is another one I would put in there, man.
Wild. But the problem with Keith was at the end there, it'd get so fucking goon.
Yeah.
You couldn't even, you'd have, like when they did Who Are You there, they had to do like, I don't know, how many takes.
Yeah, well, he got so fucked up, man. That's the problem. Mentally,
well,
I mean.
I can sympathize because I drink almost bingey sometimes when I was a kid, where I'd fucking pass out or forget everything and all that. Just massive amounts of booze, right? And that's how Bonham died, and So I guess I can just sympathize with being a fucking wacko and overdoing things like that.
Well, that's the life of being on the road. That's the life of being on the road, though, man.
Well, it happens to other people too, but nobody cares because they're not famous musicians. Yeah.
Right.
But that, like you say, the life of the rock star.
Being on the road, man, it's a killer, man.
Well, it's the people that are artistic are quite often depressed, right?
Yeah, that's for sure, man.
A lot of drugs and a lot of booze to get out of reality.
Right.
But they're super talented in other areas. Comes out there.
Yeah.
Usually depression is something that'll make somebody write about something because they're in blue. But I like all different kinds of music. I mean, I like Neil Diamond. Always have. Watched him live too.
Yeah, man.
And they were good concerts. Excellent musicians.
Yeah, I'm the same. I like other forms of music too, man. I like John Coltrane. I like that stuff too, man.
Hey, I like some of Bing Crosby. Christmas songs. I like Engelbert Humperdinck as a crooner.
Right, man.
Everything. Not so much into opera, especially females.
I don't mind.
They're talented. They're talented. It's just not good for my ears. That's all. Yeah, I mean, he's good. I mean, there's you can't take away the talent, but to sit there and listen to it and get a lot out of it, yeah. But I'd be always looking at the talent part as well as more than the sound that I'm hearing. But that's me personally.
Yeah, Pavarotti did a number with U2. It's called Miss Sarajevo, and if you hear that end part,
it's cool.
Where Pavarotti comes on, he just blows you away, man.
Yeah. Well, like, what's her name there? Poker Face.
Yeah.
The one that wears all that weird clothing.
Yeah.
Lady Gaga. She did
Lady Gaga.
She did something with Tony Bennett, which was kind of funny, but it sounded pretty cool,
Yeah, man. I seen Tony Bennett up here, man, years ago, probably about 10 years ago. And his daughter was with him too, eh? And man, I love this stuff, man. It was awesome.
He's a pretty hip guy too, you know, for his age there. It's not
Yeah.
like some prude or whatever.
Like I had the opportunity to see him, and I said, you know what, I better take this opportunity because you know, he's getting up there in age. You know, I might
Yeah.
not have the opportunity again, right?
He's got to be close to 90. He's in his 80s. Like
Well, yeah,
88 or
he's
85 or
yeah, yeah, he's in his 80s anyway.
Got to be like 85 or something, 83, the lowest.
Yeah, he's in there.
Still kicking too. So did we get any? I guess Mim isn't going to come on. Bright Star.
I seen Crosby, Stills, and Nash there. I seen America. Seen Chicago. I seen Stevie Nicks.
Yeah.
Man, she was so close. Like I had floors, right? So I could go right up to the stage, right? Stand there, and which I did. I seen Chrissy Hyde and
oh yeah, Pretenders.
yeah, and the Blackhearts.
I saw Fleetwood Mac twice.
Yeah, I seen them 1990 down at the Sky Dome with a different guitar player. Lindsey Buckingham wasn't with them.
Wasn't with him, no. I
No.
saw him in 77, so it was pretty early. It was when Stevie Nicks was waving around on the lace black there, saying she was a witch and stuff like that. But it was a pretty cool concert. She was really belting it out. Really belting it out.
Yeah, she does so many costume changes, eh?
Yeah, yeah. But it was a pretty good concert.
Yeah, I'm a big Fleetwood Mac
Just
fan.
before that, I think I saw the Doobie Brothers just before that. Tom Johnson was still on it too.
Cool, man.
Yeah, that was good. That was in Edmonton.
Right on.
But I saw Rush and what's his name there? Guy with the bald head. Might as well drink soda. Nobody hurts.
Oh, yeah, Kim Mitchell.
Kim Mitchell, but what was it called? What was his band before that?
Max Webster.
That's it. Max Webster and Rush.
Man, that was
1977.
77, eh? Wow.
Yeah, really early.
Yeah, man.
Neil Peart just going wild there on the drums.
Yeah,
yeah,
he's one of the top drummers ever, man.
Yeah. Yeah, that was when they were young, you know, just coming in. They had like just a small following. I mean, I wasn't really into them. It was just I took in concerts, and you know, that's what I did. And,
man, that's before they did moving pictures, eh?
Yeah. No, it was 77, like I said.
Yeah, man.
And I could barely remember it because I was probably half gooned. But I can't remember getting in trouble driving or anything. So couldn't have been that bad.
Man, you seen Max Webster, eh? Fucking cool, man.
Yeah, that's when he had hair. But he wasn't singing the song "Might As Well Drink Soda" because it wasn't out yet.
No, that was in the 80s, man.
Yeah, way after. Who else did I see in Edmonton? I saw somebody else. Oh, I missed the Eagles. That's right. Had to go for some training or something.
Did you see any Cheap Trick or what?
No. No, I didn't see the Bun.
That guy, man, that Nielsen, his last name's Nielsen, the guitarist.
Yeah.
And that guy, he can play.
Rick Nielsen. Rick Nielsen.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Never did see them. I don't know. I think they did come to town because I remember a bunch of friends of ours were into them, right? And,
yeah, man. They were huge in 78, 79, man.
Yeah, because that Live at the Budokan came out.
Yeah, man.
Actually, we used to do cover versions of Ain't That a Shame and that in the band. Just because I didn't mind it, you know. But didn't do it all the time. But,
I got that album, Live at Budokan, on vinyl.
But the reason we did it, Ain't That a Shame, is because of the intro. You know, the guitar intro that Nielsen does. Well, my guitarist, Mike, he liked to be a little bit of a show-off. And I'd say, he didn't like the band, right? And I'd say, well, fuck, man, you get a whole, what? You get like 3 minutes off. 3 minutes. You know, you get a full minute of intro. Yeah, okay. If I can do that stuff. Yeah, that was funny. What else? Oh shit! Like I said, Nazareth used to come every 6 months, so that was good. They were a really heavy touring band there in the 70s.
Razzmatazz, eh?
Yeah, Rampant and those different albums.
Love Hurts, eh?
All the way to Hair of the Dog. That was a good album.
Yeah, yeah.
And shit. I remember seeing Jay Giles. They were really good.
Oh, yeah, man.
And Wishbone Ash. They were really good. If you haven't heard Wishbone Ash before, if you go online, just go down. Pretty good stuff. Black Sabbath.
You seen Sabbath, eh?
Yeah. Had to go to Seattle.
Fucking cool, man.
Yeah, it was 75. 75. Came out with that fringe jacket. They were okay.
Yeah, I was thinking of Jay Giles band, the big tune. In the centerfold, Angel in the centerfold, isn't it?
Centerfold, Freeze Frame. Yeah, that's when they had That's when they had their hits come out. Like in the early '80s, late '70s. But I actually was listening to them in '73 when they did Full House. And,
that's a long time, man.
Various albums, and then they came out with another one in '75. Blow Your Face Out.
I like the saxophone. Lots of horns there, man, with that saxophone.
Well, actually, they didn't have any sax. It was more keyboards and the harmonica.
Right.
Magic Dick on the harp. He was probably, there's nobody better really playing harmonica than him. If you listen to some of the stuff he does solos, it's wild. Whammer Jammer and whatnot.
Yeah, he's got the saxophone on centerfold.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they do, don't they? I guess they got a sax player in there. But I mean the established band, like
right, it's keyboards,
Seth Jossman and got Magic Dick, Jerome Giles, Peter Wolf. I forget the bass player's name, but yeah, I followed them up to the time when they started getting poppy there. Right, but they were really good concerts, like really, really energetic and good concerts.
Yeah, I dig Billy Joel, man.
Yeah, I never saw him. I didn't. We used to. I remember doing sit-arounds, singing Piano Man all the time, but
I never seen him in concert though.
I wouldn't have gone. I've seen Elton John twice. Those are good concerts. Judas Priest was good too.
Yeah, I seen them actually in '85.
Yeah,
I seen them
about the same. That would be about the same year I saw them. That would be about the same year I saw them too. So it probably was the same tour.
Yeah, Iron Maiden too. I seen them in the same venue. It's a big amusement park. It was called Canada's Wonderland.
Yeah.
Paramount bought him out many years later.
I can't believe that Bruce Dickinson guy. It's funny. Like, I mean, I'm an ex-railroader, right? I worked railroads since I was 17. Right. I drove them, coordinated them. I know
exactly what you're going to say.
And he knows. Like, he's an authority on railroad in England, eh? And
really?
I listened to him talk. Yeah, and he's an authority on World War II tanks and whatnot too. Like an authority that you go to. He
flies jets, man. He flies jets.
But he was talking about railroads, right? And I'm thinking, okay, here's a guy that hasn't read, and he knows what the fuck he's talking about now. Like I was like, wow. I was like, I mean, I could, beat him out in knowledge or whatever like that. But for a guy that didn't know, I was pretty impressed. Yeah, like, this guy fucking knows what he's talking about. But if you look at Alice Cooper, right, David Fernier, he's another intellect. The guy knows a lot of stuff. Eh? He's like no idiot.
Yeah, man.
Like, he knows a lot of stuff. It's funny. He's on like Hollywood Squares or whatever. probably the smartest on there. Like as
Yeah,
far
man.
as general world knowledge of, not like intense in any areas, but just a whole wide view. Really knows a lot of stuff.
Yeah, man.
Same
I
with
seen him on.
Bruce Dickinson. Bruce Dickinson
Yeah.
knows a lot. You know who else is really an intellect is that Marilyn Manson. Surprisingly enough.
And so
He's
is
not a-
D
he's not a
Snyder,
fool.
man. D Snyder is the thing.
Yeah, another one. But I was surprised with Marilyn Manson listening to him, and I was going, this guy sure isn't a fucking idiot. So he's got to be just putting these people on, like just giving
Yeah,
them
man.
a hoax. That was my conclusion, giving him respect for being intelligent, right? And I said, oh no, you're just putting them on. You don't think that way.
Alice Cooper too, man.
No, that's what I say. He's really smart. Knows a
Yeah,
lot
man.
of stuff. Then when he was on Hollywood Squares, he, like I said, would know a hell of a lot more than anybody else on there.
Yeah, man.
That's why they always go to him, right?
Right.
And his answers were always right, so you might as well agree with him. Alice Cooper for whatever to win, to blog. Just say, yeah, I agree.
Hey, Saddam.
Hello.
Who?
Shaddam.
Saddam?
Is that the right pronunciation?
Mm-hmm.
I remember seeing Saddam getting hung.
KXL News Time is 3:30. Good afternoon, Portland. Happy Hump Day. Jordan Schultz sitting with you. Vice President Mike Pence has visited a suburban St.
Jose,
Louis.
turn your radio off.
It's not me, man.
And the
That's
radio.
Jack.
Oh no,
That's Jack.
Queen
Sorry,
Ashley.
Jose.
Got it. Sorry.
Holy shit. I got a headache. Mim, you shouldn't be swearing, even initialing it. God would not be pleased.
Hey, Beck.
That avatar looks like Rick Thomas. Oh, Shaddam it is. Shaddam.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Shaddam. You came up.
Did somebody let him in? Shaddam? You still there, Jose?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
What happened to him? Did nobody let? I tried letting him in there.
Yeah, he was in.
Oh, okay.
Maybe he's shy, man. I don't know.
Oh well. the way it is. So, Jack.
Yeah.
How come Ronan wanted to start fighting with you?
I said I kind of told him to shove it because he kept going on and on how generations you had to get used to a vegetarian diet. It's kind of, I've never seen that in any animal or critter or anything. It's what they feed is what they live off of.
Yeah.
And I got a little obnoxious in the way I worded it, and I probably owe him an apology, but it's just noise out of my mouth.
Well, there was a tiny bit of chastising going on too about your beliefs. Don't feel bad.
Yeah, I get a little short and abrupt and a little rude, but he seemed a little bullheaded and saying something he knew nothing about.
Well, sometimes people can be creative in kind of like chastising, right? They make it out that they're just asking a question or whatever in a certain way. And the answer is this way, and then they'll turn it into almost like, you know, saying you're an idiot in a subtle way. So, you know, well, no, you can see through sometimes. You know, I'm not saying that was the situation, but I see through shit like that. So, yeah, whatever.
No, and he's not an idiot.
No, I couldn't understand the thing about the tiger and whatnot like that, you know. But, and then when you were saying that there was a tiger that were fed on vegetable, I was going to say, well, it must have been subsidized. You know, there must have been a substitute protein like soya or something like that.
The substitute protein is a little easier than people realize. You just need to eat beans and a grain.
Right.
And it's
well, what do you got? You got 8 essentially amino acids. So I know there's 2 vegetables, like you say, beans have like 5, and then something like soya would have the other 3 or maybe 5 that crosses over. So you do get the 8 essential.
Yeah, the soya is another. Soya is a bean, and then you need the grain like rice or wheat, which is a sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
So it's actually as simple as a peanut butter sandwich is a full protein.
Yep. Well, I eat a lot of that, but it's flax bread and it's ground peanuts. It's not that fucking homogenized whip shit.
Yeah.
And I don't know. That's what I've always ate all my life. You know, raisin bran and stuff like that as far as breakfast goes. And it just seems to agree, right?
Well, yeah. So long as I eat grains and beans every day, and the rest of what I eat gives me vitamins.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I eat a lot of grains and that whatnot every day just because I like the taste, or I'm just, you know, drawn to it. But I like certain vegetables too, like spinach and sprouts and different kind of things like that as well. But I eat, you know, a fair amount of chicken, not a lot. And some pork, not a lot of beef either.
Yeah, you
and
get
I'm not gonna buy seafood up here. It's too far away.
Yeah, you don't get your amino acids out of the green vegetables and stuff. So you need to eat those beans and grains.
Well, I eat a lot of beans and, you know, grains and whatnot like that too. So
yeah, so by just doing that, you just don't even need the other, and it's just a matter of choice then.
Well, what I notice is that a lot of people I know have, you know, minor stomach problems. They get heartburn or whatever like that, and I never do get it. And if I ever do get heartburn, if I eat an apple, it's no bullshit. 1 apple usually cures it. If it's bad heartburn because I drank or did something dumb or ate something shitty, 2 apples and it's over, and that's very rare. I asked the doctor, how does that work? Is it, you know, citric acid, or does it a pulp absorb it? Oh, I don't know, but if it works, do it. But I never did get an answer on why it works. You know? I don't know if it works on other people, but it's
If
like
you don't have
if you got a-
apples, you could use baking soda with some lukewarm water.
Yeah, that probably make me puke. But it's like pineapples. Like pineapples with the bromelain in there. You know, you got backache from arthritis, osteo, or whatever like that. You down half a pineapple, you'll notice that your inflammation will be down. It's as good as any of those anti-inflammatory pills. I did, you know.
You're right.
And it's true. You can buy bromelain pills, and they work just like it. You got to do about 3 pills, you know, whatever milligrams, to get the same effect as half a pineapple. So if you do half a pineapple, it's like doing 3 pills. And it works. I was surprised. Kind of happy, too. You know, when you don't have to do anti-inflammatories, just eat half a pineapple. I mean, it's not going to cure anything, but it does make a difference, that's for sure. Like if you got a stiff back, standing up or whatever, arthritis.
Another thing is I'm not what they call a vegan. I will eat ice cream and I'll eat like cake or cookies that have eggs in the cake or cookies. But,
yeah, I don't even know. I've heard that term before, but I guess I haven't shown enough energy to really get it deciphered down. Do they not even eat honey? Like bee honey?
Yeah, Fudge on
vegan?
the fella that you'll see the name Fudge. He doesn't even eat.
Well, that's what I'm going on, because that's where I saw him say he doesn't eat honey, right? And I know you guys always call him a vegan or that, whatever. And I'm thinking, honey? What the fuck do you do in that? And you go, oh, it's food for the bees. No. When you got an apiary out of there, they make a lot of honey. And it's quite a bit more than their little hive needs, because they're domesticated.
Yeah, and then
the
there's
alfalfa fields. I used to have them on my alfalfa fields. It makes them flower great.
Yeah, there's people that
they're
won't
working for you.
There's people that won't even wear leather shoes.
Yeah, whatever. Like, it's probably just another statement, you know, like I'll shave half of my head. Good.
Yeah, I'm rude. If it came down to nothing, I'd sit there and eat that dead animal right beside you.
Oh, I mean, you know, there's survival, right? Like I don't hunt anymore, but I mean, if I needed to, I wouldn't be crying if I had to go out there and shoot a deer because I needed to feed myself or people around me. You know, it'd be a reality. But I mean, I used to hunt until I questioned why. You know? But there wasn't that need. There wasn't that need, so I didn't have the excuse. So I stopped.
And because of the information I have as to the simplicity of my diet, I don't have that need.
Yeah. You know, if you wanted to eat meat or whatever, you would. Right?
Oh yeah, I've tried it.
It's not like you've got some religious thing where I'm staying away from meat because it doesn't chew its own fucking cud, you know, or whatever. Like people with the pig thing and pork, you know, it's like shut up, you fat.
No,
but,
it's just a diet.
It's your choice, right? That's what you're comfortable with, whatever.
Yeah, definitely. You can tell by me the religion part sure doesn't fit in.
Well, and it's nothing to do with being a man either. Like, only man eat meat and potatoes, you know, oh, big, strong, fucking tough idiot. It's like, whatever.
No.
Of course, I'm not much with people that always try to be something with a big cloak of bullshit.
We were out fishing in Prince William Sound one time, fishing salmon, and we came on this guy that was fishing prawns, and he had giant jumbo prawns.
Oh, yeah.
And the guys cooked them up and sauteed them in butter and garlic. And then they informed me that I was going to eat them or I was going to get thrown in the ocean.
Oh, they were just doing that to bug you, eh?
Oh, they were going to enjoy them, but you know how a group of guys can be.
Yep.
And
tie you down like almost like an initiation, eh?
Oh yeah. So I gave it a try.
We're gonna make you eat a fucking vegetarian creep, yeah. But now you reminded me now of tiger prawns out of Rupert, and my mouth's watering.
Yeah, they were beautiful critters.
Well, I know, but now I'm thinking about eating them. You know,
So I tried them, and I thought they were going to be hearty, like beef or moose or something.
Oh,
and they were sugary sweet.
oh, they're awesome. You know what? The best way to prepare prawns or crab is in a vat of seawater. Just grab the seawater, put it on a stove because if it boils over, you get all the stuff fucking out of it. And cook your crab or your prawns in there. And I'm telling you, you'll never cook in fresh water again. I mean, that's the way I always used to cook crab and prawns in seawater. And if there wasn't any seawater, it was depressing. It's almost like you're going to sprinkle salt in your own water. But it just gives that, I don't know, awesome taste in there. It's not more salt as opposed to just, I don't know, oceanic or whatever. But if you ever do, you don't eat seafood though, eh? But like crab.
No. But when we'd be way out west, we wouldn't have enough water, and so we would use seawater for our cooking.
Oh yeah, I won't. If I have crab, you know, I'm almost like the Hammond. Like, nope, has to be seawater. No way, because you get used to it, and then if it's different, it's like, oh no, that's not the way it's supposed to. No. And we used to be down under the Second Arrows Bridge, and there's a little bit of a Dungeness crab breeding ground. You get these nice big males there and had a big pot on a fire and just throw them in. We used to have piles of shells next to the logs that we sat at. They'd be like 2 feet tall.
Oh, wow.
Well, like I said, it was a breeding ground. And we didn't take any females. We just took the big males because there was enough anyway. Your trap was full. You paddle out there in your canoe, grab your trap, pull in the nice big 7-incher males, come back in, pop the top shell off, shake out the guts, twist it in half, pull out the middle ring, throw it in the pot, scoop it out about 5 minutes later, and feast.
Remember
seafood sauce needed.
You remember a long time ago they had these people we called the Moonies?
Yep, Sun Myung Moon.
Yeah, he came up to not to Kenai, but to Kodiak one time, and we took him out fishing.
Did you? Did he pay you a lot?
Oh, we didn't do too good. You were talking about crab, and we caught a little bit of crab, and that made him happy. But
really?
he came on board with armed guards, all carrying Uzis and everything.
What a goof! You should have charged him more money.
Oh, it was entertaining.
Well, after him, don't you remember in Oregon that stupid Bhagwan Rajneeshis came there too? I remember him. We were making fun of him all the time. Hey, the Bhagwan! It was going around the jokes. But he came into Oregon or Washington there and tried to set something up. They had to boot him out again.
Yeah, he was in Oregon.
Was he? Yeah, he was, wasn't he?
Yeah,
he bought up a bunch of land.
Yeah, a Cadillac collector.
And then they kicked him out because he was a goof. And no country would take him. There was no country that would take him. 50 countries or something rejected him. But the states are. You guys got rid of him pretty quick too.
One of his leaders of his group went up and did food poisoning in one of the restaurants because she got pissed at him, and that was the end of it.
Oh yeah, but they had their. You know, I was sitting there laughing. I was going, well, Sun Myung Moon pushed the envelope a little far until he got booted out. I wonder how far this fucking Rajneesh is going to go. Well, not very far. See you later. I think he was in 85 and out in 85. Or no, it must have been before that because I remember we were making fun of his name all the time.
They were a strange group. They all wore red shoes.
Yeah. I remember making fun of his name, like we used to make fun of the Ayatollah when they took over the embassy there. Because I was down in Michigan and whatnot during that time. I actually saw the Who in Pontiac, but yeah, I was wearing a "Fuck Iran" button, and everybody was just loving it. Even old bitty ladies, you know, that look like religious people. But we rescued what, 15 or 16 of the staff out of the embassy. They hid out the Canadian embassy. That was when Ken Taylor hid them and got them out, gave them Canadian identity over time, smuggled them all out. Pretty ingenious the way he did it, or they did it.
Yeah, we've helped
So we
a
were
lot.
good. We were good guys down in the States. I remember that. We just loved the Canadians. Yeah.
Last month, the United States let in over 1 million immigrants.
Really?
Last month.
Was that from Africa? Because they're not coming from Mexico.
That was worldwide.
Was it? Because a lot of them are like Somalians and Ethiopians and stuff, right?
Yeah,
that's what I hear anyway.
Quite
they set up their own little. They set up their own little enclaves in different cities, you know, where they're a whole like ethnic group, which isn't good.
No, we do take in a lot of immigrants from Mexico that are legal.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I know I used to be down in California. I had a cousin down there. And we knew some Mexican guys, but they were involved in bad things.
Yeah. Well, that's
they
life.
They were part of a pipeline.
Oh, yeah, that pipeline reaches clear up here.
But they were pretty freaked out about me until they heard my last name being the same as my cousin's, and then they were all smiling. They looked like they were going to shoot me or something. It's like, fuck off, you stupid drunk people. Ooh, I'm a big timer. I drive this car. It's worth fucking $200,000. Yeah, well, what? You don't think people notice that? Anyway, that's a whole other story.
Yeah, but that's it. They take great pride in those vehicles they get. That's all they have.
Oh no, these guys had some coin, but they were bad. And you know, I always, even when I was partying with them, looking at them, I always kind of thought, you know, like, are you guys stupid enough that, you know, something pisses you off, you're going to do something retarded? And I always thought, if you do that, I'm going to bust you fucking out before you have a chance to get a gun. But I always had that in my mind, you know, like, how far, you know, are these people, like, you know, where do they draw the line? Do they, if you insult them or something, they're going to do something dumb or something, or get insulted. But no, they partied on, no problem.
Yeah, they fairly well keep to themselves.
Well, nobody was acting up or anything. But they were bad people. They made their money in a bad way.
Yeah, that's the source of bad stuff up here too.
But that's, you know, that's not just Mexicans. I mean, that coke trade, everybody's in there. They just happen to ship it through Mexico. Then it gets into California and does its trip through there, and then it goes up.
Yeah, it's definitely
Crosses
not
the border.
It's definitely not just a nationality.
No. I'm sure your president has some experience in laundering money. Oh, that's not a don't think that's a joke.
Oh, I don't. I just snickered at it.
I didn't say drug money.
No.
Russian oligarch money through real estate.
Oh yeah,
somewhat legitimate. You know, you can't really. But it's kind of I think it's an ingenious way in a way. But now that everybody's looking into it, it probably isn't.
I think
you got to keep things like that quiet. You know, you can't be barking or have people around that are attached.
Well, he didn't fill out a statement to tell the Americans how much he paid in taxes, and everybody knows he didn't pay any taxes.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the big deal about, you know, because he got that deferment from bankruptcy declarement in the 90s.
Yeah.
So unless you make so much that you're not really owing tax because you've already claimed that you lost something 400 years ago, it's going to take you away. No, I don't think that's a big deal. I think it's probably where the revenue sources are coming from. whether it's from Flinikoff or Flinikovach, Mikhail Flinikovach, or from Kiripascu or those other guys that he knows. I just question because I will try to follow the money trail. But that transaction that was done in Morty Largo there, right beside his place there in Florida, where he bought a piece of land or property for 45 million. But it was a little dilapidated, but it was one of the most famous, mansion areas. Well, miraculously enough, the Russian oligarch there, I forget which guy this is, I forget what he controls in Russia. Well, he comes and he pays over market value by about 40 million. He pays 105 million. Okay, Trump got a good deal, 45 million. It was 5 million under the market value, which would have, they say the house probably would have fetched 55 to 60 million. Well, all of a sudden, Trump, there wasn't anybody looking at the property. Oh, me buy property, pay you 105,000. Well, what's all that about? I don't care. It's not like despair. You paying 105,000 or $105 million for a house that you can only sell the next day for 55. Why?
They know how to hide money, guys.
If you tell me why, then I'll go. But yeah, it was 50 million over what it would have fetched on the market.
My lunch is boiling.
There was no for sale sign out there. It was just, oh, I know a Russian guy. He come by. And you know what the Russian guy did?
What?
Ripped down the whole mansion. Put up another one that was worth twice as much. So right. I'm sure there's some, but they've got to hide their Russian money from Russia too, right? Even though Putin and whatnot has tons of money outside of Russia. Sometimes some of them figure they're going to be loyal. Hey, just because I have money in another bank account, not mean you're not high enough up.
My water's boiling. I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah.
Pretty quiet in here. Don't know if it was guns, religion, or politics. We scared them all off.
Hey, Jack, you there?
Who do I have?
I wonder what. I don't be knowing what happened to all the Scotchmen that went on here. Why did they bail?
Okay, I see you now. I came back over. I can only see who it is on the Hangouts. It's on my system.
No, I'm just wondering where all the Scotchmen went. They were on here earlier and they're gone. Back to Bonnie Banks.
When I came back and I didn't realize you were gone, I asked, I wonder if it was guns, religion, or politics which sent him away.
No, I had to go out for a talk of marijuana. That bad stuff, you know.
Oh, there's nothing bad about that.
Gotta feed my head.
I keep some in my freezer for my family, but I don't use it.
Oh, I do. I have for years. I'm not going to give it up. It doesn't do anything. I don't get congestion. I don't cough. Well, sometimes if it's too harsh.
No, it's just a choice for me. I have zero against it.
I still ride my bike up as hard as I can up to the top of hills with the young people. I don't seem to have any lung problem. It's my legs that give out before my lungs, so got to strengthen them. It used to be the other way around.
I have an old aunt. She's 92 years old, and they had her on one of those medicine pumps.
Yeah.
And they took her off. They cut her cold turkey, cut her off of it. And my sister recommended that she go get some of the medicinal stuff at a clinic. And it took away her DTs really good until she got another doctor and got back on another medication. So it worked for a 92-year-old lady.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of qualities that, you know, that haven't even been found in certain plants. You know, they're put on this earth probably naturally for the person that's more inquisitive to find. Oh, here you have the heal, the magic heal. I mean, think of all the herbal medicines that were before our present-day medicine. And some of them worked, you know. I'm not talking the witchcraft crap, but certain herbal remedies were, you know, there for that very thing to find and seek and use. And we still haven't exhausted all the, you know, the capabilities in plants that are on this earth for healing.
Oh yeah, most of our medicines came from plants.
Well, you know, it can be derived from basics too synthetically, but as far as CBDs go in that, because pot always had this stupid ignorant site put on it where it was bad. Nothing was ever looked at as far as, oh, it's just got THC, it makes you get high. There is no other studies done for any medicinal values until later years. We find out, oh, geez, there's other qualities in here like CBDs.
Yeah, that's what they got.
Took
for
them
my
quite a
aunt.
while. I mean, it's a proven fact with those kids that have seizures 100 times a day. When they do CBDs, their seizures are reduced to almost none or very few. And you can't question fact. It's there for you to see. Even Sanjay Gupta saw it.
Yeah,
It's
it
a
was
fact.
it was the CBDs they got for my aunt.
Well, exactly. That's the other ingredient, the byproduct that's, you know, so helpful in a lot of areas that they don't know. You know, some people, the CBDs might work differently too. The body might react differently to the CBD depending on the person.
They didn't used to be available separately. Now they're available. You can choose what you want.
Well, now they've analyzed it down where they can induce a crop like they do in Colorado to produce mainly THC, or I mean CBD as opposed to THC, and that's what they use mostly in the medicinal for seizures and whatnot like that, for remedying that, the high CBD content, which has very little THC to get you high. But you don't smoke it, you do it in liquid, right? As an oil that derivative.
Here we can get pure CBD, no THC at all.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. I mean, it's funny how Israel is one of the most up on the medical value of marijuana. They've done the most intense studies because they get backed up by the government, you know, some way. And, you know, it's pretty miraculous. They have these old Israeli guys sitting there on vaporizers going, barely be able to talk and function. He does a couple of big bag tokes and then he starts talking. He's not shaking anymore or anything, you know. They're going, oh, no, I do this all the time. But it was funny to see him shaking away there, and then all of a sudden he has two big blasts and he's talking normal and not shaking anymore.
It's amazing,
you know,
how
instantaneous.
Yeah, it's instantaneous.
Yeah. Well, it hits that nervous, you know, those parts of the nerves of the brain that cool that area that's malfunctioning to carry on.
Speaking of Israel, that's an interesting one, how everybody thinks that USA supports Israel. Well, we don't support them so much. We keep the Air Force base there and a seaport there, and we want them to be on our side.
Yeah, the Israeli question is pretty difficult. I mean, I've been a political buff. I've looked into that as an interest since about 1977. You know, ever since Menachem Begin was in there. So it's a lot more intense than people think. There's different areas of cooperation people aren't aware of. But, you know, basically you look at it being the only kind of democracy in that area. You know, take away the Jewism and religious factor. And more stable than the rest as far as running the country. I mean, the terrorism is one thing, but that's not due. So you have to look at who's a reliable ally.
Yeah, and we use
and
their
there's
seaport.
A lot of attachment. There's a lot of attachment politically with the U.S. and Israel. You know?
Oh yeah, it's a long-term thing that's been going on, but that gives us a seaport at Haifa, and us and up there at Syria, Assad, he has the Russian seaport there, and that gives us both a base in the Mediterranean.
But you know, you don't really need. Israel is pretty well armed to be able to protect itself and anything around there. It doesn't really need the U.S. in there, right? I mean, they have things like I always put on there, like the Dolphin II class subs and everything that are, they're diesel electric, but they're pretty close to like capabilities of a Trident. So Iran can take a flying fucking rolling donut. And, you know, there's a lot of things that we don't know about in Israel.
Yeah, and the U.S. does not.
It's probably better that we don't. You know, I know a little bit about it because I dig, but not much.
U.S. has never had to send ground troops in there.
Oh well, Israel's quite capable of defending themselves. I mean, even in '73 during Yom Kippur, where they were taken kind of like politically by surprise, they kind of knew. But because they had the anti-tank weapons and the SAMs to shoot down the Mirages and Phantoms and blow up the Centurion tanks, they had a big problem, and they had to be replenished with arms, you know, tanks and planes. They weren't actually put into action, but they were there as, you know, okay, we've got more, so you can keep coming. But you have to kind of take your hat off to like Israeli fighting tactics where you have 15 tanks that actually destroy 150 Syrian tanks in the Valley of Tears in the Golan. And the way they did it was quite miraculous. But, you know, there's a history there. They've been persecuted and whatnot. Yeah, they were there back before Christ and whatnot. And, you know, the question is, like, who has the right to the land? Well, the Palestinians, basically, if you look at it, they're all immigrated there anyway from in the 20s to the 40s from Syria, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt. And I'm sure that will offend some people that don't like the facts, but that is the facts. So you have these two people that, you know, they were Ottoman controlled before.
That's like us arguing over the First Nations or us.
Yeah. I mean, all that whole Middle East is a bunch of bullshit anyway. After the First World War, Sykes-Picot came in there and drew up a bunch of lines in the sand, didn't take anything into consideration. So now you have Syria, Iraq, Jordan, Saudi Arabia. Well, no. That was the first failure. And then you had 1948 when that partition came in and whatnot, and that just further exemplified everything. And this is just a fallout later that was bound to happen.
Yeah,
I mean, when the Ottomans controlled it, there was very little problem. It was just provinces. There's no Palestinians to call or anybody else. It's just, well, there was.
The Ottomans just owned it all.
Well, they did. They had sultanate little premiers and that, and they actually allowed an immigration of Jews to come in there from the late 19th century. Mass immigrations at certain times, and then there was fighting. And 1901, 1920, 21, 25, all through.
Yeah, I've never much got into the politics of it. I feel sorry for all of the people that have guns pointed at them, but
well, you know, there's no real way out of it. They talk about a two-state solution, but they have this right of return where all these so-called refugees and their family, because they're no longer alive, a lot of them. So all the relatives have this supposed right to return to the land of Israel and take a piece of land. Well, that is never, ever going to go. It just won't. But that's one of the demands. And there's other demands that aren't going to go, so you're never going to get it, you know, unless they drop this. The best way is to tell Jordan, look, you give a whole bunch of land of your East Bank here because it's 70% Palestinian anyway. We'll call it Palestine now. Shut up. Your lines were drawn by Sykes-Picot. They're no longer. Ask Egypt for some land next to Gaza. Tell them to shut up. Just take it. And say there's your state. Now, if you cause any trouble, we'll blast you. Just leave them alone. We've tried. And I'm sure they'd say, no, that isn't our native land. It doesn't have any. No. There'd be all this no. So you'd never get it settled. But somebody has to put something forward to work towards, you know, whether it's an idea that shocks everybody or not.
Yeah, it's always.
Draw some new lines in the sand. Split up Iraq, split up Syria, and while you're at it, split up Jordan. Give the Palestinians, here's a bunch more acreage now. Go to it. See if you can survive. If you can't, shut up.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I mean, how long does it go? You know, these people are professionals. They make money on making war all the time.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the Israelis can't be sitting there and throwing settlements in there and whatnot like that. I mean, it's just provocation, you know.
Oh, well, every time they shoot one rocket over there, it gives us U.S. jobs.
Yeah, well, that's another thing, you know, shooting rockets from orphanages.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the human shield is nasty.
That's why it's hard for me to kind of feel any sympathy when you look at the facts. Because on both sides, there's a lot of atrocities in a way. I find that the Hamas side is far more into atrocities as the Israelis. But, you know, that's up to debate from wherever you see.
Yeah,
But you know, it seems people are making money out of the conflict more so to keep it going as opposed to not. So until you get rid of those types like Hamas, like people like Hamas, those warriors, if you have peace, what happens to them? Nobody listens to them anyway as they're shouting, waving their fists, shooting, firing in the air. Right? Now, when they're at war, they're the kings, right? They can come, you do as we tell you, we kill you. But with peace, no, you don't do that anymore. The policeman's going to arrest you. So they become, again, they're non-dysfunctional. They can't function in a peaceful environment. There's no way, because they'd be nothing.
Yeah, they want to keep it stirred, it seems.
Well, yeah, because that makes them in power. If there is peace, they wouldn't be in power anymore, because they're stupid. They can't run a social system. Sure, you can put a hospital here and there and say you are, but they can't. It's proven. And, you know, keep at war so they keep in power with bullshit and all that. But
yeah,
who knows? That's been going on for so long. You know, I mean, there's nothing to point to anything happening in the future. And what is it going to be? Another Gaza battle? That's the only thing. You know, you're not going to have a fight with Iran and Israel, because Iran will be clobbered.
Well, yeah, Israel will break out its real weapons there.
Well, there'll be some big problems, but I don't think those Ayatollahs are that. Well, there could be one or two that are that stupid, but the rest might not be. But you know, with your president there and the people around him, it's kind of like, huh? That's another wild card now.
Oh yeah, that's
you know, if you had the pantsuit in there, you'd know. You know, it'd be a rhetoric. Oh, we stand with Israel. Bibi's my friend. But you know, there'd be nothing really happening. But with headbone there.
He's unstable in some appearances.
Well, I heard that what I've heard from that new NSA guy is that he isn't unstable. But who knows, you know, if he has an agenda. But from what I'm hearing from sources, and not just on fucking news, from history, he's not. He's pretty intelligent, supposedly. He's not like a retard. He doesn't suffer fools well, which is probably going to mean that he's not going to be in there very long.
Yeah,
that's what I heard. He doesn't suffer fools well, and that, I don't know, unless there's somebody between there.
Politics is full of fools.
Well, we'll see how long he lasts.
Let's see. I'm going to turn on the chat and see what's over there. Elbert Gunn, Jose Amaro, Rob Logan, Ronan Kanushi, Jose Amaro, Mim Johnson. Yeah, they're going over there.
Ronan is progressive.
I asked one of my friends whether I don't know what right and left is. He told me that I'm a right person.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like labels because my ideology it goes all over the map, right? Like, I mean,
yeah.
If I talk about Israel to certain liberal types and that, their jaw almost hits the ground. Or my way of defense and, you know, how I feel about world conflict and attitude. But, you know, as far as taking care of people that are fucked up in the head or whatever, or don't have legs or whatever like that, I don't throw them out of the street. I would, you know, supply some sort of government dues. And I believe in Medicare, you know, and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't believe in non-integration immigration. Like multi-cult is the biggest failure pile of crap that you got. It has to be a melting pot. You come in and you assimilate or get the fuck out. You're not going to bring your silliness over here and try to change this part of the world. We've managed to go out to this point that makes it desirable for you to come here. You don't come here with what you fled and try to impose it, partially or fully.
Yeah, that does
That's
seem
all.
to be that seems to
But
be a
that's-
problem.
Well, you know, I mean, that's it. I mean, come in and assimilate. Don't sit there and try to separate and become an entity and say you want this and that. You must live by these rules because we've decided they're correct and yours aren't. And she can't wear this and you can't wear that or listen to this music. It's like, pardon me? No.
Yeah,
You silly little people.
yeah.
You know, you keep your prehistoric crap in prehistoric land. The majority here do not go by that. You might think we're wrong because we haven't been enlightened to a flying donkey god. But sorry. If you want
Come on,
to keep
man, get
that
on.
way of, if you want to keep that way of life, go where it's accepted or where it is. Don't bring that way here or try to impose it. So there you go
And
with racism.
And then they don't believe in birth. They don't believe in birth control either.
Well, that's another thing. You know, it's out of hand. It's like, oh, I have 5. It's like, yeah. That's what always, you know, it doesn't boggle my mind. It's just human beings with their thick skulls again. But, you know, like in certain places of Africa, oh, it's famine. They've got 5 or 6 kids because all through time they would have to have that many because 3/4 of them would perish and you'd have 1 or 2 to be able to serve you when you're old. But that, you know, that's something you grow out of over time. But it's still, you know, I mean, you see the UNICEF people with their hands out there waiting for a handout with 15 kids behind them. It's like, well, you know, if you can't even feed yourself, what do you do in the meantime? Just sit around making children? While you're in complete peril and famine, you just keep making children?
It seems like a form of mental illness.
I think it comes from, you know, primitive where you had to have a lot of children to be able to protect yourself and have your own little tribe and whatnot, but it's never been evolved out of. It's always been, oh no, make plenty of children. It's the way to survive. No, there's not enough food.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, come on. I mean, the only reason I'm saying that, my father was actually stationed in Nairobi after World War II because they all got conscripted, you know, the kids, right? Yeah. And they went over there and they taught the natives how to build wells and they were showing them how to irrigate crops and everything like that. So everything was working fine. Well, some witch doctor came in and said, oh, all water from the ground is evil. So all of a sudden everything got shut down, the pumps went and rusted away, and the English left and just more or less stuck their middle finger up and went, we can't help you people. You know, that's just one instance. You know, oh, the medicine man said the water from the ground is evil, and we believe him. So you'd rather starve and not chance the evil water might make some non-evil vegetables? It's beyond me to be able to think that way. That you would actually have a belief that would cause you to starve yourself to death. Starve yourself to death. You've been shown, hey, look, see this water pump. Ooh, it comes from the ground. Yeah, look, the vegetables grow. Same water that comes from the sky. Oh no, evil devil water come from underground. No, give me a break.
Yeah. Oh well,
that should stir up some people.
You and I would do well in a witch doctor country.
No. If he came around my place, I'd probably sick the dog on him.
I see honest Pakistani is down there. You'd probably have to let him in.
Okay. Oh, wow, shit, I went on a different side. I went on the chat side. You there?
He's got.
He's done?
I still see his icon down there. Pakistani, you there? Paki.
You there?
He faded. That was a quick trip in and out there, Pakistani.
What does he say on the chat? Did he say that he didn't get opened or what?
I don't know what happened to him. He didn't. He appeared here, but I was over. I was over at the Hangouts.
Yeah, I was. I let him in.
Yeah, he promptly disappeared then. He wasn't there long.
Does he just joke around when he's on there, or is that serious, or is he just kind of making up a character?
He knows how to string people along. He had a good one going with Richard the other day, and that was...
Yeah, well, that's what I'm asking. Is he just a character that plays a part, like, you know, that has a ulterior chastising motive?
I would say that's kind of... I believe he's a Muslim, but he has a sense of humor that is what we heard the other night. You could hear him laughing in the background.
Yeah, I heard something when he was talking about his brother or brother-in-law or something was falling in love with Thai hooers or something and didn't know what to do.
I loved it.
I thought it was probably something for a book.
Yeah,
my long lost love. What can I do without my long lost love? Help me. I love you so.
When he types way more intelligent than that. So I think we were just hearing a story.
So it's just an alter ego kind of show.
Yeah, I loved it.
Well, is that Ashley Neely ever going to come on here? It's probably a man, with a real silly voice, so that's why.
Yeah, I don't know what the situation is there. She's been pushing pretty hard, but...
Well, she's always barking, right?
Yeah.
But it's child.
Be fun to hear that barking in person.
Well, yeah, it'd be kind of funny. Have some fun.
Oh, there's
unless it gets silly, you know, like name calling. It's like, oh, fuck off, you fucking lame brain minor mind. Well, I can't handle that kind of like, you're a poo-poo pants. You know, whatever contour of words equaling that. Gotta be witty. Got to be witty with insults. Of course, that makes people a lot mad. Well, people get a lot madder. You know, that's why I always use small man in that, or tiny man, because if they are, and if they have any thought, you know, like say they're under 5'10" or something, and there's any kind of height irritation they have, it sends them into a loop. It just sends them wild. That's why I do it. I only do it because I know that if it gets the certain guy, he's going to go ballistic.
Yeah. There's
I hit a soft spot. Huh?
There's certain triggers that get a lot of people.
Yeah. There's a few for girls too, but I won't say.
They just had a banning war over there on the chat. There was it's scrolled up a ways. They went into a little banning tangent.
Oh. I guess it's their way of getting. See, I'm here too. I do that.
Yeah, when Armando's gone, they get worse.
Do they? Well, how come there's some people that just never show up on the chat, but they're on here like constantly? Like they'll be on here all day.
Well, I had a hard time. I have a hard time getting here, but I'm getting better at it.
Well, the only reason I didn't come on at first was because certain times, like you can't get a word in edgewise, and sometimes there's people that are half pissed and everything and laughing and trolling, and you know it's just too irritating. What are you going to throw one word in between? So I wouldn't even bother, you know, just let them go. But you know, there's some times where there's opportunities to get in there and say something.
Yeah, yeah. I can be quiet, but at least it's fun to be able to hear the people's voices.
Oh, somebody in there? Did you get let in?
I'm here. Oh, Packy, we see your icon.
Are you there? Hello? Hello. How are you? Can you not hear us?
We hear you, Packy.
Oh, who are you?
We are the people.
I thought this was my last channel. Armando Vargas.
Channel? Who?
Armando Vargas.
You are on here now.
Am I at the right place? Let me check.
You are on. If you are on the chat from People's Cornerstone, you are.
Oh,
Armando has his microphone muted.
Oh my God.
Yes, you see the microphone with an arrow through it. It means no talk.
Oh.
Is that your dog in the icon there, Packy?
Yes.
That's a beautiful dog.
Thank you.
So, do I remember right? You're from California?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we aren't saying much of anything. We're just visiting, so it's fun to have another person to pick on.
Okay. but don't go too. But don't be too harsh on me. I'm very sensitive.
Oh, we don't have any reason. We don't have any reason to be harsh.
You do have a reason. I think you have a reason.
Oh.
I'm
a Muslim, remember? I'm a Muzi.
Oh, I don't care if you're a Muzi. That's just religion. It's the religion, not you.
No, you
Do
have
you respect? Do you respect other people?
No.
Do you try to force? Do you try to force your beliefs on others?
Yes.
Because if you don't, oh well. Good luck.
It depends. but right now, I'm going through a process. Armando had started a process on me, so I'm a pretty good person right now.
Well, I think.
Yeah, I find hatred too much energy to practice against people that haven't done me any harm. And I don't find if people think differently than me that I must have them exterminated so that my ideology can be practiced. So therefore, there's a lot of burden that I don't have.
Well, then you're too philosophical. I'm not that smart. I'm not that smart.
Philosophical. It's always good to question. It's better to get the right answer.
Armando? Armando, can you hear me, Armando?
He never comes on.
Mrs. Armando, are you there? Armando Jr., Armando Sr., Armando, etc., etc. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, you are loud and clear.
No, I'm trying to reach Armando or Armando's family.
You know what the best way to do is? To reach Armando? You know what a really good way to do it is? Email. When he gives you a link, just click on his email address and say, "Hi, Armando, I'd like to talk to you."
Okay, let me go and try.
That would be very nice. I mean, to contact Armando that way.
Yeah, that works good for me.
It does for me too.
Yeah, he's helped me he's been kind and helped me get onto the chat here really well.
Yeah. And I don't see his name on the chat right now. answering anybody, so he might be, somewhere else.
Okay, guys, I'll
So
be
there
back.
you go, Honest. I think we helped you quite a bit, Honest, about where Armando could be.
Yes, thank
Oh, you nasty cat. Cat's bugging me for attention.
Cat.
Yeah.
There's one that comes in here. There's one that comes in this room too. Fat guy, but he's okay. But every time if I fuss over him, give him a pet, it never stops. It's gonna, get out now. You've already.
Yeah, this one's standing up. This one's standing up, waving his arm at me.
Oh, that's funny.
Looks like your bear.
Well, this cat's funny. It doesn't like anybody, but it likes me. Well, it likes a few people, but it'll scratch people in that, right?
But it loves you.
Well, yeah. I guess because I showed attention and talked to the stupid thing. It comes here. Can't pat it too much, so it'll start drooling.
That's dogs more.
Yeah. Well, something's weird's going on in there, and it kind of makes me fucking feel, okay, get out of here. Never mind, drooling. Fuck, I don't know what's going on. I thought you were neutered. Now beat it.
Yeah, I had a cat problem. I had a male and a bunch of females, and they were breeding, and so I got them all fixed, and now they're slowly. I've got a neighbor that shoots them, so I'm weeded down to just a couple now.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't have. Well, we had a cat on the farm there, but I don't know. It might have got taken by a fox or something. It'd show up one day. And there's, a lot of foxes out there, and they'll take a cat. A coyote could have got it too, but
yeah, well,
at least it fed somebody. Who knows? Maybe it just died in the ditch and rotted away. But I'd rather, it did something good.
Well, my neighbor, his kids ratted him off. They says, "Keep your cats at home. My daddy shoots them."
Really? Eh?
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that. That's another sick person, goes around shooting things like pets and that.
Yeah.
I think most people that sadistically kill things like that just for their own pleasure, they can make excuses. I mean, a cat, what's it going to do to make you shoot it? What's it already done? But they just want to shoot people, I think. It's easier to get away with shooting an animal. When they shoot an animal, they think it's this person they want to kill.
Yeah, he's kind of that way. He really is. You put it down on him.
I better get back to that other place here. I keep going over the hang.
He had a whole bunch of chickens, and there were roosters in them. He went out one day and shot all the roosters. I watched him do it, and then he had his little boy go pick him up, and the little boy told me later that they fed him to the pigs.
Well, whose roosters were they?
They were his.
Oh, okay.
But
I
still,
if he did that to my roosters, he'd have a gravestone. I thought you were saying that he came over to somebody's yard and shot the roosters. I thought, well, if you came over to my farm and shot my roosters, there'd be a gravestone with you underneath it. Maybe.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Maybe I wouldn't want anybody to know.
Yeah. Well, I've run his dogs off, but I've never killed them. I make some explosions and they go home.
Well, I mean, I raise chickens to eat, right?
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
You have to kill them one way, and it was easier just to shoot their head off with a 410. You could try axing them, pulling their head off with your hand, and that, whatever. I just did it that way. It was whatever. Here.
I felt that he could have eaten them.
Well, yeah. I mean, why not? I mean, roosters aren't usually, they're like boiling fowl, but I would have. I would at least cooked them up and fed them to the dog.
Yeah, But he fed them to the pigs. The pigs eat the pigs.
Well, that's yeah. Pigs eat everything.
Yeah.
It's funny in Port Coquitlam, Robert Picton actually was feeding prostitutes to them
Oh yeah, I remember that story.
through the meat grinder. Canada grade A whore fed. We were making jokes about it.
Sorry,
I never did go to the parties, but I heard about it, because I know Trash, I know some Patches, and they used to go, and oh, come on over. I'd be going, no, it's Coquitlam, and if I drive over there, something's gonna happen. I'll get this, I'll get in a fight, or I didn't care about getting in a fight, but no, I was too far away because we were in North Van, and I would have gone if somebody would have driven me, but no, we heard about those, but that's not where it happened. It was Robert. He wasn't part of the fucking parties. It was his brother Dave that put him on. He was a weirdo.
It made the news down here real big.
Oh yeah, well he did what? 50 of them? 20? I don't know.
The fact got him for it was pretty good.
Well, it took him forever. I mean, there was rumors about that fucking retard. I'm telling you, I knew rumors about that stupid place way before they were putting it together.
Oh.
Said, oh yeah, there was rumors around the bikers, the Patches and that. They were saying all those fucking missing hooters are going to fucking stupid Picton boy, Robert. Yeah, what was the name they called him? Not Bobby, it was something like fucking Bucket or something like that, like a derogatory term. He said, fucking Bucket's killing them all or something. No, I don't know. It's feeding them the pigs, and then they'd laugh, right? And that was way before everything came out. And I thought, oh, wow. My God. Oh, yeah, there was rumors going way before. What, you think fucking everybody's, didn't know? All of a sudden these hooters are all going missing, but they happen to be going out to Peggy's fucking palace. Put two and two together, you got this sick fucking Robert who's a mental. Everybody knows he's weird. But yeah, there was rumors going. But I mean, what do you do? Walk in the cop shop, go, hey, guess what? I heard through the grapevine through these biker pigs I know that all those women are going missing out Picton's place, and they still wouldn't have found him anyway because they would have gone out. They're only
the grapevine. You can't do any court cases on a grapevine.
Well, like people keep talking about that Highway of Tears.
Yeah, I hear.
Highway 16. Okay, I worked all the way along that highway from Prince George to Prince Rupert. And I met and, partied with the natives along that line there, right? New Hazelton, Morristown, Rupert, and Terrace. And they'll tell you how those girls go missing. 90% of them go missing from people that they know. People that pick them up on the highway and go and rape them and kill them. It's not nice, but it's true. And there's not a lot like, well, if you know the people and whatnot, and they kind of put a little bit of trust or whatever, and I worked with a few and whatnot. They tell you the facts. They tell you how they went missing and where. And then you ask about certain people's names, and they go fucking exactly.
Yeah.
They know. All those reserves know. Don't let them kid you. It's bullshit. They know where they're. I mean, I'm not saying that they know when their daughters go down to Vancouver and go missing down there. But on that highway.
Yeah, that's local stuff.
It is. I mean, I used to work down where that latest girl, what was her name? Amber Williams went and got killed in actually 89. It was 3 years after I was working there. And they dumped her body right next to a railroad siding that I used to go through. So it was kind of like, oh, shit. And
they didn't even put her out.
It was the uncle. It was the uncle, and he's still not charged. The uncle fucking raped her and killed her. Dismembered her body and threw it out there. And all the reserve knew where to find her.
Wow.
So you tell me. Everybody knew. They said, you're looking in the wrong place if you want to find Amber. She's out at Skeena or Sockeye Crossing. or sockeye siding, and that's where she was. And that was
Wow.
a girl that wasn't that was a girl that wasn't there that night. No, the reserve's pretty good. Like, I'll give you an example. Many years ago, you know, I hung around with a couple of native guys and a bunch of other guys, and anyway, there's part of our crowd. Anyway, they told us one time we were up in this party area. He goes, Brian tells me, he goes, you know, those two Filipino sailors, eh? And I go, yeah. He goes, they're fucking dumped right over there, you know, somewhere just down there. And I went, really? He goes, yeah, Bobby and fucking Blanny did it. I go, really? Fuck, they haven't even been caught yet. You know, it's just, I don't know if they will, but yeah, there's two Filipino sailors, and I guess they fucking picked them up, got a ride, and fucking did them, took whatever, and dumped the bodies. Well, miraculously, a year later, the two kids that he mentioned got busted for those deaths. Right?
Yeah.
But so everybody knew right after it happened. And I didn't really, you know, two Filipinos went missing in North Van. I went, oh, it's kind of fucking weird, you know. And their bodies are found. It's like, woo. But, you know, when I was told, the bodies still hadn't been found when I was told. And that was like 6 months after it happened. I go, really? I go, are you fucking kidding, Brian? He goes, no. He says, fuck, they did for sure, man. And I knew by looking at his face that he wasn't lying. And I went, oh. But we didn't say anything. It was just because we were in the general area, and that's what reminded Brian of it. And then a year later, the kids got busted for it and everything, and they found those bodies. And I thought, see? But I was surprised how ignorant the police were. I mean, they just knew nothing. And why the rumors in the reserve went around? Yeah, we knew too, but it wasn't silent rumors. Like, silent rumors were different. They were about like child molestation from family members, and you heard about that when they got, when they were really close and you were crying about it. But stuff like that, like the murders and that, they would fly around. Everybody knew on the reserve, and the fucking cops. I mean, what are they doing? I know how people talk. They must have been told.
You would think so.
The native police would have heard about it through the rumors. They always managed, because I even knew some of them because when they were old. But yeah, so I don't know. That's why I keep laughing. Oh, we want a big inquiry into the Highway of Tears. Well, the thing is, what you want is an answer that you're looking for. You don't want the truth. That's why you keep fucking turning down the truth. You want an answer that says, all these women are killed by old white Johns that are, whatever. That's what the answer they want. They don't want to blame, the real people. They just want to be able to have a scapegoat. And then they can say, now you owe us money because it was old white Johns that killed all our daughters.
And it was probably multiple people.
Well, of course, but they won't. It's not the truth they're seeking. They just want an excuse to bail, it looks like. Because the truth is there. Like I said, if you go on the reserve, they know the truth. So what the hell are they asking for inquiries for?
More tax money?
I'm not saying that it's 100%. There probably is some that are kidnapped by this or that or whatever like that. But I'm saying, conservatively, 7 out of 10. And I bet you it's higher. It's a terrible thing. I mean, these people that get killed and that done to them, they're not deserving of that, I knew a lot of native girls, and they were, most of them were nice.
I was in a native town out west in Alaska, and I was in a bar there, and they were talking about how he was a teenager, but he was riding. It was back in the days when they had 3-wheelers, not 4-wheelers. And he was riding. Yeah, he was riding his 3-wheeler through town and slid out and hit a telephone pole. Yeah. And it killed him. Yeah. And their comment was, well, he wasn't a very nice little boy anyway.
Well, another time that shocked me was, like I was saying, that friend of mine, Robin Finley, is fisherman, out of Ucluelet. Well, he knew a lot of native guys there too, fishermen, right? He would. And he told me a story one time. 3 of them went out, right? 3 guys went out on a boat. And Finley, Rob went out with his helper. And they came back pretty well at the same time. And Rob goes, "Where's Benny?" They start smiling, looking at each other. He's going, "Well, where's Benny?" He goes, "Fucking asshole. He fucking chucked him over. Fuck him." And, they could have dropped him off or whatever like that. But Rob said no. He said they never changed their story. He says, "Fuck them. We chucked him over." I don't know. We lost him. And I said, "Yeah, they're probably just fucking around. They might have just dumped him somewhere or something." And he said no, because he never showed up in town. He was gone. And they just said they dumped him.
Yeah, they live a different life than we do.
Yeah, and then he said, that when they asked, I said, "Oh, I don't know. We woke up and he wasn't there. There was 3 of us on board. We woke up and there was 2. What are you going to say? No, you threw him overboard?" But that's what they told Rob. They said, "Oh, fucking asshole, fucking chucked him overboard." It's like,
yeah, they don't soften the pain any.
But that was just an instance, like it was because it was shocking. That's why I know. But that's why Rob told me, right?
Yeah, but it happens more than.
Huh? Oh yeah, I'd imagine it happened other times.
Oh yeah, it's a different society.
It is, but there's like I said, I've got a few good friends that are, and they're pretty good people too, right? I mean, they've done well for themselves with their carving businesses and fishing and everything like that, and getting into now band councils and everything like that. So, they're done all right. There's a lot of politics. There's a lot of politics in those reserves, eh? Like money that's not given where it should be. And,
government money.
Yeah, but it's not a lot of government money on the West Coast here because they have a lot of land holdings. But there's so much corruption in that where this family has everything and that guy fucking gets all the bread and that guy, he's got exclusive contracts to supply all the salt for all the roads. That kind of crap, eh? And you've still got the people living in complete pilfer and they don't, that money could be used to schools and education, but it's not. It's used for the upper echelon, They take $1 million salaries, stuff like that. Oh, yeah, well, I'm working hard. Like, fuck, and they're always infighting too in there.
Oh yeah,
there's a lot of there's a lot of younger generation Indian women and that are getting educated, right? And they don't like this fucking stupid corrupt system from you, so they start fighting that. They're kind of cool. I like them because they've even had the establishment come in there and burn their houses and that and threaten them and all sorts of stuff. Big fighting down in North Van. I remember seeing a house on fire, and I wondered, I saw it down in North Van. I said, "What the fuck's going on?" Because I pulled into a superstore where they work, right? And I said, "Is that Wanda's house?" The girl looked at me like, "How do you know Wanda?" And I said, "Because she's pretty political. I agree with her." "Fucking assholes! They tried to kill her. Fucking burn her house down." Right away, she started talking to me because I she didn't know me from Moo, but I mentioned her name and I said, "Is that Wanda's house?" And she all of a sudden thought that I knew her closely, right? So she just told me everything. She just said, "That fucking asshole's trying to kill her."
Yeah.
But there's a lot of politics in there too.
Yeah, the natives here.
I see it because I know the guys, so they always tell me, "Oh, those fucking assholes, they just took that fucking $200,000 and put it in their own pockets, fucking creeps," all that kind of shit, right? And you'd hear about it.
Yeah, the natives here, they get a pittance that's probably about the size of welfare payment.
Yeah, but you guys did sign treaties back, and I'm not saying that but there is treaties to go. I mean, down in Lumbee Reserve there where they have the gambling, and I don't think they do too bad. As far as I'm sure there's still people that don't get anything, but
Yeah, that's where the corruption comes in. The people don't get anything from that except the job there.
Yeah, if they get that job. But I mean, they started doing that in Park Royal in North Van, where it's leased Indian land. They started having policies that you hire natives, right? And I used to shop at this superstore all the time there. And about I don't know, maybe half the staff over time got to be natives, eh? But they were always like, they were the educated ones that were kind of cool and everything. Got along with them really good, right? And, you know, whatever. They were just as good as any other people that worked there.
Oh, they're totally as good, and that's the difference here. Some of them live off of the welfare money, and other ones they get a job and they get fairly well to do.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, they get, and they're quite personable and everything. I mean, everybody. I knew a lot of natives, but in my day, you wouldn't see many young people working at Superstore. You know, there's no way, like, or working. You know, they might have done construction or work heavy equipment or longshoring like we did, but not that kind of stuff. That would be, you know, like working at McDonald's. Like when I was young, like if you worked at McDonald's, you were a fucking goof. No, you were. I mean, there's nobody that I knew would. If you worked at White Spot, you were barely not a goof.
But it's
you know, so any kind of restaurant jobs or anything like that, you know, you're looked upon like, huh, why do you work a man's job? Because there were so many more jobs like construction or whatever, automotive or working at the city or doing something like that. You know, that anybody worked a restaurant job was usually because they chose to, right?
Yeah.
Because when I was young, mostly got into construction laboring or something like that first job, or warehousing or whatever.
Well, when they give them that welfare amount of money, it's enough to live on, and there's a lot of them that choose to live on that small amount, and they have enough for beer and drugs, and they get in trouble. But then there's the ones that are real people, and they pull themselves through it just like you and I have to.
Yeah, it's funny, you know, when I think about the guys that I hung out with, what they turned out as an adults and that, I don't remember any of them being on welfare. Or maybe, you know, draw one check 1 month or something like that. But no, they're always like, you know, either living at home, doing stuff, fishing, or I knew carvers too that were exceptional and made good business out of it, right? Did silver, gold, and, you know, cedar. And they're one guy, Matthew's, particularly talented. I would say he's the best I've seen. And they're quite a business, you know. You pop off like 3 masks a day because you get different guys shaping, and then he does the detailing. Each one of those masks were $600.
Yeah, some of those guys are sure good.
And he would have orders, you know, before times, right? So that's why he'd have to hire like guys, you know, shout at them, give them $10 and a couple of joints or whatever, because they were like cracked out people, but they, you know, they'd shape out. And he'd give them their money and swear.
They're real people.
And then he'd do all the detailing. And he'd do all the detailing, eh?
Yeah, they're good people.
And
I really like
stuff. They do silver and gold too. Really nice stuff. I know, really nice.
Yeah, one of my friends, he's a half a mile from me here, and he's from up there by Port Angeles. Is where his family is, Squim.
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
That's his native villages there.
Yeah. What's that, Cockatiel or Coast Salish? No, I think it's Cockatiel. Anyway, they're all the same, except for the Haida.
Yeah. Well,
I knew a few Haidas there in Rupert.
Yeah, they're
a half-breed girl.
They're a little bit wild and crazy.
No, they're not.
Pretty normal.
They're stronger. Huh? Well, they're stronger and they're better looking, and you know, they're taller and built well. But I didn't know. I went out with girl half Scottish and half Haida. Really nice, eh? She almost looked me eye to eye. She was 6 feet tall. And in university. And I took her out to a few parties in Rupert, and she just thought I was fucking trash. Because, well, the people that I hung out with, you know, the cokies and that, she wasn't into doing coke or drinking fucking whiskey all night or anything like that. So I kind of shocked her in that. But, you know, that was my crowd. Huh?
The native villages in Alaska, you go from one native village to the other, and some of the native villages don't have a good-looking girl in them at all, and then you'll come to the next village, and all of the girls are pretty.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of those little hamlet villages along the British Columbia coast too, and along the like you say on the Panhandle, Alaska, Bella Coola and around there, Bella Bella and down south, towards the top of Vancouver Island and Night Inlet and all that. They're all just little conglomerates.
Yeah,
You barely
and
get out. The only way in there is a boat or a fly, in a float plane.
so they're
Some nice
inbred,
area.
and some of them,
Well,
and you do.
It
I
happens.
shouldn't call it inbred because there's enough of a population that it's not like brother and sister.
Well,
But-
it can get close. Like you say, in the smaller communities, it can be pretty close. Like
Yeah, and that's what
first cousins and stuff like that, right? Which isn't too healthy. I mean,
Yeah,
that's why
but
the hide is used.
It leads to the pretty villages and the ugly villages.
Yeah. I mean, that's why the Haidas back in the day, they used to go on their war canoes and go all the way down to the California coast and pillage and take all the women and take them back to Queen Charlotte so that they didn't get interbred. It was something that their medicine man knew. Okay, go off, replenish, take the women.
Yeah.
And they go off. They go off for about a year or whatever in these canoes, and everybody was scared of them. All the Coast Salish and everything would run away and that. If you bring that up to them, they get all upset. Like.
Oh yeah, they still talk about it.
Well, they don't. But I used to sometimes. I'd be getting drunk and I'd be wanting to stir things up, and I'd say, "Yeah, what are you talking about? You're just little tiny people that hide to come wipe you out, take all your women." So that would get it going, eh? Fuck you.
But it would seem to have a 50-man canoe pull up in the dark.
Oh yeah. Well, one of my friends was a Haida, Spence. He even had the right to go up and carve argillite up there in Charlotte. Only certain people got to be a Haida and go through, and then you can carve your own argillite or go and take argillite to carve. It's that black stone. You know what argillite is.
Yeah.
And you can only get it around there. And there's certain. I think there's one other area on the coast or something. But yeah, you have to get permission to go get it. You can't just. No, I'm gonna go get argillite. No, you're fucking. You're gonna have Haida roots and all this.
Yeah.
Kind of a cool stone though, soft.
It's like. It's nice that they have rights to a few things.
Oh, in my personal opinion, I don't think. I think that Haida Gwaii should be given to the Haida Gwaii people. They did that with the Niska and that, which is I kind of agree with that. And I agree that all of the Queen Charlottes, because we don't need to go in there and exploit it, take the trees, and then leave it like a shithole. They've been there. It's their place. It's not that hospitable, and I should look at it that way. They should have treaty like that should be their land. They don't want to sign a treaty. They like that guy. What's his name? Gujwa. He says. We don't want a treaty. We want a title. Give them the title. Well, no, why not? If they fuck it up, if they fuck the thing up, they can't come running back going, "No, we want some more because we fucked everything up." Give it to them. Let them run their own show and see how it works. I'm sure they'll do a good job. They're not idiots.
Yeah.
And they'll run the forestry properly so they can, continue logging in the future and whatnot. Just why not? I would.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I think it's quite reasonable. What do we want out of there?
Well, it's not like it's full of white people.
Well, no, and that's it's got a big history behind it. That is it's a I wouldn't call it a race of people, but it's a distinguished tribe, and they've been there forever. And all we do is want to come and take their fucking trees, leave a shithole.
And send them to China, Japan. Send the trees to China.
Oh, yeah. I say give it to them. I don't think that's unreasonable. Give them title. You get it.
Yeah.
And, they can have ties like with currency or whatever, or federal something, like foreign policy or whatever bullshit. That can be arranged.
Yeah, I've been to
But
some
they
of
should
the
have
villages.
time.
I've been to some of the villages in remote Alaska, and there is no roads in, and you can only land
No.
by seaplane.
Yeah.
And
Kind of
they,
cool though.
oh yeah, they are left their land, but the government owns the land around them. Won't let them own it as far as their nation.
No. No, that's have treaties been signed in Alaska?
Uh,
Like as in the Southern 49?
no, no, and actually here on the West Coast, the treaties that they signed with them, they gave them no reservations. They just gave them fishing rights.
Right. So there's no
But
book to reopen and try to rehash out an agreement then. Like in
no,
Canada
not
where
here.
nothing was really settled, so everything's open. And all
No,
the bands in BC claim 153%. So there's lots of overlapping.
Yeah, no, they
153%.
they signed themselves away down here. They got taken by the government.
Charles Armstrong, why don't you come on here?
I'll be back in a moment.
Okay. No, Charles, you can discuss what you think, anything you want, but if it gets too repetitive and ornery, it's just like, what? Wait a minute. I'm going to go out for a smoke, so if anybody wants to come in, it might take me a minute to come back. You back, Jack?
Yeah, I'm here. I just waiting for it got my microwave running with my coffee in it. And I came back to hang out. Let's see. I'm going to go over to the chat corner.
I saw Charles. Hey, Charles. It's all right to come on here. There's lots of other English people that can talk to you in the same kind of dialect. There's that bogey guy was, we're party to aliens. Ooh, we're going to get you all.
Charles Armstrong. Will Amando comes on to AJ chat most nights recruiting for this channel. You're okay as long as you don't discuss gays or atheists. I don't remember.
Yeah,
Is Charles atheist or is he religious?
no, he's a agnostic or atheist or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Usually fights with the religious guys. Not in a bad way. Usually in a factual way.
Okay, he's the fact guy. Is he the guy that knows a lot about science too?
Yeah, he basically is well read.
Yeah,
and he's well read. He's well read about religions too. I'm not, so I don't really. I think it's all silly, and I just, if you must believe in something like that, fine. But I've never studied into it, so.
He's good with words.
I've never had the energy to be able to. It's never interested me. I couldn't care less. There's far too many other things that you can fill your head with, like high technology combustion engines or astrophysics and why hypernovas happen. But religion,
yeah, it doesn't quite happen. It doesn't quite happen for me either. But there's people that are stuck with it, and maybe they'll figure it out someday.
Well, hopefully what we're saying isn't going to offend any. I'm going to cut you. Maybe we should go to something else.
Yeah, we'll leave them alone because I have very little respect.
Well, I don't know why, I think Charles should try to come on here, Hey, Charles, you can come on here with a London accent.
There's two things I don't have is believe or respect. I'm not very good with those two things.
Well, like I say, to each your own. I'm not going to go out of my way. I used to work with a Christian guy that I really liked. He was a switchman while I was engineering a train up in Dawson Creek. And he was pretty intelligent. I would, pull out everything I could in the debates. But I didn't want to insult him because he was a good guy. But he was, he was a born again. But
yeah, they're good people.
I mean, hey, we had a good time working together. He was a good worker, everything like that. Got along that way. But he would always quote the scriptures and stuff like that. But we kept it to a minimum, because he knew how I felt, and I'd be just trying to chastise him directly, not nastily.
Yeah.
So, we kept it to basically other things.
Yeah, I don't even argue.
Well, it's just a waste of time to try for somebody to convince me that what they see is the new light. It's just a waste of energy, and all it does is cause me to try to chastise with insults and facts. It's not worth it.
I don't argue things like evolution either. I have no clue on that stuff. I'm just a human stuck here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's all sorts of facts support to evolution as far as, like even birds on different islands inheriting from the same originating species, different beaks or different ways because they feed on different things, and they do it in such a miraculous short time that, there is that factor, and it points to, how different branches originate, say, from an ape, and then that goes off to create the human, and that goes off to create, more apes, or there's facts that support it because of fossils and whatnot like that. But I mean, the Big Bang Theory to me is kind of hard to accept because I always have to ask, well, what was before? Well, nothing. So just nothing. I'm looking into nothing. I'm absolutely nothing forever. So that fucks me up. I don't like that factor because my brain goes, yeah, well, there's no answer there, stupid.
Yeah,
but our brains aren't developed big enough to be able to conceive.
I like
to believe the quantum theory almost, where everything cycles around, all the the galaxy cycle, and then they come back together into one point and start the process again. So it's just recreating every time, billion, trillion years. Who knows? That theory's as good as the other one.
I just ignore it.
But the facts remain that these galaxies are expanding out, so they must have originated from some point.
Yeah.
But again, unless you were there, I guess it's, and I mean, it's so and concepts. We've got 3 dimensional, 4. We talk about black holes and wormholes. It's like, what? Yeah, okay, whatever. Fuck off.
Yeah, I sure don't comprehend it all, but
I'm fascinated. I'm fascinated in it, but I got no answers. I'm at a block end. I listen to it all. It's kind of cool, but I have to listen to what Michio Kaku says. He says we don't have a fucking clue. If somebody says singularity, that's another word for saying we don't have a clue what it is. We'd like to.
Yeah, no, I agree. We have no clue.
Oh, there's Donnie Zen repeating what he always does.
Oh yeah, he's out of the
be
duct
creative.
tape.
That's all he says. And then like if Broken Yoke or something, like she doesn't say anything. He'll say, "You're racist too," and then he says, "I'm calling you a racist because you don't say hi to me." It's like you're a weirdo. I don't care what color you are. You talk about binding women to bed. You've talked about being busted for it and thrown in fucking prison. We don't even know what sexuality you are. You're barking off about Jesus and everything. You found the light. Why would I want to say hi to you? I don't care what color you are.
Yeah, it's funny how he did that switch from duct tape to Jesus.
Yeah, really, like an overnight thing. I guess maybe he's just searching for reaction. And that was kind of like, what kind of reaction you get from that? Like, except you're one sick puppy. So then he goes to Jesus, where he can kind of like be part of the other religious crowd. Or maybe he did find the light. I'm sure somebody that binds people to beds and gets busted for it, sexual assault, needs some guidance from where their original thoughts patterns are, imaginary or not.
Seems like somebody cooked up something about a prison over in Ontario on him.
I've always thought, like, for evil people that are really fucked in the head, that have thoughts about killing or raping or whatever, dismembering, if they can find like something like Jesus, where that would stop them from, I want to do it. Oh, but Jesus will think I'm evil. I better not. That would be a good thing in my point, where in their head they actually have this little Jesus going, don't be evil and cut that woman's head off. If that works, have at it. Well, so for Donnie, that might work. Maybe that would keep Donnie from wanting to, cut up a person or something here. Tie him up. I don't know.
Broken Yoke came up with a question one day, and she was saying, "Why don't atheists murder? They don't have that Jesus thing to keep them from being murderers. Why don't atheists murder?"
I'm sure they do.
Well, but I mean, why? Yeah, well, any group has evil people in it,
yeah.
But
like those wingnuts that go in and shoot up schools and that. Even like that fag Muslim down in Orlando, who was like a confused fag. Everybody knows he was a fag, but with his Muslim identity and whatnot, like his father and everything. Oh, you can't be that. So it was just a mass confusion. So he decided to take it out on the people that he wanted. And I mean, that happens. It doesn't have to be Muslim or anything. That's just a sick mind and a latent homosexual guy that had a problem with his identity and took it out on the people that he was so attracted to. So it's just part of that wingnutism, like those other people that want to glorify, go out. I'm going out in a blaze of glory. When they go shoot up a school or shoot up a church with some innocent people praying. It's just another sick head that wants to go down. Like, I used to go out with an Iranian girl, Nahid, really beautiful, but she was an ex-Shia, and she did not like religion at all. And I lost my frame of thought there.
we were talking how people are evil.
Yeah, and like she said, oh, this is right. She said that a lot of the young guys, like 20-year-olds and 18-year-olds, they don't like being little nothings, and they want to be big somethings, or whatever which way it takes. And that's the way she put it. She said they always want to be a big time. They want to go out, like that's why they go out there and want to blow up or be the big. I am the religious. You will do as I tell you. That's why they're always barking orders and how we should wear and what we should do. Because they want to be big timers. They want to be there. Yes, me, I am big, powerful. I control you. So it's more of a power and control thing as opposed cloaked in a noble cloak of, oh, it's Islam, it's our belief. We're dictating what is right. No, you just cloak it in that noble cloak as you're perpetuating your power and control over people. You could tell them what to do and threaten them. Oh, I am big time now. And that's what she said. It's more of a wanting to be a big timer than as opposed to some belief that, oh, we want everybody to believe in Allah and Kabbalah.
Yeah, they do
it's a good excuse. You cloak it in, oh, no, it's all Islam. That's why I'm a fucking piece of shit murderer. No, you're just a fucking twisted little wannabe. And you use that as a cloak of nobleness in your cause.
So the answer to why people don't murder is empathy. You wouldn't want to have them be hurt. That's empathy.
Yeah, to me, I couldn't find any glory or any satisfaction in it. I mean, I defend myself from a retard, not think anything of it, or somebody attacking a wife or kid. I'd blow them away in a second and say, whatever, it was a threat to life. Huh? So what? It's a piece of shit human on the ground. But as opposed to just going and doing it for my own satisfaction, oh, I'll teach you, I am bigger than you, I conquested you. I got this. Yeah.
Yeah, you were talking about rattlesnakes, and I've only met one rattlesnake, and it died, but it was coiled at my feet and rattling.
Really? Yeah, I've always been around snakes. As a kid, I was always intrigued by them. I used to catch garter snakes and whatnot, gopher snakes that used to try to put on a cobra attitude. If you Google it in, they sit there, they do. I used to chastise them a bit, and they'd sit there and coil up in a little thing and start striking at you. Eh? I said, come on, do your gopher snake. So rattlesnakes, I just know that they're not going to jump at me and bite me, so they don't really scare me. I'll just push them out of the way, and that it's just the way I am. I'm concerned when a grizzly bear walks out and that, but if it doesn't see me, like most of the cases that I've encountered them, my heart will come down from my mouth and settle back where it should be. Because it hasn't acknowledged me, doesn't know. If I keep still, it'll walk by. If it catches the scent and can't see me, it'll fuck off. Done.
Well, that was my problem. I didn't know how to face up to it, and so instead I just took the shovel and killed it.
Yeah.
And yeah, I didn't move a foot. I just reached over and got a nearby shovel, and first strike was behind its head, and I got 7 rattles out of the deal.
Yeah, I've seen people, they actually kill gopher snakes on the trail and that because they're stupid. Well, excuse me, but oh, snakes, spiders and snakes. I'm just glad they don't do it in front of me, because then there'd be a problem. Oh.
Yeah, I don't handle
I'd probably get, there'd be a problem, and I'd probably have police doing stuff to me, and other people might not be in good shape. And
I don't handle garter snakes because they do that stink piss on you.
Well, exactly. That's their defense thing. But actually, the gopher snake that's quite more common up here, they don't really, they do have that factor in them, but I don't handle them anymore. I mean, I did as a kid. But, I'll stop and usually shoo them off. If they're out on the stupid trail, there'll be some stupid idiot that snake can kill it. So I shoo them into the bush, right?
Yeah.
And but some of them are quite long. Like some will be 5 to 6 feet long, even big, thick things, right?
Wow.
But I just shoo them off into the bush so they don't get killed by some ignoramus. And there's a lot of hawks around here that feed on snakes too, right? Red tails.
Yeah,
take them.
I have
They'll
both
come
the
and take
hawk
them.
and a lot of snakes. I live in fields, and the fields, the hawks hunt the snakes here.
Yeah. Well, we have quite a few different types, like red-tailed hawks, and there's Fruginus and broadwing, and they all hunt like whatever, the smaller birds and whatnot. We got a few sparrowhawks, little falcons. There's even one or two peregrines. I've heard them. Yeah, they'll come and surprise all the little birds at the feeder dish.
Yeah, they're fun. Now I have
quite a few ospreys up here.
Yeah, that's what I was just getting ready to say. I have one osprey pair that lives here, and the rest are all red tails, and then those little falcons.
Yeah. Well, under Lionsgate Bridge in Vancouver, there's about 2 nesting pairs of peregrines there. We used to go down there drinking. You could hear the buggers, especially after nesting, right? And their chicks are about, I don't know, a month old or whatever, ready to fly. And they're just screeching. Just the loudest screech you can imagine. And we used to watch, actually, them hunt. And, none of this big, drastic 180-mile-an-hour dive or anything. Just fly after the pigeon, just a little bit faster, grab it, go back to the nest, feed babies. So it wasn't any big, elaborate hunt. It's pretty well just like that. Used to see them a lot. Even working in the railroad yard, which was right next to it, you'd see them flying by. I remember running the passenger train, looking out the window, and one was flying exactly the speed of the train. I don't know what it was doing. It was probably just looking to surprise some pigeons. And then as soon as they surprise them, they drop on them. It was kind of cool.
Yeah, they're one of my favorites.
What, peregrine?
Yeah.
They nest quite often on the top of buildings too.
Oh yeah.
Really, really tall buildings, like 40 stories and stuff.
I've got a pair of,
right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've got a pair of bald eagles that live near me. They don't come by very often, but they are somewhere near here, and they come in once in a while.
Yeah, it's funny. There's quite a few bald eagles there. There's even quite a few up here. Like, they're not like everywhere, but if you look all day, you'll see a couple. You go to Prince Rupert. If you were ever around the Panhandle, there's more of them than anything. There's like hundreds of them all over the wires, waiting for the fish boats to throw out the scraps, right? Just tons.
Yeah. Yeah, in the hundreds, you're right. I've seen those patches.
Well, I remember I used to have to run the passenger train from Smithers to Prince Rupert, and sometimes there'd be a kill, a moose kill even. Like, there was even moose to the 20-mile past terrace. And the eagles would be on top there. Well, I come speeding around the corner in a passenger train doing like 50 miles an hour. They don't have the chance to get off the carcass and out of the way before I slap them, right? So I'd be sitting there blowing the fucking horn, slowing down. There they were. Oh, get off the... Finally, I'd have to say, would you get that moose carcass out of there? Because I'm not sick and tired of slowing down for these eagles that can't get out of the way in time.
Yeah. Oh, we got a guy on chat here.
Hi.
Oh shit.
Hello.
I'll put him on. Did he get on?
Yeah, I'm on.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm here. We're hearing you, future boy.
Cool. I'm just chilling.
I gotta turn the light on.
We're just lost in eagles and birds. Ooh. Oh, we've just been talking about eagles and birds.
Eagles and birds.
Yeah.
Do you know what Ben Franklin wanted to be our national bird?
Let's see, that was the wild turkey.
Yeah.
Turkey. I actually had 2 wild turkeys I bought. Well, I guess they were originally, but had them up on the farm there.
Yeah, I've never ever even seen one. I would like to see one.
A wild turkey or a bald eagle?
Oh, bald
Oh, he's
eagles
seen
are
enough
thick.
bald
They
eagles.
live.
There's
You
lots
what?
of them where he lives. He's seen lots where he's been.
I've seen bald eagles. I've never seen a wild turkey though.
No, I haven't seen a turkey in the wild, like I mean, running around and doing its gobbling. But I have seen wild turkeys that were, raised or captured or whatever like that. So they had the same plumage and whatnot.
I've drank wild
They did.
turkey.
Yeah, that's not. It's not as good as Jack Daniels. I used to drink Kessler. Can you still buy that down in the States? Kessler whiskey. You got to know about that if you drink their Jack.
I don't know.
I don't remember it. Mine was Canadian Club was my favorite whiskey.
Because when I was in Roseburg there for a month, I was drinking nothing but that Kessler. The guy introduced it to, hey, try this. And I thought, oh, that's pretty good. And that's what I was drinking mostly when I was in there. Not that we were drinking every single day, all day. I don't think.
I didn't drink all day. I just had a whiskey. I had a 151 bottle in my toolbox at work.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they would have frowned at me if I had a bottle at work.
Yeah.
Actually, when I started the railroad, there was people that were, it was still the culture to be drunk, but people, you work in railroad and you're drunk, you might fall under a train, and there's not much chance after. But yeah, there was all sorts of, stories and whatnot. But when I got out there, it was kind of filtering off. People weren't getting boozed up at work. I mean, we didn't. I don't remember drinking at work. I remember operating the passenger train. I remember operating the passenger train once from drinking and doing coke all night, and I probably shouldn't have. But I didn't go to bed, and I got on there and ran it. And I asked the crew, I said, how was I yesterday? Their faces all dropped. They go, what do you mean? I said, well, what was I like yesterday? And they go, perfectly like you always are, Norm. And I went, oh, good, because I can't fucking remember a thing. I mean, I was talking to the superintendent, so I couldn't have been in that bad of shape, but I don't know. When I think of it, they might have just let it go.
Yeah, people are kind to you.
Well, that was kind of a hot shot. Not a hot shot, but I kind of knew my stuff. So it's not, what are you going to do? Come up and say you don't know what you're doing? It's like, oh, well then, here, you show me how. So, no, we know what you can do. But it was a passenger train, so, you're responsible for a lot of people. Yeah, I mean, you're responsible for their lives, for fuck's sake. But, I did it every day the same way, and I guess I did it exactly the same way as I always do it. So there was no question. Nobody thought anything of it, right? It was when I asked, like, how was I yesterday? Because I can't remember. Then they were just like, their eyes, what? Oh, what the heck? Oh, you were just like normal. Oh, good.
Yeah.
Kind of put a puzzle, they were puzzled after that. It's like, what kind of condition does this guy come in every day?
Yeah.
Well, if he doesn't make any mistakes and then everything goes perfect, it must be some sort of good condition.
No, back in my day, I was a welder then, and it didn't much matter what I did.
No, true. But if you started doing bad welds with all sorts of slag holes in them and stuff, I'm sure they'd be questioning, going, what the fuck's going on here? If you're a tube goon and you're just like, I don't even care how my flow is.
Yeah, I was kind of like you. It was they liked what I put out.
Yeah. Well, that speaks louder. I mean, hey, when I was a coordinator and whatnot, I allowed people that other people would get pissed right off at, fight and everything like that. I'd give them leeway because they could do the job, but they had, creative personalities. But I was just as harsh as them. And I would tell him, if you fuck me, I'll just fucking thrap you. But I know you can work properly. Do it for me. If you can't work for him, see if you can do it for me. Prove that you're capable. And get along fine. I'd get a lot of work out of him, and they'd sit there and go, how did you get him to do that? I'd say, talk to him in his language.
Yeah.
You know, show him some, don't sit there and bark at, you better do this or order anything. Just say, look, things will go right nicely if you cooperate to get things done. Show that you're capable, and I'll give you a break for it. Perform for me, and you go home earlier than the other guys. There you go.
Yeah.
And you let me handle, you know, if somebody gets mad, oh, how come you let him go home 20 minutes earlier? I'll say, because he did this much work. Get me somebody else to do this much, and I'll let them go 20 minutes earlier. Now go back in your room there and do what you're supposed to do. Nothing.
I find that if you ask someone to do something, say, hey, can you go do this? You're like, yeah, sure.
Well,
As
think
opposed
about
to,
how many
hey, go do
times.
this.
Think about how many times, if it's happened to you, that a friend of yours has said, that guy's a fucking goof, man. Don't even fucking talk. And then when you finally meet that same person in a different atmosphere, maybe with your other friend not there, you go, I thought you were supposed to be an asshole. You're not an asshole. You know what I mean? Like, if somebody's asshole is not to you. And I found that, you know, the guys that were hard to get along with and whatnot, maybe bitch at everybody like that, because I can bitch hard if you want to go over that way. But I always give them, you know, try anew. Okay, we start from square one. You treat me good, I'll treat you the same. I got no problem. And it works out, eh? They go, yeah, well, I can work for him. You know, they use it, but, you know, it's just the way of dealing with people. I mean, I got no time for arguing. I don't mind it for entertainment. But, you know, we had a job to do. You go out and do it. I'm not going to sit there and get entertainment from making you do something that isn't required, watching you perform like a clown. I want you to do it right. I don't want you to wreck anything. I want you to make me look good. So if you work hard, do things properly, it makes me look good, you go home early, you're happy, I'm happy, everybody's happy. Done deal. Can we do it? Let's go. And 9 times out of 10, it would work.
As a worker, if I have an idea how things could be done differently, the key is to make your lead man think it was his idea. Say, what do you think about this and this and this? I'm like, oh, yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, you should go do that.
Yeah, but now you're talking about strategizing for people with ego to make them feel, you know, that's right, psychology. Yeah. You're using psychology for a fathead.
Well, I mean, if I think it's a good idea, I'm gonna make you think it's your idea, and we're gonna go that way.
Sure, and then that makes everything run smoother, right? I just found that if you want to, you know, like I'd have crews working for me, and you know, I didn't need somebody bitching or complaining, because it was usually the people that couldn't do the job the best, you know. Because my biggest problem, if I was working out in the field and I had a half-wit coordinating everything, you know, I wasn't going to be the best I could be either. It's like, you're such a fucking idiot. Tell me to do the stupidest thing. But that was the bad thing for me, is being a coordinator and an RTC and everything. When I'm working down on the ground, I know the jobs that are inside that I'm getting directed at. You know, so I'm sitting there going, what do you make me do this for? I should be going down there and pulling that, because you need to put that on that train that's going out at midnight. What the fuck? Oh, fuck you. You're not a yard master today. You know, that was another thing. You know, you just make a suggestion. Why are you utilizing me for this job when that guy should be doing? I should be pulling that. I should be putting that there. Because as a yard master,
never works. That never fucking works.
Oh, it did for me, because I'd just get the boss in, and I'd say, would you tell Pio to shut up, and let's do it this way? And then Ray'd say, Pio, they're going to do it the way Russ says. Now, shut up. Okay, Russ, yeah, I'll do that. We're going to put him on there. And, I mean, you know, there was some animosity towards that, but whatever, man. I had no time. I'm out in the yard trying to do stuff. And I used to be a general yard master, too, which is the management position. So, you know.
Yeah.
You got to guide the guy, and if he's got too much ego to be guided, then you kind of have to banish him. It's too bad, but there wasn't that many people you had to do that with. Maybe 1 out of 15.
So what do you do with the bitcher who is actually your best performer?
Give him a break. When he's out there going like hell, try to keep everybody out of his way. Send him somewhere that he can really perform, where he's not going to have interference. Knows how much he has to do. He's probably going to get off the job 20 minutes earlier than everybody else. Somebody might bitch at me for letting him go. I don't care. I'm going to say, fuck you. I'm going to let him go, and I'm going to keep him doing that much work. That's the way it is. And
Yeah, but he's the main bitcher, though.
Well, you know, what's the substance of his bitching? What's he bitching about? You know, is there some
It doesn't matter. He's the best performer in your entire crew on everything he does.
Oh, well, hey, I don't know if there's a reason. If there's a reason for him to bitch, let's discuss it. If it's just to hear yourself yell, I'll listen to that. But get out and perform, and we can, you know, yell over the radio. As long as you're performing, I don't care what kind of dance you want me to do to entertain you. As long as you're performing for me, creating what I need, you can do whatever you want as long as it doesn't interfere with the job.
Yeah.
And you can't be flooding the airwaves with bitching and complaining when there's other people trying to transmit and get instructions where to go. If he wants a private channel and whatnot, I'll put a loop tape on for him with, yeah, okay, yeah, we'll do that. I don't know. I don't seem to remember having big problems with people. There was one guy I remember that tried to pull a fast one, and he didn't pull another fast one. He was pretty well like, whatever. But I can't remember anybody. The best performers I always let go early and got big shit for. But I took it, and I didn't stop letting them go home with it. So that's the way it was. And I didn't get much trouble because I performed my job, you know, as best I could. And everybody knew. You don't have to talk, you just do. So, you know, I'd take the bitching and nobody would do anything. You're not going to sit there, we're going to discipline you, Russ. You can't be yard master anymore. Somebody go, why would you do that? We need guys like him. He trains people to be yard masters. No.
Right.
So, you know, and I mean, I was pretty reasonable. If I got some fool there that, like Nicole making a bit, I'm not moving this train until I get my dangerous forms. I go, yeah, well, I'll have you picked up. They'll be relieved. I'll make a cut. I'll pull that train across the crossing to clear so everybody can go through. And you can have your tantrum in taking a statement. How do you like that? You can't do that. Watch this. Nicole, you move that train right now or you're out of service. There. How do you like that? You know, that's stupidity. If you get that, it's just, you just deal with it, right? You know, if you're going to quote a rule, you better be right about it. Don't just quote it to sit there and tie up the whole yard to make a statement. Yeah. But that, you know, people like that were, how long would they cause a disruption? 5-6 minutes before you make a decision and just get it done. I've got no time for playing. Fuck off. And then they'd carry on and get their job done, and they were out of the yard, so you didn't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
But they were definitely not the high performers. The high performers were people like Gus Morrison and that you got along famously with because you were a high performer too, and they worked with you, so you got along well because you knew each other's capability, and you know, and talked to, you know, strictly to each other about stuff. You know, it was comradeship that, you know. I was one of the guys that knew how to do the job well, so the guys that other guys that did, there'd be a certain amount of respect because you'd work together. You'd fly and get so much done that you'd blow everybody away. So they're not going to bitch at you being the yard master. They're happy. They're going, oh my God, the guy's going to make this thing go great. And vice versa. They're down on the up there and I'm down in the